Oh my god.
Together.
Oh, the timing. Oh, we got sniped. Oh, boys. Good hacking morning. My goodness gracious me, oh my. Oni. Coming in with the T3. My goodness gracious. The sparkliest the bananas. My god. We got the Steen 125-day streak. We got the Leon 505. Jesus Christ. Half a century, Leon. That's fucking crazy, brother. That's fucking crazy. Another day, another Leon first in chat. My lurkers out there, good morning. Nin, good morning. Oni, good morning. Grenade, Leon, all my lads. Hope you guys are having absolutely beautiful days. The weather in Maine is absolutely gorgeous today. I'm not gonna lie. 80 degrees, a little sunny, a little breeze. Shit, bro. We living good out here. We living good out here. So, spent some time outside, did some preparatory work to get ready to place our giant order. Because we have a $40 off $75 like grocery store coupon basically in the app. So we're about to try to save like 85%. We went to the store today to scout out like what good sales there were and shit like that. So we're ready to do some absolute blasting with that. We also found $1.50 a pound chicken breast again. So we're up tremendous there. Absolutely just blessed. So it's been a good ass day so far. And I'm not that late. So all things considered, it's going pretty well, my boys. What y'all getting up to today? Josh, good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well, my friend. I'm almost thinking today. I don't know why. I don't know what caused this. But I have an urge to do a couple quick play reads. Because I think there's some decent shit that we can get from those, right? Like, unironically, they're not the worst time spent if you're just looking for something to kind of, you know, fuck around with. So, I might give those... excuse me. I might have given the... or I might give those a little bit of a shot. I'm assuming, same thing as yesterday. We got tourneys. Wait, monthly variety event starts in 3 minutes. Wait a minute. Do we have a 3v3 for this? Because this is... if 8 teams sign up, that's 40 gold. Do we have... hold on. Do we have a team for weekly tourney? Is in 3 minutes. Bro, I'll be real. I don't think many people are gonna sign up for this. I can get on low, like hop on ASAP, bro. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. If I'm being honest, all I know is that we could potentially get 40 gold. Everyone I know is entering that. So like 10 teams? Because either way, it's free gold. Like, hear me out. 9 to 16th place is still 20 gold. And participation, you still get PvP reward track progress and shards of glory. Doesn't seem like the worst if I'm being honest. Now, what's today, Saturday? Might actually pull decent numbers because it's Saturday. But I'm also still not even sure. Like, I know there are gonna be like a lot of people with it being a weekly, but free gold and get experience in the game. Oh, yeah. But even with that, like most of the daily PvP tourneys, we were doing these yesterday, and these had anywhere from like 4 to 9 teams in them. And the dailies are not really like out there either. Also, does anybody else want to come through? Anyone want to lose in PvP for free gold and shit? We literally just need one more brave soldier. And then outside of that, we ball. Somebody surely wants to come through. What's the giveaway link? It's the one directly above you. The one directly above you. I'll be on later. But there's a weekly tournament that starts in 1 minute. We need one more person. One singular brave soldier for the weekly tourney. Someone who is willing to get their ass kicked, but not get your ass kicked too hard. Me, are you online? Because you need to be online. Like, the tourney starts, unironically, in a minute. I'll hop on. Well, we're gonna be late if you're not on, like, right now. 10 seconds. Okay. Hop on and then X immediately. Done. Min is coming on. And if you're not on, I'm gonna invite Rhyme. I'm on. X up in guild, please. I don't want to have to find you. You are actually the worst. Invite. And then accept. 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 Yeah. Okay, and then enroll. Alright, and then you have to accept that. And then once you accept that, we're set. Tournament starting soon. Sick! Alright, cool. I have no idea what this is even going to be. Okay. I have no idea what we're expecting here. Like, I have no clue. All that I know is that if there are fewer than 16 teams that sign up, we are in the money. And if there are more than 16, we just have to hope that we can get lucky against some group of dads out there. All right, let's give it a look. Standings. Oh, we got more than 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on Alpino. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It was like, what, 24-ish? I mean, honestly, not the worst. All things considered. Genuinely not that bad. We need Signet of Mercy. Alan. Wait a minute. What is this gonna be? This is probably gonna be triple DPS everywhere, huh? I think we just need to eat their Gale Shot's ass. If I'm being honest. Forgot it was 3s? Yeah, I didn't even know what the fuck it was in the first place. All I saw was tournament about to start and 20 gold for 16th and higher. That be support on a good team? Well, I don't know if people are gonna be good here or not, you know? I don't know if it's gonna be good players or people that are like us that are just trying to collect some coins, you know what I mean? All right, take height, take height, take height. And then, hold on. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Wait, no, we cooked this. We actually cooked this. They can't fuck with us. They can't fuck with us! We're actually insane, boys! Woo! Yeah, baby! All right. That's some good-ass fights, my boys. That's some good-ass scrapping, if I do say so myself. Let's go! Bad kill? I think that was just bad positioning. We have such good, like, jump in and kill, though. Oh, so it's literally just rounds. It's literally just arenas. So we just have to win 2 rounds, basically, against them. So we just hold there, and then I pop buffs, and then we jump them. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm hopping in comms, because this is actually going to be sick. Yo.
Yo.
Oh my god, you're so loud. Hold on, let me turn you down. Oh my, oh, I've turned, no, I had you turned up to 200% for some fucking reason. Nope, that's on me.
Hell yeah.
I ain't about to lie, that is entirely my fault. Alright, so I think we just go up and like wait for all of my buffs to hit, and then we just blast their Gale every single time. I have target on Gale, they're coming around quick. Once they come up, I'm gonna wall behind the Gale, and then we just jump the Gale, okay? Go, 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 go. Just blow the Gale shot up. Stay on him. I have heals. I have heals. We're fine. Just keep pumping. Stay on him. You're fine. They can all die as just like fucking casualties. Mid-fight casualties. Alright, turn, turn, turn. New target, new target. Jump on me. I'm getting a little bit caught here, but we're fine. We're fine. I have a heal in 5, just try to stay alive for that. I have res come for you. No! Alright, I think we either need to get the Gale faster. I'll try to save wall for when they jump back, because they don't have a lot of stab.
Yeah. That Gale
The walls
hurts.
where they came up. Yeah, we just need to ooga booga the shit out of the Gale because I think the Lumi's too tanky. So I think it's always on the Gale shot. Because the first round we were easy peasy. Was it squishy? Yeah. I think the Lumi focus Gale. We won first round against it. We just didn't get to the Gale that time. Well, we did, but we didn't get the lockdown on it. Oh, kill Lumi with a lot of bursts. Yeah, and I think they don't really have the support once they lose a person. So they'll probably try to focus me. Gale also struggles with the hill. Yeah. We just gotta stay on height. And then try to make them hold height. So if it's not Gale, then we switch over to the Mesmery one. Alright, get ready. We can go up. Go up. Start picking.
Defense, then offense.
Alright, jump Gale. Wall behind Gale. Gale's tripped. Stay on him. Just dog him down. Get up the hill on him. He's coming back down. Just stay on the go. I have heals. Walk him down. Gale's one. Gale weak. Beautiful. Good shit. Just like that every single time, boyos. Easy peasy, well played. Kill Norman Powell or whatever his name is. I don't really know what he's got going on, but he's somewhere. Which one is he?
Nothing can bring me.
Did I just get like the fucking Mecha Chameleon whistle? I'm so confused. Alright, make sure we get our X's at least. I don't really know what's going on with this whole... Oh shit, he's rezzing over here. Hold on. Bruh. Kill Nolan Powell.
Defense, then offense.
Bruh, we're actually so ass.
Might makes me right.
And then careful over there. We're on the other one. Pushing the wall. I have a heal for you. Nice, good shit. Ranger swapping pets whistles. Oh, dude, it was like I was playing fucking Mecha Chameleon. I started looking on the walls and shit for somebody hitting the... Alright. Walk them when they're on the ground.
I'm getting PvP rush.
Yeah. I think we just need to. I think we just need to try to blast them when they're on the ground. Exactly what I'm thinking. Cause I can save my heals. I think. That's same thing though. Honestly, that time like we just walk down the Gale shot, and if they try to support him, then everyone else just dies as a, you know, as a carryover. Let's just rush them. Go directly straight underneath this time. Gale's marked. Go right at him. I got a wall, he's tripped. Nice, good shit, GG's. Get the X's. Well done, boys. We can just kill it all here. I kind of fuck with this 3v3 stuff, I ain't even about to lie. This is kind of nice, chat. This is kind of real nice. It's like... just about the fighting. We don't have to worry about any weird map objectives or any bullshit like that. It's legitimately just, hey, kick the shit out of each other. If you kill them, you win. GG's, man. It's beautiful. Love the 3v3s. Hey, that's a win for the boys, man. That's a win for us. All we need to do is get top 16 and we get gold out here. One win is probably going to set us so far ahead. I ain't even about to lie, that shit's nice. They do a 3v3 rank season sometimes. Oh, you're fucking my ass? Wait, that actually sounds insane. Now, 3v3, it also kind of seems like it would be viable to have that Firebrand damagey build. Or even maybe like a hybrid Lumi. But like, this is kind of fun. I'm not even gonna lie. I enjoy this. 54% of DPS. Well, so you and Josh should basically be doing most of our damage. I do like 0 damage. But I do a lot of healing and buffs. So, if you guys are 50-50 on damage pretty much, that means that I'm vibing and I'm doing my... Obviously, I want to do some damage as well. But I need to make sure that you guys don't die and that you're not getting tripped, you're not getting CC'd. Like, that entire game, as long as you always feel like you have buffs, you're not being CC'd, and you have heals, then I'm doing exactly what I need to right now. It's fucking dope. And you guys also did really well just blasting that Gale shot. Except that one round where I target switched us, that was on me. You guys just followed my target switch. But just dogging down the Gale shot, since it's a small arena, made that so much better. I'm used to the Gale shots being able to completely reset and just, like, take us on a fucking journey. Yo, moin das, I hope you're doing well, buddy. An absolute fucking buongiorno to you on this fine one. Really? Yeah, it's nice, dude. It's nice. And once we learn, like, you know, kill prioritizations and stuff, that'll be nice.
I don't have any of my correct gear on.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Well, that's a good start for us, at least.
I had like condition stuff on. I'm not even conditioned. No.
They were feeling that shit. Jesus
It
Christ.
was just a CC monger, I guess.
Just sat on the Gale. Yeah, I think that's the goal. We find whoever we can make super uncomfortable, and we make them so incredibly uncomfortable every single round, which is fucking dope. Now, hear me out. All we have to do is hope a bunch of these fucking losers drop out. And yeah, you heard me, fucking losers. Losing, imagine. Gosh, tournament winning player DustyWhy here. Anyways, literally top 4 yesterday. I don't want to brush my shoulder off or anything, but there are only 4 teams.
Carry on.
I hate it here. All right, so if we win 2, I think we're almost guaranteed to be in the money.
Necros, right?
Bro, if we see 3 Necros, I swear to God, I'm just sitting in base. I'm not fucking with that. We have... All right, so we have Necro, Paragon, and then what, Conduit?
Yeah, I feel like we chase Conduit.
Yeah, he probably won't have far to run. Double Paraconduit is what top teams are on. So what's our option here? Basically just try to dog down the Conduit and sustain on it? Because it seems possible. We just have to be careful of Necro strips and whatnot. The Necro strip's gonna potentially deal with us pretty well. But I think we could be fine. So we just gotta get on the Paragon early. Where are you, sir? Paragon's marked. Alright, they're getting active. I'm gonna wall behind it. Blast Paragon if we can. I got heals out. We're fine. Staying. Oh shit, that's not contemplation. I thought I had contemplation for the flip. Oh yeah, okay, wait. So they strip us. I don't think we can fight in that. It's a Reaper. Yeah, we need to, I think we need to bait them into a fight and then like go up the stairs there, if that makes sense. Like we need to get them to engage with their ground effects, and then I think we need to relocate off of that. If we can.
Yeah.
Because we can't sit there and trade with that because all of my buffs are gonna get stripped and they're tanky as shit. Tanky as shit. What's infallible? 2 of them have infallible. Is that like raid shit? Really poor matchup for you guys? In all fairness, most matchups are pretty poor for us. We suck.
Maybe we bait out their first burst.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe try to hold at the corner and see if they try to burst again, and then go up the wall and get a reset off of it. So I'll drop buffs here, see if they burst. And then, alright, up the wall. Or up the stairs, Oh shit. That took a little longer than I expected. I got a buff out on you, or res, but I don't have much else. Okay, yeah, so we just kind of like gotta be quickly going up the stairs if we can make it at any point. They're so tanky. Relocate, just kind of come to the right side here. They are not taking much damage. They are tanky as fuck. Yo, Avatar, what up, brother? We're doing a weekly 3v3 tourney. So our first matchup, we got a really good matchup and we ended up winning the round.
I think we
and then this time we're against a new composition that we haven't got experience against yet. And this is a really fucking tanky comp. Really tanky comp. Paragon's best supporting game. Is that for like small scale stuff exclusively, or is that like world versus world type shit too? How's that on for 3s? It was in the tournament tab, so if you bring up your PvP side and then you go to tournaments, SPVP. What makes it so good in SPVP? Try to pull up the stairs a little bit here. See what we can do. I wanted to try to bait them a little bit last time. Oh shit, wait, I'm muted. I was muted, sorry. Try to walk up the stairs a little and see what we can do here. Alright. Try to fight Paragon a little and see if we can get something off here. Nope. That's not the best.
My life.
Slightly less than ideal.
Quickly.
I got a wallow. I don't have a heal for 20. Dude, they're tanky. God damn, brother. Holy shit. Okay. So, what's our option there? Result can also stop. Yeah. So what are we looking at there? Pulsing stability. So they have might,
He's going to be in every
barrier,
team.
pulsing stability, and then they can also res 2 people at once, right? He'll make them immortal. So the first 2 rounds when we were bursting the conduit, we effectively played into what they were trying to get us to play into. And then since they have a necro and we don't have a necro, we need to effectively be super aggro, burst them before they get buffs up, because I can't sustain buffs when they have a Reaper out in the way that they can without us having one. So I think in that matchup, in hindsight, the way that they were running into us, we probably should have ran into them and then tried to just blast the shit out of all of their support. So Nin's playing Fresh Air. They're gonna blast him off to it. I don't even know what Nin's doing right now. I don't even know if Nin knows what Nin's doing right now. What's up, Volcomp? You have 2 squish. I'll show you 2 squishy balls. Sorry. This is a serious discussion. My bad. So, what's the option to that if they're good? Nin's button mashing and DPS. Nin's just pressing whatever's off cooldown. So, like, yeah, it's a bad matchup, but, like, what would give us a better option there in terms of trying to live? Just trying to split them, but getting a little bit more familiar with, you know, how to get the splits and how to get them isolated. Because it felt like when we went up the stairs and then dropped back down, we had a little bit of an opportunity to split them. So I feel like if we had more comfort against that, we'd effectively just try to kite them around, wait for the one that we're trying to burst to separate, and then, you know, once we say we played together, you know, a few weeks and had familiarity, we coordinate cooldowns, coordinate burst, and then look at the Paragon, and then 3, 2, 1 burst para. Burn the Paragon's cooldowns and CC once he's in a bad spot. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And we just don't really, how do I say this politely? We don't have the knowledge for that yet in the moment. Josh might, but Nin and I are so new that we're going into this and we're trying to pick one to burst, and we're just like, maybe we can surprise this guy. And it worked in the first round. It didn't work in that one, but that team also seemed like they knew what they were doing. They played very, very, very together, and I think they knew what their comp did as well. So I don't know what I'm doing either. Yo, listen, all I know is I go in, I try to stop you guys from dying. The pace of 3v3 is very fucking weird because I'm like holding some stab. So I'm not even like, my world versus world is effectively just uptime. Here I'm playing super precise. I'm like, okay, are my boys getting CC'd? Well, if they're in a spot where they're CC'd, I can CC break this and give us some stability. First enough setup could kill that comp, but I probably want 3 DPS. So if I was playing like a DPS Lumi, you know, say down the road with a little bit more knowledge, matchups like that, it'd be wise for me to have like a DPS Lumi setup, or even potentially be comfortable switching to my Willbender or something like that. You don't verse that? So, effectively our only bet is trying to like, death by 1,000 cuts or something. A Malcomp could probably be that. What's a Malg do? Like the Amalcomp, is it literally just like double Amalg in the Paragon or some bullshit and you just jump in and blast? And just brawl the shit out of everything? Because when an Amalgam gets close to me, I get scared. I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna bullshit. When Amalgams get close to me, I get very, 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 very scared. Skill versus 2 3v3 or BS basically. 3v3? Oh no, this is literally just like a tourney type shit. So I don't know what RPS means. I'm not gonna lie. But this is honestly the first time we've done 3v3 at all. So, oh, rock, paper, scissors. Oh. Like, I think everything as you go smaller scale kind of is to a certain extent, because you can cover less. So say in like a world versus world when we have 50 people, right? A necro stripping isn't really gonna, sorry, a necro stripping our boons isn't really gonna matter as much if we have constant reapplication of the boons. But in smaller scale, having a necro to strip our buffs and us not having a necro to strip their buffs means that we have to play around that because we can't really sit there and brawl with that comp. So like, rock, paper, scissors to a certain extent, but there's also a lot of ability to play around the weaknesses. So like there's definitely the rock, paper, scissors aspect with like, you know, just the class setups. But with that matchup, what we could have done is probably been comfortable baiting out their jump, trying to get their Paragon, which was their support, to drop his buffs and stuff on him, on himself, and then waited out those buffs, ran around, and then just stayed together running around and sustaining. And then if we had more knowledge as players, we could be like, okay, the Paragon's cooldowns are this much, right? So after the Paragon's cooldowns go down and their uptime is, you know, they're basically on cooldown rotation, we want to jump the Paragon when they don't have a lot of their oh shit buttons. But we kept just trying to, you know, 3, 2, 1 draw. And turns out they were really kitted for that. They were really well set up. And us not having a Necro, we also couldn't really, like, sustain in the way that they could with those fights, which was kind of unfortunate. So yeah, we basically, like, got out-comped, yes, but we also didn't really play our comp properly in the way that we would want to against that other team. So even though it's one of those where the odds go to them immediately because of composition anyways, upsets can still happen. And you can absolutely play in a manner that you know, you recognize what's doable, you wait for your opportunity, and, you know, truly high-skill players could win that matchup on this composition. But we're not there yet, just in terms of our knowledge, because Guild Wars is so much outside of the rock, paper, scissors. A lot of classes have their own sustain, their own way to stay alive. Everybody has iframes with your dodges. So there's a lot of, like, you can play your life and you can make something from nothing in Guild Wars 2 combat. But there's also so much knowledge and so much, okay, we go on this class first, then we jump to this class, then we jump to the other class. Paragon, Conduit, and then what is that, Thief? Paragon support brings 3 sources of stability. Deadeye. So I'm assuming we jump the Deadeye here? Or do we jump the Paragon? Because both seem like solid options for kills. Deadeye can die here. Okay, cool. And the Deadeye is control. Alright, we go Deadeye. And then after Deadeye, we go, I think, Paragon to try to follow that up, and then just let the con...
It's 2 conduits and a Paragon.
Ha-ha! Alright,
Yeah.
well, we go Paragon. That's so sick, dude. I love the fact that we can just switch like that in the immediate middle. Come up the stairs, come up the stairs. That's actually so crazy to me, brother. Huh. Alright, well, just stay on target. Try to isolate him. Drop on the back end, perchance, and then we can maybe make some room. But I'm getting, like, dogged down at this point. Yeah, so we can't brawl it. I would just like to say, as someone that's played a lot of other MMOs, I really hate the fact that we can switch, like, mid-turnies and shit. Like, mid-round, mid-tourney, mid-everything. It's one of my, like, I don't know. It's one of my things with the game, and there are a few things. But, like, you swap pre-game, you swap in the lobby. I feel like when you ready up for the tournament, you should ready up on a character, and you should run that composition for the tournament. But same thing with PvP. It's just kind of, like, foreign to me, being able to swap in pre-lobbies and shit. And then the second before it locks in players, try to get that standoff swap. When I played Dota, it was a draft where we went back and forth and back and forth. In other MMOs that I've played, the swapping hasn't really been a thing. And you ready up on what you ready up on type shit. But for the skill levels, multi-classing. Yeah, it's part of the knowledge level. It's just it's a weird thing to adjust to. And it feels... I don't know, how do I say this? Like, I don't want to say corny because I think corny is a bad way to describe it, but it feels like there's more skill in trying to get an optimal matchup instead of playing your class in a suboptimal matchup and truly being different on your class, which it's differences in, you know, preference, I think, along the way, but just playing matchups seems very, very, very lame to me. It would be like saying part of the skill in League or Dota is playing multiple heroes, but not in the sense of you're picking them in and around counters and playing them through counters. You're switching your hero right before creep spawn for the first laning phase, or your champ in League. It's strange. Reward smart versus just strong players is what it sounds like. I wouldn't even necessarily say it rewards smart players. I think it's very anti... new player getting into PvP, if I'm being honest. Like, it rewards players who have more time rather than players who may just be more knowledgeable. And it forces players, if they want to play on the high end, to play meta matchups and rock, paper, scissors instead of encouraging skill expression, which is really strange. Very good for rank queuing. I think even then, though, it just makes every ranked we sit there and we relog until everything starts up. We're at the wrong door. We sit there and we relog until the match is about to start up, and then we try to get people baited into the best matchup that we possibly can without getting baited into a bad matchup ourselves. But it's not a level of like a draft in a MOBA or anything where you're actually picking versus somebody else's picks and trying to chess match it. It's more akin to just sit there on login screen, have somebody tell you what you need to do and what you need to switch to, and then you switch. It's a little strange. No one's overthinking it that hard. I mean, I don't really think it's overthinking to think that it forces people to sit there and meta matchup stuff, considering that's literally what just happened. The only usage of it is to try to force yourself into better matchups and to try to get matchups, which is great. It's a part of the knowledge gap here, but it's really weird. I feel as though not having to lock in your comp, so to say, and just switching comp every single time right before the game starts, it would be like going into a Magic the Gathering tourney and then sideboarding because you saw the person's deck right as you're getting to shuffle and start the game, you know? I get what you're saying. If counterpicking and comp is important, bake it into the game with picks and bans. Yeah, it feels weird that everybody on a team theoretically would benefit from, we all go in, we log out and sit on our character screen until the match is about to start, and then we surprise them with a composition at the last second that they may or may not be able to react to and counter in time. And then everybody just ends up going, you know, rock, paper, scissors with meta comps instead of running what they want to run. It's strange, but more swapping to counter players, in particular in ranked. It just feels weird, though. Why not just... like, I get the whole countering for matchups, but if you're getting shit on by something in ranked, then just run a game as that class in ranked. But, like it better if you couldn't see your enemy comps this way, you could just round out your comp. I think that would be a really good solution. Not being able to see the enemy comp, so it's like, you know your team is missing a support, so you bring in a support, or you know you're missing stability, so you bring in stability, and it's less to just play around counter picks of the enemy team constantly, and more to just round out your team. Because I do agree, without any form of people being able to switch, you can absolutely get ranked games that are 5 DPS where you're just like, oh, we don't have anybody on side point, we don't have any of that. Counter picking is in like every game. But in 99% of genres, it's round based in terms of your picks, and those picks lock you in for a duration of the game, with few exceptions like perhaps the hero shooter genre, which isn't really doing the best right now. Like, I think counterpicking in an MMO where you're queuing up as something, Overwatch and Rivals are some of the most played games in the world. The hero shooter genre as a whole, despite them being some of the most played games in the world, which again, depending on what you're looking at for most, statistically, I would encourage you to look up statistics on those. But again, before glazing the hero shooter genre is nowhere near its peak competitively, casually, viewership-wise, or anything, and is rather in the dumpster right now, even with Rivals having somewhat of a resurgence. It's kind of like fighter games where they're very niche at this point. And Overwatch is dead. Overwatch doesn't exist anymore effectively within the hero shooter genre. Rivals is seasonal at best, based around updates, and is only popping when Tim the Tatman goes to play it. And if we look at either of those from a standpoint of their player base, they're far from peaks. So let's just continue to discuss. And again, even with post-update Rivals having 1/3 of its all-time peak, still in the gutter. How's Overwatch dead? Where is Overwatch esports right now? Where is Overwatch viewership? Where is Overwatch player base? Where is Overwatch content cadence? Where is Overwatch in the mainstream of gaming? Overwatch is smaller, like, just in every form of content right now than Marvel Rivals. And again, Marvel Rivals is at 33% of its peak concurrency all time, with a major update that just came in. So again, we can discuss relevancy of things how we want to. But, again, I think in many genres, you also don't have, again, you cite Marvel Rivals and Overwatch. I cite many other genres where counterpicking is something that is skill-based in drafting, where you have picks and bans and waves where people are locking in. So even in the sense of having a pregame lobby, if we're doing the ability to pick and ban and stuff, why not have us lock in our class in the pregame lobby time, where it's like, okay, player 1, player 1, player 2, player 2, player 3, player 3. And then you still have the ability to counterpick and shit, but it's not just everybody sits logged out until the match is about to start, and then everybody picks their hero at the last second. There's a reason why that's reserved in games that do support it. For example, Dota Unranked way back in the day used to have that same exact thing, where you couldn't switch your picks necessarily right up until the end, but you didn't have to lock in your pick right up until the start of the game. There wasn't an alternating pick ban. And it would just result in some of the craziest shit. League does draft too. And Dota, in all of its competitive modes, and in everything that matters, shit, even Turbo now, I think, has drafting. Like, drafting is a part of many games that do promote, you know, multi-class play and different... What is this for? Side note, what the fuck is this? Anyways. Weird-ass fucking window to nowhere. But yeah, it just feels weird that the incentivized thing, right? As soon as we would go into this match, right? I'm better off just logging out and not letting them see my class and not letting them see my comp until we get to a point of the match is about to start. And then in 15 seconds, we'd all log in and just, like, whammy their shits. Be interesting, but I think here Reaper's gonna be tanky. The Mesmer's gonna be an asshole. Do we just blow up the Warrior? The Zerker?
Yeah, we can try.
The Zerker is or Mesmer? That's what I'm thinking. The Zerker, probably easier to blow up, or the Mesmer. So we'll go Zerker first. We'll try to see what we can get off there. Zerker's marked. We'll fight for height. And then I'll wall behind him when he comes in. Alright, go. Zerker can probably die here. He's actually quite weak. Nice, 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 nice. Get the X. Good, good, good. Play on this, play on this. I have stab. Beautiful. Good shit. Stay grouped up. New target. Beautiful. Good shit, guys. And then last target's weak. Kelly the Reaper. Kelly the Reaped. Boys, we're winning! 2-2. We're literally better than the worst NFL teams of all time. I'm just throwing that out there. Even knowing nothing. What up?
We might win gold if we win too, so.
Yeah, we likely do. I think there were only like 24 teams and top 16 get gold. So if we pull 2 wins, there's a good chance that we're top 16 and we pull gold. Which I think baseline is just 40 gold if you're in the money. 20 gold for 16th.
Rush straight at him.
Yeah, go underneath this time. Underneath, underneath, underneath. And then, hold on. I don't have target yet. It's embellishment. Try to get that. Target's up at the top. I walled them off. Chase him, chase him, chase him, chase him, chase him. Nice, 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 nice. Dropping heals here. He's super weak. We can chase this. Beautiful. Good shit, good shit, good shit. New target. Reaper. Nice. Okay, boys. We're up tremendous.
Someone's worse than
when does
us?
it end?
That's crazy.
We have no idea. We have no idea when it ends, if I'm being completely honest. Zerk has a support trait on. Hey, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Asura 3v3 map is my favorite. Which one is the Asura one? Is it this one? Because this one is really cool. I like this one a lot. It's simple, but there's so much room to play. This one? Yeah. Their concept of high ground is actually really cool. I like just the fact that it's a humble platform. A little bit of an area to pop up. The hallway of death sucks. Is that the one we were on before against the super cheese comp that rolled us? All right, let's go up again. And then they're holding him back. Jump the Mesmer, jump the Mesmer, jump the Mesmer.
That's how amazing I am.
Never mind, wrong Mesmer. All right, hold on. Go on, Reaper. I think we might be able to just blast this. I have heals going out. Uh-oh. We might have fucked up, boys. All right, well, we do better next time. Everything's fine. I don't know if we can... I got mowed. No! Ah! Bro, I got fucking mowed. Charisma, you win this. Wait, get the X, and then we turn? Hold on. There's no shot. There's actually no shot. No, we actually just got away with murder, bro. We misplayed so hard there. What the fuck? Oh my god. If mowed, press 5 for evade. I haven't looked at my MOA abilities yet. I should probably look at those bad boys and figure out what's going on with them. Because usually when I get mowed, I start screeching and hope that it fears people off IRL. You know, maybe they feel bad for me because they realize I'm clueless. I don't really know, like, what to do. I just turn into a fucking bird, bro. Like, my goal is to get kills on people in MOA. So I can turn it on them. I must deliver the pain. I'm assuming these are probably a lot of the people that we're fighting against, or that two of the teams that we fought against. I don't remember people's names. Oh no, Control is one of the groups that we fought against. They're 2-1. And then I don't remember the other one that we fought against, if I'm being honest. But we got a good blast there. Kill the Mez that mowed me before as the MOA. Somebody call an ambulance. But not for me. Scratch your foe. Kick your foe for a cripple. All right, peck your foe. Additional hit damage 3x. Okay, so that's like a combo. Screech is a weakness and a fumble. And then flee is an iframe. All right, we're up. We're up, yo, Trox. What up, brother? How you be? How you be? We are playing an attorney right now. And we are learning so much about the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene. We're having our, coming to Christ moment where...
I feel like it's almost RNG if you just go up against the easy teams.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, most PvP modes are kind of like that. It's just a matter of what's on the line with it. And 9 out of 10 times, you'll go against kind of an easy team, so... It's random seeding. So, we just get slapped against somebody else at random, and then whoever wins at the end cooks. So... At what point? 5 rounds. Oh, so we have one more round, basically. So as long as if we were to win, then we'd be 3-2, which would immediately put us ahead of 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. We're hoping that a lot of other teams go 2-2 instead of 3-1. That would be the goal. A lot of these 2-1s, we want them to lose, and then we want to get matched up against one of these 0-4s that are still playing. I don't exactly know, which we could get, but there's quarters, semi, and final as well, based on the top 8. Oh, for the big boy payouts? I feel like gold per hour, it's better to just get like 5th to 8th if you can. Oh wait, never mind. You would need 9th to 16th. You have Parkinson's disease? No, I just moved my legs so I don't get deep vein thrombosis and blood clots. Yeah, no, I just, I don't like sitting still for 8 hours a day because I feel like when you get very, I don't know, sit stilly, bro. Like, I'll be real, if you do sit still while you're gaming, you should probably get either like a leg vibrator or not a vibrator, but like a, it sounded weird, like a leg shaker, or you should get a walking pad or like a little bicycling thing under your desk, because how much we sit as gamers every day putting pressure on the same exact like pressure points on your legs, it's actually really fucking bad for you. It's effectively like taking a shit that never ends and taking a shit for excessive amounts of time to the point where, the pressure on your legs adds up. can effectively lead to blood clots and shit, which blood clots don't fuck around and can and will kill your shit. So I'd recommend getting a little bounce in your step just in general. I walk and get active before stream every single day, spend some time outside, and then I come here and I keep my legs bouncing. And let me tell you, I got some beautiful fucking legs. My girlfriend always asks me why I have quads of steel, she says. And let me tell you, those shits be chiseled. Get a standing desk, change my life. If I stand up, you guys will see my boner. So I gotta be cautious there. Gotta be cautious there. But yeah, no, bricked up 8 hours a day. That's also part of where the energy comes from. Literally just 3 blue pills before stream helps keep the vibes up, helps keep me up, and honestly, brother, it gets the blood flowing better than any cardio ever could. You just throw those shits in a protein smoothie at the start of the day, get you going for fucking 12 hours non-stop, bro. Before the Ye concert, I slammed those shits. Let me tell you what was easy as hell to get out of the venue there. It was like I was directing traffic. I had a little wedge to get me in between everybody else. So we on the up and up and up. We are so up that it physically hurts. Please, if you're hugging me, do it from behind. But yeah, standing desks go fucking crazy. Standing desks go absolutely hard. I actually want to transition my setup at some point to a standing desk, but I just haven't yet out of laziness. And I look at the cost of standing desks and I'm like, oh, well, I could just buy stocks with that money instead. And then I just save the money and then sit here and kind of, you know, do calf raises throughout the day effectively. I'm dead ass. I have like a different set of like leg exercises that I do. It's like the calf raises. I do the toe taps. I'll do like the sideways to open up and get the hips loose. Like, I'm constantly just running through some, like, leg exercises. This guy looks like a pineapple. Pineapple looking at a motherfucker. Anyways. What's your point? Don't get blood clots. Don't get blood clots. Blood clots will cook your shit. I know people that were under 20 years old that died from blood clots and shit, bro. That doesn't fuck around. You get one of those bad boys, it goes up to your brain and then you're dumber than you already are. It's cooked. So, get active, move a lot. If you're sedentary and you play video games a lot, take this as someone that legitimately gets, you know, I get paid to be here all the time on the internet, and the more time I spend, the more money I make. Take time to get your legs active. Your heart, your brain, and everything else will thank you. And if you're living like a slug right now, just know, even if you only have an hour, you can still get active. 10 minutes, you can go for a little walk. If you're going to the store, park literally like 10 slots further away. Referring to us seeing your boner? Oh. Well, at that point, my point would be my penis. But, sorry. Anyways, I don't know, man. Being on the internet more has made me want to be more active and get the fuck off of the internet more. I look at, you know, being outside, I look at going for runs, going for a bike ride, playing some basketball, and I'm like, man, I could be doing that instead of playing video games right now. I'm like, that sounds kind of fun. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough at basketball to pay the bills off that shit. And I don't really know if there's room for me in the basketball influencer world. I don't know that that's a thing. I'm a bottom half warrior. Like your legs or your penar? Because sometimes I feel like, also, Kong, thank you for the 10-day dog. I feel like it's kind of a cheat code in life. Hear me out. Become big back, right? And I'm talking like upside down triangle big back, right? Put a lot of weight on your legs, so that way your legs get absolutely yoked to oblivion, right? And then lose the weight, but do leg exercises. And then retain all of the muscle on your legs. You now have a 62-inch vertical and you're going up just fucking East Bay dunking every time that you touch a basketball. Like, you will be an athlete of doom at that point in time. I could never put on weight. I grew up very skinny. I graduated high school at like 6'2", 160 pounds. Soaking wet type shit. I was literally a stick, but let me tell you, I could fucking fly, bro. I had to put on like 30 pounds for college basketball and like bulk up a bit. And I had to try to like jump and dunk and stuff, bro. My legs were like, dog, you're not meant for this anymore. Go shoot some threes. I went from 160 to 190. My body was like, nope. Nope, you play under the rim now, fatty. All right, what do we have here? We have Paragon, Amalgam, and we have a Soul Beast. So we burst Paragon here, perchance? Or Untamed, not Soul Beast. Okay, do we burst Untamed? What's their easiest burst for us? Because I would assume Paragon or the Untamed. Oh wait, they switched. So they have a Scrapper. It's got Invulns you can force out. Okay, cool. We'll try to go there then. So we're looking at Sue. Careful, careful, careful. Come up, come up, come up, come up. Just be cautious. They're in our butt. I'm dropping down. And then drop down with me if you need to a little bit. Okay, that's a lot of damage. So they have the stealth in on us. And then after the stealth in, they just big burst that shit. I got you tapped. Yeah, they do a lot of damage. I mean, it's the Amalg. Or no, they switch off Amalg to Scrapper, right? Yeah, they switch off Amalg. Because now they're on Scrapper. Scrapper does a little bit of AoE. Scrapper's one shot. Aim him. Okay, so we just try to blast the Scrapper as soon as we can get him out of his stealth and whatnot. Because, yeah, the Scrapper definitely hit very hard. Played EOD because there was an EBG queue. Wait, there's an EBG queue right now? What the heliante you mean there's an EBG queue right now? So, theoretically, could people swap right now in between rounds as well to other classes? Or, like, what is the limit, basically? Alright, he's already targeted, so you can just T to target him. They're gonna group stealth it. So just come up to the top again, and then get ready to drop down when they burst us. A wall behind us here, so they'll get stuck there. Alright, drop down, drop down, drop down. And then we're looking for Loop. He's the one on us. Targeted. Oh god. Yeah, we need to get him out of that stealth somehow. Can we just, like, dump damage at the bottom of the stairs to get him out of the stealth? Because we almost killed him there. I almost wonder if we could just sit in the AoE and trade it. But what's our best way to get them out of the stealth? Because I think if we can stop that, then we win. I can maybe wall here, and then instead of going up, we push the wall. But you're looking for the one that's marked right now. AE Luke. And then if you can get on him, he should be squishy enough. I think. Because we almost killed him there, even with the oh shit. So that should be doable. At least I think. This dodge is the only real option? Yeah. Try to keep everybody alive and try to blast them. I mean, is there a way that we can get them caught out? They might be on the wall right now. Yeah, they're jumping up. Come back down, come back down. And then get ready. Oh my god, never mind. How do we get them out of the stealth? There's got to be some counter. Like, maybe we can throw shit down at the base of the stairs or something. But what's our option? Spellbreaker is the only way to reveal. Well, we had a Spellbreaker. Huh. I want to see what team they were. Like, whose team that was. Luke, Blue Green, and Sue. I want to try to find the names. I didn't get to play! Yeah, no. I think that's one where, like, if we had a Troob instead of my class, and we could drop a little bit, that was one of these guys. I think that was either this group, or it would be, let's see, one of the 2 and 3s. But as of right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're out of top 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we're trying to end above here right now, as the rest of these matches finish. So we're hoping that 2 and 3 is enough. Let's count how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So we need 10 teams below us. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need Loss, 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 loss. Oh wait, they're 2 and 3. So we need these 2 and 2s to lose. Like a lot. I think Amalgam should be slapped back to non-existence. They didn't even have Amalgam. That was a fucking scrapper, bro. That shit hurt. Big AoE would still hit. You'd have 3 for resist to stop the immobile dodge. And I think they probably immobile on the first hit. So, like, I would basically be trying there to get them to jump in and then get the F3 once they commit. Because it's my R, but if I Radiant Courage too early, then they can just wait out the resist. And then I don't really have the coolie for that quick of a fight. But top players on Double Amalgam and Paragon are just playing RNG Slopfest. So what's the whole Amalgam thing? It's just get in, burst everything, and then just call it good. And then Paragon just brings in like an ungodly amount of support. Because that does seem kind of stinky, man. Amalgam is fucking scary. The Bunker Bros is crazy. Like, Amalgam is actually terrifying if it catches you out in any way, shape, or form. I also still, to this day, I hate Necro. I think in every fiber of my being, I hate Necro. Amalgams are very CC heavy DPS. So effectively, the Amalgams just try to, like, catch people without buffs, CC wombo combo them down, and then Paragon just sits there and supports. They're just grinding for who gets the first CC chain into death. Right, it's literally just everybody, like, standing in the middle of the ring, just punching the shit out of each other, and then hoping somebody gets knocked out first. That checks out. That checks out a lot. And they gamble on banners to see if they can res or stomp first. Yeah, I wish my Signet of Mercy, when it was active, would also stomp enemies. That would be a cool change to it. Because, like, right now, I still run Signet of Mercy in those modes. Because it's so good. But it feels so weak comparatively to Banner, to Druid Res. It feels like we're definitely a peg below that. But still nice to have. I don't really get many uses out of it there, though. It felt like a lot of the time we kind of got cooked. Banner does both because it's an elite. Ah, okay, interesting. Interesting. That makes sense. I feel like our elite skills are kind of like... okay. Although, I mean, yeah, no, it's kind of buns. Kind of buns. Channel healing wounds in a large area around you, concluding with a heal. That's still kind of buns. Daring advance, tethering nearby enemies. Tethered enemies are revealed and take additional damage from your attacks. So, I mean, theoretically, I could have gone Daring Advance. That looks like it has some reveal, right? Because that would get people out of stealth. You're revealed, you can't stealth. So if I switch that against a stealth, then that could be good. Although the only bad thing is that I'm losing Feel My Wrath, which is kind of sad for us. That's our quickness generator. So that's kind of tragic. However, that could be kind of solid, but... when Limit was meta, everyone took invuln to survive and reset that F1 of 3. Yeah, the invuln can be nice. The cooldown on it's just so fucking long. And in terms of getting cooldowns back, if we're just dumping our mace coolies and our shield coolies, getting Aegis up, as a Valor Lumi, like full support wise, our R refreshes so fucking fast. It's actually crazy how quick we can get that up in, like, world versus world stuff. But invuln is also absolutely insano style. I've never heard anybody upset with invuln whatsoever. Uh-oh. It's not looking good. It's not looking the best. You want honor in PvP? PvP being the SPvP? Because with Valor, I'm a bit more dependent on having more people to bounce, like, my Aegis off of effectively and get the cooldowns back. Because the big thing about Valor that facilitates it is having all of the people around me that I'm giving Aegis to and shit. So I definitely see that. And then Honor focuses a little bit more on just, like, the small group play. That's solid. That's solid. Good note to have. Yeah, I haven't been switching back and forth. I also don't really have the build slots to switch back and forth right now, so I might have to grab a couple more. But that's definitely something that I haven't been doing, you know? That's kind of it. Got invited to an Elite Guild Wars 1 guild just for logging on and have to log in every 2 weeks or get banned. What? Wait, what? Elite Phone Guild, we're up tremendous. A lot of the last fights are already above us in rankings. That's fair. That's fair. So where do we stand right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 at Klex, 12, 13. We're in 13th right now. So I think we might be set. I think we might be okay. Sounds like a second job. To log in every 2 weeks? I mean, hear me out. If it's just a quick log in, log out, then what's the point of even having that? Like, I get activity checks as a thing. Because we do activity checks once we get full on stuff. But that's also so we can make sure we're not clogging up the guild itself and we can get people active. But like, that's a different realm entirely. I just feel like that's so arbitrary, if I'm being honest. So what are these last fights even on? Are these like the 4-0 teams just duking it out? Because there's a 3-1 and then a 3-1 here. So it must be... Uh-oh. That just bumped us down a spot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The metacomps are turtle fucking, so their matches go to time. Wait, so what happens if it goes to time? Is there a mechanic that comes in and, like, kills people? There's a ring. Okay, that makes sense. So then it just becomes whoever can sustain, and you can't heal anymore. Jesus fucking Christ. That's terrible. That's actually awful. The meta's absolute slop. See, something that I think is a little bit of a... How do I say this? Like, a gift and a curse with the horizontal progression is that it's so easy to switch builds, it's so easy to change up what you're doing, that if there is something that's meta, people can and will access it. And I think, even though the Guild Wars comp does a great job of not, like, meta-whoring, so to say, I just think it's weird, the whole state of switching and whatnot. That's the largest thing, I think, with SPVP that, at least from an organized standpoint, has sat weird with me. I understand it from the sense of making sure your teams in ranked don't get fucked, but there's no counter to stopping it from just being like, everybody log out until there's a minute left, and then everybody log in on your characters and just 3, 2, 1 RNG shotgun it and hope you have the better comp. It just seems like a weird system. But smaller scale combat gets less flexible comp, gets an SPP. World vs. World has a lot more flexibility on account of more stat customization. More stat customization, more carryover and whatnot. Yeah, with World vs. World, the way that I've looked at it since I came in when I was learning compositions is it's like, here's your checkbox of everything that you can have in the game that's good between your buffs, your healing, your cleanses, your strips, your condies. Try to check off as many of these things as you can with every single group. And there are millions of different ways that you can make a 50-person comp in this game. Only thing is, what are you going to combine to get the outcome that you want? It's basically a puzzle in World vs. World, which I think is very fun. I like that little bit of group comp more, so to say. But 2v2 and 3v3, you can get really narrow build diversity. Oh yeah. I think especially once you find combos that become somewhat unkillable or super tanky or sustainable, it is definitely subject to that happening. But bro, honestly, I'll be real. Winning 2 matches in a tourney, considering 1 minute until registration, we had nobody in the group, and I just said, hey, who wants to play this? We didn't work on comp or anything. We just threw this together with whoever was around to play. Nin and Josh hopped on literally right before this shit started. If we place in the money here, then I'm vibing, bro. That's plus 20 gold for each of us. That's 60 doubloons. Like, I ain't beat up about that shit whatsoever. And we get the Variety PvP Tournament reward box. That shit's nice. I will absolutely take all that. Oh wait, I think they ended. Is it final? I think we're final. Boys.
The spoils of battle.
Wait, not yet. There's still a 3-1. And a 3-1. And they're both above us. Yeah, we're locked in. Boys! Yeah, baby! We've done it. We've done it! We're up tremendous. We placed in this bitch. 2-1 so far. It's so slow. What the fuck do you mean? Jesus Christ. Alright, hold up. I'll be right back. Good memento. I'm gonna smoke while we wait.
Ahoy.
Have a nice day. Hi.
Pleased to see you.
Long live Lion's Arch.
Alright, how'd we do? Is it done yet?
Too chipper.
Sir Alwyn, what up, my boy? They swapped to Conduit? That was a fast round.
Waiting for me.
Wait. Who swapped to Conduit? And did the conduit win or did the conduit lose the round? Which way did that go? Was the conduit a counter or did it not work? He won with it. Oh, that's cool. So, how did the conduit change up the fight against the double amalg? What was the big game changer there? Boys, peep. From 306. Wait, we got cooked. Wait a second. We got hosed. We were on it. Oh my god. Wait a second. The rankings dropped us down. Out of all of the 2 and 3s, we didn't get it. Oh no. Wait, how does that happen? Where does it show the overall standings? Does it? I wonder how we got pushed so far down.
Good day.
Huh. Huh. That's interesting. Because we can't even see it. We were like... We're what, 13th or 14th? Probably who you lost to. I think we only lost to good teams. But... Oh, excuse you. Like, I'm pretty sure we only lost to good teams. Because we lost to, like, meta cheese. Unfortunately. That's tragic. I blame Nin. That's okay. We got 25 of whatever the other things were. Also depends on who the bad teams beat. Man, if we had one less meta slop round and one more bad team round, then we would have definitely locked it in. I feel like that's also part of the draw with those tourneys, since it's all RNG seeding, is like if you have, just say, 4 rounds that you get matched up against teams like us, and you're playing something meta, you just win 4 times for free. And then you just go off of that. Even with us, we could have beat 4 teams in that tourney, like, easily and gone 4-1 in that, which is a really weird thing to think about. It's just how the RNG lines up, and obviously being good increases the amount that you can win. That'd be great for our end in the first place. But we faced 3 teams that I would say the third one was a little bit less meta. We just didn't know how to play against it because that one was Scrapper, Untamed, whatever. So that one was just a little bit more unconventional. But we had 2 matches that were just like, oh fuck. Ah shit, what do we do here? What's our option? That was still fun though. I like doing those. We get to see those insta-burst. Yeah, it was out of stealth into insta-burst, and not knowing how to break the stealth mechanic. Whoops. Not knowing like how to break the stealth mechanic is a really like large crux, I think, on my end. Plus, probably having a slightly different build for SPVP might be impactful. Because right now I'm kind of just mimicking my world versus world builds. So Renewed Focus, which is a 3-second invuln, is probably pretty solid to run. What is Honor, Virtue? Oh, is this Honor instead of Valor? Yeah, I ran Honor before my PvP build. I need more slots so I can save these shits. Do you run Renewed Focus instead? Because honestly, I'm thinking, what rune do you run with that? Or not rune, but this thing. Oh, Relic. Sorry, that one. Because I do really like Zephyrite. But that also only goes well when I'm using my elite on a 30-second. So if I'm not using an elite on a 30-second, then I feel as though something other than Zephyrite would be a little bit better. Now, the sad part about that is we don't have quickness, but 2 more slots from Wisvault if you haven't claimed them. Word! Avatar Amulet, Doliac Rune, Flock Relic. I have Avatar Amulet, I have Guardian Rune instead of Doliac. But honestly, losing the little bit of healing for a little bit of vitality, probably a solid trade overall because I don't do that much healing in the first place. Doliac probably solid for a little bit more beef. And then you said... I lied, Guardian. You fucking piece of shit. You're heal maxing. Should I be heal maxing? Or should I not be heal maxing? Because I did... Yes. So should I be having the plus healing on my rune instead? Or is Doliak just better off? Yo, Grandpa Nabes, what up, brother? 69 days? Nice. That's a nice little streak, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Wait, so you said... Rune of the Guardian. Toughness and healing. Oh, wait, wasn't that what I had? Yeah, that was what I had before. So basically, just change up the relic. I think the way to counter that stealth is to drop my ult plus AoE on the floor at my feet, then pop my stone info. See, I think if we were, again, if we were better at SPVP, right? I have no problem admitting we're very new and there's still so much we can learn, right? I think transparency is a big thing. The death of the ego can bring a man far. And if I had something as simple as renewed focus on, knowing that we're going to run into the burst instead of continuing to run out with Feel My Wrath and not changing anything up, right? If I had instead switched over to renewed focus, or what's sight beyond sight? Meditation, reveal nearby foes, and make your next attack a critical hit. Remove blindness. Spellbreaker utility? Word. Yeah. So, like, you know, just small things. It's like, you get comfortable with your invuln, I get comfortable with my invuln, and we get comfortable with picking people out of stealth, knowing that level of burst, because that level of burst is counterable. You know what I mean? Like, it absolutely is. It's just a matter of, in my opinion, understanding how to counter it, right? You need to be comfortable with baiting them out, knowing that you have your invuln. As soon as you see them snap invuln, so their dump goes into nothing, pop out, counter, force their invulns, and kind of get used to that trade. It's almost like anime fight levels of, you know, quick, rapid pace of things if you don't have the response. But if you have a response, then the fight can just be a stalemate. It's a really intriguing kind of like this or that combat system, where a lot of combat systems you see somewhere in the middle where it's like, you know, you're consistently dying at this pace and buffs kind of help, you know, extend your life a little bit. And there are ways that you can speed it up, but like the Guild Wars scale is over here, you're dying super fast. Over here, you're dying not at all. And most games shrink it to like here, where it's like you're dying pretty slow or you're dying pretty fast. Some take this chunk and it's like you're dying really fast or pretty fast. But man, to see this level of it, so I'll probably look for Castora or Flock. Let's see, Castora healing to other allies is increased while they're below 50% HP by 25%. That one's not bad, especially on the side of healing. Definitely not the worst there. And then Flock is heal yourself and nearby allies after using a healing skill. Excess healing is converted to barrier. Oh, that's interesting. So that's effectively just more healing all the time. Because every time I use my heal, that's gonna be extra healing. So that would just pump out more heals to the group entirely. I will say, I would miss the protection and the resolution, man. The protection and the resolution is really fucking nice. But I also think if I'm using renewed focus, then I don't have the... Guardian, you're capped on that already? Yeah, that's fair. Just the rotations in my, you know, in my mace and whatnot. I get that. I get that. So probably don't need it that badly. For World vs. World, I definitely like that shit though. With strips and reapplies. I think for World vs. World, different story, but for SPVP, can probably get out plenty. And I think this is going to be very, 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 very consistent, is a big thing there. Cutting back on the spawn is underrated. Draw out their stealth duration, especially the super speed. So if they're popping stealth, basically just run from them the entire time and don't try to square up and catch them. How long does the stealth last? If we don't, like, catch them out of it or anything. They should give us a guard at our spawn. They'll blow you up in spawn, unfortunately. Right, we'd kind of just have to, like, stay mobile until the end of the stealth or try to fish them out of it without getting our shit cooked. Switch over to that a little and see how it feels. Because realistically, in terms of Aegis, this isn't the PvP build. Or not in terms of Aegis, but in terms of protection. Raid encourages protection. There's protection. There's protection. And through that, on the cooldown times, I should be able to keep the protection up. Now, Radiant Courage is going to be a longer cooldown off of that if I did switch for a PvP build. If I switch back to Honor instead of Valor. Would be interesting. Would be interesting. And then we could also go Stance. Because Stance would be protection uptime as well. It's just in terms of stances, I run Valor Stance, I think it is. Where is it? That's meditation stances. This one. So I run that. So that would give more protection with it as well, which would be kind of nice. 300 spots on the template save.
Beautiful day.
I do indeed. So what's the difference between the template save over here and then the storage up here? I've always been confused by this shit.
Ahoy.
Universal. So these are on all characters? And then this is individual character? Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Wait, so... that makes sense. And then if I switch over here, I could do 2 of these. And I could rename this Loom Wovwa. Wait. Rename. Wovwa. And then rename this one also into Loom Wovwa. And then wait. Okay. So then, if I wanted to bring in another one, we'd go here, and then go here. And then that becomes the SPVP build. What do you run that's different than what I run? Remove conditions from nearby allies when you grant yourself light aura. Gain light aura when you use a healing skill. Grant boons to nearby allies when you cover radiant weapon. That doesn't give a lack though, does it? Or does it in SPVP? Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Do we still give a lack in SPVP? Don't forget the ultimate build template cheat, notepad. Yo, you wanna know what's crazy? I was ahead of the curve. I was taking pictures of my build on my cell phone, basically. Back in the early days. I'd pull up my build, I'd take a picture of it on my cell phone, and then I'd store it just in case I ever lost my accounts or anything like that. Just boons. Might and Fury.
Next.
And I guess 20 seconds of Fury, and if we're not using Feel My Wrath, then the Fury would be solid. I also don't think Condi removal is bad. I feel like that's kind of a situational swap. Now, the 300 radius on that's kind of small. But, what we can agree on is we don't need that shit at all. That's sent in my personal Discord message. I never got on the personal Discord tech. I won't lie, I was never on that side of things. Hold on. What else do we have? You run in your virtue side, down, up, down. And then in honor, you go top, top, mid. Oh wait, we have down, mid, down on the virtues the same. So we're already the same there. Consecrations, virtue skill 2 removes condies. And then virtue skill 3 breaks stun, and then grants stab. Yeah, those are pretty straightforward. And then, oh wait. I'll be changing the wrong one. Gosh, golly, and gadzooks. You truly hate to see it. I don't think I changed anything major, though. So we'll go this back to honor. And then that's the revive of an ally. Do you run that or no? Honor, you go top, top, bottom. Increase healing to other allies each time you block an attack. So it plays off the Aegis. Mace skills gain reduced recharge and their boons gain increased duration. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's really strong. Jesus Christ. So that's where our protection uptime comes from like crazy. And that's also a big reason we don't need concentration, effectively. Giving up res, signet for Hollowed isn't unusual. I do like Unhollowed, if I'm being honest. I usually, res signet is typically my variable. Sometimes it's signet, sometimes it's Hollowed, sometimes it's contemplation. I've even run at certain points in time merciful intervention, which is really intriguing. So yeah, Aegis heals when it blocks an attack. Grant might to nearby allies when I critically strike. Gain concentration, plus 60 concentration. Empower now grants endurance to its allies in addition to its effects. Staff skills recharge time is reduced. Oh, so that basically just does double recharge reduction for my weapons, more or less. And this is a bunch of endurance. The end of your dodge roll heals nearby allies. Endurance regeneration at the end of a dodge roll. Virtue skill 2 now grants passive. Virtue skill 2 passive now also regens endurance. So I'm gonna be getting stand back like crazy. And then both of my weapon skills would have reduced cooldowns. Shouts convert conditions to boons on nearby allies. Symbols are improved and heal allies. Gain increased vitality. Healing others is improved by a percentage of your vitality. So what's force of will? 300 vitality and 8.5% healing to others? Is that just... Is that separate? Like, do we just gain that when we have that spec, or what's that? Hey, Mojo. Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. I hope the stream was phenomenal for you today, Raiders. Welcome in if you guys haven't been here before. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day, starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I usually just free ball to this point. But I've streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I've been in Guild Wars 2 for about a month now. About a month and some change. So, just played an attorney this morning, got our asses kicked, and then realized I didn't have an SPVP build set up because I only had my World vs. World set up. So now we're going through and making yet another build, and we're really getting into the thick of it, no KSI over here. So today's my 6th day in Guild Wars 2. Can be a little overwhelming at times, can it? Little all at once in terms of the information, you know? There's so much to do, and the abundance can be a little bit of like a, goddamn, there's too much at times. Tried support Paragon, it's really fun. So for right now, I'm trying to, while I learn the game more, focus on not deviating the class that I'm playing too much until I get better at the game itself, regardless of like the class play. My goal is to effectively, to bring you on my timeline, learn a class and get very good at that, you know, that class, specifically a specialization or two in particular, so I'm not just one-tricking, right? So I really want to understand Lumi right now on a, you know, a deep level. And then from there, I want to end up going into more, you know, deviating down the line, so to say, instead of trying to take on too many classes all at once and then not being able to focus on macro or anything like that. So, what's the reason you run Master of Con over Resolute Subcon? Which one's that? This one? The Consecrations? Oh, because usually with this was copied from my World vs. World build, and I didn't change that shit. So this was the same over here. And in WoWA, I run Hollowed Ground. I just don't run it in SPVP. So that would kind of get switched in if I were running that. But yeah, I just hadn't trained. I hadn't switched that yet. In Resolution A just went disabled. Yeah. On a 60-second coolie. 60-second coolie is long, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's better than strike damage deltas increase while you have Aegis. Out of the alternatives, like, if I'm not running a consecration, this is dead. This is dead just regardless, because I don't really need to worry about my damage. So I think the only scenario would be like, if I get CC'd, this comes in and helps out, which honestly, not a bad thing to have whatsoever. And then if I run a consecration, then I could switch over to this for the increased duration because the increased pulse is on it, which would be quite nice. But anti-follow-up block is so nice. Right, so if there's a CC immediately into a big bit of damage, then that just bails you out. It's my PvP build still, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're up tremendous. So right now, this should increase uptime on some of my mace shit. Will help coolies quite a bit as well, which will be very, very, very welcomed. Will help endurance regen, because I'll get the endurance regen at the end of my roll, so that'll help me get dodges back up faster. Every dodge will heal at the end of it. Interesting. Can I like
I'll be all right.
perma maintain that buff? I can almost perma maintain that buff. That's interesting. So the endurance regen's kind of nice. The duration increase on all of my mace boons kind of insane as well. That's concentration, endurance gained on empower, and then recharge reduction on staff abilities too. So that'll be nice to have. I do see why this would be a little bit sought after in small scale. This shit kind of nice. This is very nice just for your stab downtime. Right. And in small scale where that stab downtime isn't going to be covered by somebody else, having something to get myself out of those bursts, or if I just happen to get like stripped and caught out, anything like that that could happen whenever, a little bit of a cover for that. I do like that. It's also kind of wild how much different world versus world functionality can be comparatively to... Oh wait, this is supposed to have hollow ground. But comparatively to like SPVP and stuff, those squeeze moments that'll help you get something off too. Right, just that little microsecond of like, I need to breathe to get something off. I can breathe to get something off, which is nice. 20 minutes till Wine Guild should tag. If there's Q, might want to try to get an EBG just in case. Yeet. You said world versus world tag? I'm here for it. Listen, say fucking less, big dog. I am more than down for a little world versus world taggington. I have zero quarrels about that whatsoever. Now, I also need to make sure I'm on the right build. Anytime I change my builds up, I always end up fucking something up and I'll go in on a completely wrong build the next time we go in. All right, now we're set. We're set. Everything's beautiful over here. I do like the prospect of like the lower mace coolies though. That is quite nice. I wish Virtues wasn't absolutely stinky. But let me tell you what. That is pretty fucking stinky, man. It's pretty fucking stinky. That shit's like just pressing Virtues in general is so stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I almost fell. I thought I was about to fall. That shit's so nuts. Did I hear Waffle time? Waffle? Soon. Yes, I mean, I'm here. I've heard that there's supposed to be a tag going up in like 20 minutes from Wine Guild, which last time we ran with them, it was quite fun. I don't know what's going on here. Hello, sirs. How are you? I hope you're all having an absolutely splendid day. I'm here to help. I don't know what we've got going on here, but Papa's arrived. Papa's arrived. We're still in there. We as in us, or we as in green? Because I'm not gonna lie, this shit's probably been sieged for like hours on end, man. I don't know what happens during the day in World vs. World, but let me tell you what, I can only imagine it's scary. We run honor, not quite a believer unless we're giga comped for the lower stab. So, right, because we'd be losing Virtue Skill 3 stab, which would be a large output of our stability. But I mean, we'd be gaining more, what? more protection uptime and shit. Maybe more Aegis output. But we'd be losing out on our 3 stacks of stability, so that wouldn't be a stability source whatsoever. Which I think would feel a little bit strange. But I'd fuck around with it, if I'm being honest, but Valor's the one that gets replaced. Oh, fuck my ass, what? It's a lot of Aegis, Chad. And some Condi cleanse. It's a lot of Aegis, Chad. Goddamn. Goddamn protection gen, too. I think the only thing that's dead in Valor is the might generation for me when I block an attack. But damn, yeah, I mean... That's a lot of cooldown reduction loss on the R. Might covers boons for you. Right. Strips is last supplied is the first to go. So, when we have a stack of buffs already up, right? Say stability just gets cooked off, there's a large wave of CCs that come in, right? When stability comes in, and it's left, and other buffs are existing on top of it, what is my play? Just pray to God they don't strip that shit, and wait for other things to wear off and try to get a fresh stab? Because there have been times where I, like, you know, I am trying to keep stability up, our stability gets cooked for whatever reason, I reapply, it's left, and I'm just like, well, I'll see you with a reapplication in half a second. Have a report, I'm level 12. Brother, you're absolutely fucking blasting. Listen, if you're level 12, that means you are playing the game at the very least, and I think that is what is most important, Monfrere. I think that is a beautiful goddamn thing to have. It is quite wonderful. Helpful. I mean, hear me out. I could read every single build guide that exists in the capacity of Guild Wars 2. I could talk to every single player that exists, and that's still gonna lead me to having like 40 different sets of talents to run, 40 different situationals that are based on compositions that aren't my guilds. And I think with a lot of PvP stuff, relativity hits very heavily where, you know, what somebody runs in an incredibly high-end comp may not be relevant to my situation in a not so high-end composition, you know what I mean? We might not be on that level to really get the most out of certain things. So I like to try a lot of different shit, even if it might not be the most optimal for like the best players type shit right now. But while we learn, I like to try to adapt myself to our situation to provide what I can for the raid. What the fuck, my man skydiving. Provide what I can for the raid that we need at the time, you know? That was a big reason why I went Lumi, was just we were super low on supports. So there's a, you know, there's a big thing with it where I try to do what I can to make sure the entire, you rats, to make sure the entire, you know, the entire raid, or at least my group, is a little bit better off as a result. And I think adapting the build to it is something big, but min-maxing cast world just enjoying the zerg. I mean, it takes time to min-max a lot of things, and one of the things that we need first before we even begin min-maxing is numbers. And I think, very simply put, with the number of new players that we have, and our lack of ability to consistently get, you know, 50 in a raid, we're putting ourselves at a little bit of a disservice. Now, we're working towards optimizing. I wouldn't exactly say it's a route of min-maxing where it's like, don't show up if you're not playing something optimal, fuck you. But it's more so a, hey guys, we need these classes for these reasons. And we're to the point where we're now getting, you know, a lot of nights 4, maybe even some nights 5+ groups that are actually relatively optimal groups. So that's something we didn't have last month, and it takes time. You know, it definitely takes a lot of time. But last month we just had people for the first time playing World vs. World ever, right? And this month we're in the process of like, okay, we need stability, we need druids, we need strips, and we're starting to form out our comps. So over the rest of this month, we're gonna take whatever we can for comps and get as many fights as we possibly can. And then once we start getting those fights, we can start to really optimize not only like the classes that we're playing, but optimize people's gameplay as well, which is, I think, a lot of our largest thing. Even if we have people that are playing optimal classes, but we're not pressing our buttons and we're not maneuvering in the fights properly, we'll still just die. So I think, if I'm being honest, like, you know, I'm someone that's known for taking things very seriously on the PvP side. when you're hopping into a game like this instead of a game that just came out, like I hopped into New World at launch. I hopped into Ashes before launch, and as a result, our guilds were ahead of the curve. Playing from behind is a completely different mentality, where we have to understand that in the wild, wild west of Guild Wars 2, when shit was first launching, metas were established, yes, but they were far less thoroughly tested, far less put together, and far less conclusive than they are right now. And I think that alone is a large part of the, the evolution and our catch-up. So, on our way to optimizing, we have to be aware that we are very far behind, knowledge-wise and everything in between. So before we get to the point of like, we gotta try to be the best, we're just trying to exist in a functional manner, you know what I mean? Show up and get comfortable with your group is the hardest part of starting. And not having people boom out when we fight against better players. And that's also part of why, like, hear me out, the gold from tournaments is nice, but I feel like, while it's something that might not get me the most followers or might not get me the most praise from the Guild Wars 2 community as being a cracked PvPer or anything, not being worried about protecting my image and just going into tournaments and getting my ass kicked and going into World vs. World before I knew what I was doing and getting my ass kicked. I at least hope there have been a few people in the community that are like, oh, well, if Dusty's going in and being, this transparent about this game can be hard, then, I can also go into that. So, I think that's a big thing that I'm trying to instill in our people, man. It's a bunch of pixels on a screen that we're all just trying to enjoy. If we lose a fight, we try to learn from it, but there's no reason for people to boom out, crash out over lost fights, over things that don't go our way. I feel like there's a certain element where we just gotta enjoy the journey, and a lot of people, I feel like, focus so much on trying to be good that they lose the, part of trying to enjoy the game. And our first priority is always enjoying it. And then our second priority is always, being as good as we can be. But really, the enjoyment factor is Fortnite! The enjoyment factor is step one over anything else. And as long as our people are enjoying it, then we're good. Do you enjoy this game? I fucking hate this piece of shit game. Stupid fucking game, Squirrely Pete. I'm a stupid streamer. I'm a dumb little bitch. And the game sucks. No, I'm kidding. Game's actually really fun. I have quite a bit of fun with it. And there's always something to learn. Knew it? You caught me! I'm doing it for the millions! Yeah, no, dude, the constant knowledge, I feel like it pushes me mentally in a way that a game hasn't in a while. I feel like, learning games that are just launching and just coming together and just coming to fruition, that's something, absolutely. But jumping in so far behind the curve and having to absorb all the knowledge, but also, I think one thing that I'm trying to focus on is understanding which knowledge I'm ready to absorb and which knowledge I have to be like, okay, I appreciate you guys, but I need this down the road a little bit. I'm not good enough or knowledgeable enough to utilize this right now. And the Guild Wars 2 community has, yep, I'm out, has a more helpful people than I have ever seen in an MMO. But man, it can be overwhelming at times with the amount of like help that flows out. You will have days, I mean, at least I do, where I hop off stream and hop off the game and I'm just like, damn, bro, I feel like I just attended like a college class on Guild Warsology. There's so much to learn, man. So many classes, so many elite specializations or builds for those classes. And keep in mind, every different weapon combo can also have an impact for each class too. Bro, it is wild how much information there really is with Guild Wars, but you're also not punished if you don't understand every single bit of it, in a sense of like, oh my god, I can't play the game, I can't function. You might get your ass kicked and be like, what the heliante just happened? But it's also a, reasonable, understandable element of like, I'm going to be progressing with this game, and I'm gonna understand it more as I go. And that's one thing I've grown to really appreciate about the game. It feels like every day I get a little bit better. Also, Shiro, what up? Graph with Noob and Pro on two sides, and it going up in the middle meme where it starts with fuck it, we ball, and then middle optimizing shit and end fuck it, we ball again. No, deadass. Once you truly get to the top level of things, it becomes an element of like, optimization great, but you can also slap together with a game like this. It's like a puzzle that there are a million different ways to solve. in terms of putting together especially a world versus world group or a larger composition where, yeah, there's the cookie cutter way where it's the troubadour and it's the druid and it's the Lumiere firebrand and it's the untamed and it's the necro, or it's like, you know, as many pets as you can get. But there's also so much room to cook within that, and a lot of these metas and these compositions that come about are simply from a standpoint of fuck it, we ball at the start. No, you're I wasn't gonna hurt you. I was just vibing, dog. Brody got scared as shit. I don't know if I looked that menacing or what, bro, but I was just fucking vibing. Like, I was actually just minding my own beeswax out here. And Brody got the shit scared out of it. Relax, dog. Fucking chill, Poppy. We can be friends. Fortnite. Sorry, brother. I'm so incredibly sorry about your luck here. That is a goddamn shame if I do say so myself. Oh no, the second one coming in might be a little bit of an issue though, if I'm being real. Might be a slight problem for Papa. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. I believe in me. Green! Save me, Green! Green, that's not saving me! Green, help! This isn't helping. Alright, maybe they kill the red. Okay, they better kill that fucking red. This is collusion if I've ever... Okay, good. They're killing the red. They're killing the red. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay, as long as they're equal opportunity killers, that's fine. But if I just got kill scriminated, I was gonna be pissed. Oh my god. What map? I'm on the internal battleground. I'm on EVG. I have heard that there will be a wine tag going up very soon. So I'm getting ready for that. Feline, what up? Oh, we're having a beautiful day. What you be up to? So wine tag is going up, and then Streg said later tonight, after wine tag's down, he may be around to tag up, so we might see a wine cats night, which means you'll see great gameplay into whatever we throw together. So, wine tag, does that mean you're gonna be drinking? I had margaritas yesterday. I must refrain today, although, run with wine, every single fight we win, I slap a bag a little bit. Mayhaps that's a play. You haven't played DPS Luminary yet? No, we need support too much. I don't get to have fun, Drew, until we have our compositions in place. And then I'm gonna free the demon that is the montage making DPS doing Dusto again. But I came in and played Willbender for a couple of weeks when I first started, just to get used to some movement, get used to you know, how to maneuver these fights in the first place. And it was you know, it was a learning experience, so to say. Very much so a learning experience. Well, I need more primers. I'll be real. Chat, check your primes. I'm out of primers. Hey, DPS Guardian. Yeah, I mean, I feel like situationally it can be really fun. Like, I feel like I'd almost be more likely, though, to maybe play... I don't know, either like a DH for World vs. World DPS, or maybe even like, I don't know, just something ooga booga, but I feel like strips would be cool. Supporting World vs. World's high impact. Yeah, and honestly, like, World vs. World, I think, is where I feel comfortable learning a lot about the game. It's almost become, like, you know, my go-to, right? At the start, it was SPVP, but SPVP was really composition-based, and, you know, the switching and playing multiple classes, to me right now, isn't something that I really want to focus on. So, while I get to the point that I'm learning more about the game, learning more about what other classes do, since I'm in a spot where I'm not planning on leaving Guild Wars, and I'm just here for the run of it, you know, I'm taking my sweet time and trying to absorb everything that I possibly can. Hello! I'm trying to absorb everything that I possibly can. So with World vs. World, I feel like it allows me to understand a lot more, even though it's a, you know, it's a jumbled mess for some people. It allows me to understand, like, each class's roles. And as I understand the roles of certain classes, I start to figure out, you know, what acts as a strip, what acts as, you know, raw DPS, CC heavy shit. And going into SPVP, you know, I don't have the optimal builds or anything, nor do I have the experience. but the amount that I'm able to focus in world versus world on different, you know, different elements of the gameplay allows me to move a little bit differently in the SPVP side of things. And then as I get more comfortable, you know, I already play SPVP, I'm getting into tourneys and stuff, but as I get more comfortable and we start taking tourneys seriously, you know, at some point in time, which I'd definitely love to do at some point, it's gonna be a completely new knowledge gap to take on, you know. That's gonna be where the ranked push comes in for SPVP. That's gonna be the tourney learning and the composition gathering and shit like that. So, definitely be interesting. Want to play DH, but a support. I think people do that too. Yeah, for Group 1, having a block DH really isn't the worst thing, which is a little bit of an interesting thing as well. Because, yeah, Reinhardt shield on the block, and then, wait. Are we Xing up right now? Or are we waiting? I don't think they're tagging for another couple minutes, right? Block DH is almost always driver's thing. Our Streg, I hate calling it a driver, by the way. It's so weird. You guys are fucking weird for that. I stand on that business. Fucking weirdos. Anyways, Streg plays a druid, usually. But, stand to the front and drive the car. I get it, but hear me out. Why not call it like a mother duckling at that point? Why not call it the big duck? What is stopping us from going down just everything that walks in a line? Maybe Mama Goose or something? There's an entire evolution. I like the simple terminology. They call where to go. They're a goddamn caller. This is frickin' Tyria, not tyranny. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Who are they calling? They're calling us to do their bidding for them. They say everybody CC on tag, and they call for the CCs, and then everybody CCs. They call for people to move left, and then people move left. Streg calls for us to respawn and run back, and we respawn and run back. They're commanding. Some could say they're bellowing, depending on their tone. Just went to drink Dr. Pepper, and it splashed up in my nose. Pardon me. Oh, goodness gracious. There's an MMO that we're looking forward to this year. This year? Like 2027? More so just news and updates throughout the remainder of this year, I think. And then next year is where there seems to be some validity to MMOs looking to come out. 2027 seems to be the start of when we'll see something going on action-wise. Hold on. I don't know if there's room. Regardless, I shall offer my support to them. Oh! Well, we get to get active early, I guess. We'll help out with the boys. I don't even know what we got going on here, but if I'm in the first fight with them and everything goes well, then what's stopping me from getting in the second fight with them, boys? I don't think they're public tagged, but I will still provide all support that I possibly can, and I will get my participation. As long as we go absolutely crazy, we have no reason to not snag a slot. It's a small green group, they'll probably go open once a big group gets formed. Yeah, I figured they were waiting to get their people in first before they go open, because they just started. So if they went open too early and then got 50, I feel like it'd be weirder to have to kick people than to just wait a few minutes and then go open tag once you know how many people you have. I definitely don't blame them, because I think they're probably one of the more sought after tags right now as well, just in terms of public tags that run. I have a feeling most of us would probably want to run with them. Outside of that, I think it'd be like them, Woso, and then there have been a couple other good tags that I've seen, but there have also been some tags that make me question everything. I'd actually really like to run with Woso sometime, but I don't know if they ever pub tag. I just happened to stumble upon one of their groups one time, and I kind of like shadowed them and took a couple fights with them, and it was really fun. Like really, really, really fun. Only thing is, we didn't really get to do much with them. We didn't really get to learn anything. So, I'd like to get in there. That one lion tag was good. Lion! Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There should be like a Yelp for commanders. That shit would be fire. Although, I'd get review bombed. Game feels a lot more dead when you don't know the private tags. No, I mean, I think it's the same thing as, you know, anything social, right? You're the new person on the block, and you kind of have to earn your keep and earn your spot in the groups. And even with, you know, even with games that are brand new, right, that don't have such a long history of tags being active in there and people existing and guilds existing, right? There's a certain element of like you have to work your way into things and kind of prove that you should exist in the first place. So what we've been trying to do is very simply show up, right? And if we get invited, then we get invited. If we don't, then we just shadow and try to get the reps and kind of, you know, let them know that the tag is there, so to say. If we do want to, you know, if people do need slots. And we found a lot of good slots off of that. We found great opportunities to run with people. And we've learned a lot from it. So, you know, we're not at the point where if somebody doesn't invite us, you know, where we as a guild are getting offended. We're like, what the fuck? This is streamer community. You gotta listen. It's not like that. A lot of people have people they want to run with, have guilds that they're already running with and alliances and shit. They already see behind, I'm sure. But it's genuinely, it's tough to break in and get like priority invites. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to something that people are so well established with, like Guild Wars. It's definitely a whole thing, you know? It's years and years and years of experience that people are trying to catch up on immediately, and people being us. So, not just people have been around, it's that being around and being good for so long makes it hard to catch up. Yeah, I mean, and even with World vs. World, where it's a bit more forgiving and like, the serviceability is pretty easy, right? Like, once we get in with tags, we've already had VOD reviews, or not VOD reviews, log reviews through different tags and guilds that we've run with that are a bit more established, and some of our people are performing, you know, really well when we get in with actual groups and can run. It's just like, you know, we gotta work our way in to the point where those groups want to invite us in the first place. And once we get to that point, then, you know, we'll see even more content coming our way. But as of right now, it's kind of like, you know, we're who tier. And I think just showing up is the first step to working through that. Making sure that people know we're always around and we're always playing. And then from there, when they need fills, we fill. And then we start to get, you know, more routinely into slots. I think that's really how any of this shit should work, if I'm being honest. And coming into such an established game, also a big thing to remember that it's not going to be instantaneous. Like, they very well may have 50 already. They set their time to run as a guild. And if they have... Ow, dude, relax. The fuck? Chill. Chill. You rat hooligans. But, you know, they may already have 50 already. And if they do, then we're not going to get into that. So we just kind of sidecar and vibe. Stick with the group a little bit. Provide them with any help that we can. And through that, if we win some fights, we win some fights. If we don't win fights, then we don't win fights. Very simply put. So, what is going on here? Was he trying to set up a portal play, or was he just trying to, like, bait us around or something? What was the purpose of that? I would assume trying to bait us around into a bad fight or a bad spot, if I had to guess. Don't worry, I bubble. If you'd like more of these bubbles, I'm open for invites literally whenever. I am here for it. I'm happy to help. I'm here all night. And we have nowhere to be except there. Evoker can't portal. What can portal? Oh wait, is Evoker an Ellie, not a Mesmer? I feel like I'm casterist. I'm gonna be real, Evoker is Ellie. Yeah, no, they both look the same to me, dog. All those caster people. It's kind of fucked up, actually. I feel bad. I feel very bad for saying that. But, listen. Whole lot of bad casters out there in the world. Whole lot of bad casters. They come into our groups. They take our goddamn slots. It's a goddamn shame. Goddamn shame. Somebody should do something about it. All you fat asses look the same. What do you mean fat asses? Melees? Excuse me, I'm not even a melee player. I'm a healer at this point. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just trying to keep you alive. I'm trying to do something nice for you. And this is the thanks that I get. Maybe if I was on a bunker build, melee and spirit. Okay, I did get excited knowing that I could still run weapon and shield with my support build. I will say that was actually very nice. That made me quite happy. It made me very, very, very happy. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Incoming. Not for long, bitch. Everything's fine. I don't think that they actually walk up, if I'm being honest. I have a growing suspicion that they just sit back there. And if they don't, then I think we just kind of walk up and eat their butt. Never mind. We ball. Are we gonna turn back on them? Uh-huh. 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 3, 2, 1. We go. Everybody runs. We cook. We blast. Oh my god, wait, that wall caught a couple. I love those plays. Those are so fun. My goodness gracious, DustyWhy. I love that shit. I'm gonna shit talk melee while I can because I'm re-rolling to melee. Wait, what are you gonna go play? What are you switching to right now? Because bro, I'll be real, I don't think I'm leaving support for a while. This shit's too fun. Rev. What's Rev do? Are you going conduit? Or is there something else? I don't know. Probably conduit. Is conduit good for world versus world or not? Package has been delivered to my back door. Why do I feel as though... Wait, what? How has a package been detected? Did Carlos steal my car? Oh! Less than ideal. Sorry, I just got a notification that a package was detected at my back door. And let me tell you, I wasn't expecting a package today. And I think Carlo might have stolen my car. Not quite sure what's going on. But hey, sometimes you just gotta embrace that shit. Shocked I didn't die there, if I'm being honest. Gotta catch up on the heals just a little bit. That might help a bit, but goddamn, bro. They are not taking very kindly to us right now. I don't really understand what their whole beef is. But golly, brother, they are not too kind. I build Ram. I build Ram completely. I carry. I put life on line to build Ram. I lose life building Ram. Oh my god. Dude. No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is where it starts to go downhill, brothers. This is where it all starts to go downhill. I try to hold that for the boys. Stop dying. I wish I could. I wish I could control this, man. This isn't something that's going very well for us right now. I think this is kind of like the fucking blender that we're being sent into, dog. I don't think this is ideal. Uh-oh. Like, this just... I don't know. Alright, we move. I'm dead on the way out, I think. I'll be honest, I think I might just get cooked on the way out. Oh! Somebody save me! Holy shit. No heal sharing, out of squad hurts. Wait. Heals can go out of squad, right? But it's just that I'm the last prio for it. So I'm not getting any of the spillover in squad. So literally every single person has to get healed before me, yeah. And then I'm giving my heals away for free. Man, I'm selfless. I'll be real. I'm just trying to help the gang out a little bit. Party squad, everyone else. Yeah, and then if there's not an if there's not an everyone else, it starts on like pets type shit. Yeah, yeah. Whole interesting set of circumstances there, but definitely slightly less than ideal to not be in the squad. But we'll get that situated when we do. Seems like green has some good numbers here. I don't know how many numbers are on the blue side, but I'll be completely honest, better than what we could get for numbers. So I like the look of this. Excuse me, sir. I'm here to help, just in case we need it. Happy to contribute. I put in power up and we ball. The big green group is coming in. So maybe they pub tag after this and try to get more people in. Seems like it could be nice. Okay. Weeball. I think we're sustaining through this a little well right now. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't move back. Bro, not being able to see the tag sucks. You have like no movement on anybody. I'm just gonna set a personal target and try to stay on them, I guess. Nope, my personal target took me in the wrong way. Bro, I hate not being able to see the tag or knowing who the tag is. I just set a personal target and my personal target dove into their clump. God fucking damn it. I hate it here. It's okay, we run back. Who's their tag usually so I can mark them? Orange personal target is helpful. Well, I set my target call on the one person and then they went into the clump, so I'm just like, oh word. I go in the clump and then they backed out and the entire clump back, like our entire squad backed out, and I was like, well, that's not the caller. So I gotta figure out who the hell their caller is first things first, I think. The Virtuoso is a tag. I'll try to find out which one. That's a decent amount of people. I see a Troob. I will tag the Troob for now. Alade. Okay, hold on. Where are you? Lemonade. Alade. Alade. Oh, we're so up. Thank you. Appreciate you. That is actually fucking massive for me. I love that. Now I can actually see the commander. Holy, that's so huge. Just running with them for now. Streg will tag up later tonight. Okay, we have arrived. I stayed directly on top of commander now. I RP walk my way through. We must show the commander how cool we are. I also won't get like stealths or anything, huh? Alade is their tag, if you're trying to mark them, by the way. I am staying directly on top of them. They're the vert with the pink hair. So we just walk on top of them forever. And then never leave their side. And then we also never die. Because not having heal share will suck a little bit, but also I think we're fine. As long as I stay in the clump, maybe the damage will be distributed enough that I can play independent. And just throw shit out for them. Sneak my way on their meters a little bit. The largest thing I think I need to get out is protection and shit. Personal attack super small. I'm using my like call target. I don't know what the normal bind is for it, but yo, Bone, what up, brother? Are we up tremendous? We're pretty up tremendous, I will say. I think we have a good potential for some up tremendosity today. At this point in time, we have a relatively sizable green ball to fight here. And I am just running right alongside with this other group. We're not even in their raid. So I'm just trying to help out with their clumps and find out a way that I can be impactful in these fights for them. And make sure that they're not getting their shit cooked. Or I'm getting mine cooked. But I will say, I'm outside of the group, so I have legitimately no self-healing coming in. Or like, I have self-healing coming in. But I have no heals coming in from the group whatsoever. And that makes it extremely tough to exist in these fights. Like, bro, it's rough. Even standing on top of the ball, because you're not getting boon share, really. You're not getting heal share. It sucks. We need to try to sneak in there. Just remember, you can hold everything selfishly. Well, I'd like to help the raid as much as possible. And not just play my own life. But it's also, it's tough. As more that doesn't have heals as stupid as works. Well, I'm hoping that they open up their tag at a certain point, because it's pretty, I think, apparent at this point that some more people would help. I don't know how many are in raid, but I'm hoping they decide to open up tag. I think that would probably be our best hope. So that way we can actually get heal share, get boon shares out, shit like that. Because right now, we're just not getting anything. We're giving a lot, but we're not getting anything, which honestly might be the best case, you know, scenario for them. But it makes it rough when you're trying to exist. Won't beat us unless open, I don't think. You're on green, right? Because, yeah, I mean, even that fight, I don't even know if this is like all of what green can put together or anything. But it seems like green's numbers only get larger throughout the night. And it feels like we kind of have a short window, but... I'm sure they'll open up soon. But regardless, I just see the fights. I try to stay alive for as long as I can. Because if I can play in fights and get used to surviving without the, you know, the spillover heals, then I can definitely get a little bit better playing with them, you know what I mean? Can find a pretty solid happy medium between the two, where I might not end up needing all of those heals in the long term, as long as I can learn to play my life better. But we'll try to stay in the clump, we'll try to stay on tag as much as possible. Sometimes I feel like I stay on tag too much and then the ball gets behind the tag and then I die because I get exposed. But, am I in the stealth? I am in the stealth, we're up.
I'm fading fast.
Okay, we got a big jump there. That was a beautiful push. That was actually a really, really, really nice stealth play. We snuck in right behind them. And then I'm going to need to get in here. Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. I literally got caught on the doorway there. I tried to run in here, and I got caught on the doorway. I ain't even about to lie. So I'm thanking you for the follow. I appreciate you. I tried to run in here, and my big-ass character got caught. That's so tragic. We had such a good stealth start, too. I actually hit their back line kind of hard. Did they just get wiped on the inside? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hey, listen. I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to work it. Bro, deadass. I went to dodge once and my character didn't go anywhere, and I'm like, oh, I'll go slightly to the right. And then I dodged once, and my character didn't go anywhere. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm so assed out here. I'm so cooked. I just got 8. Well, at least somebody did. At least somebody did. I also got 8 by a doorway. That was not ideal. I just fucking Fortnited myself.
Apes together.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Puff. That's what I thought. Thank you for 2 months, dog. I appreciate you. As you should. As you should. I'm just a man trying to exist in this dog-eat-dog world, trying to find my way into a raid so I can support my friends. Pew. And then we ball. What up, Jorms? Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you be up to? All right, hold on. I guess real quick. Part of the good seller. I don't even know if we have one. We could just run around with a little guild tag, though, or a little guild group. It doesn't even need to be like a tag. Just get the few of us that are in here until we actually get an invite, and then we ball out. We'll get grenade in, because then we can at least give each other stability and shit. We won't get a lot, but we'll get something. Better than what we're getting now. Oh, I'll be right back. Un momento.
Defense, then off.
Wait a minute. It appears that I may or may not have COD timing to myself. I won't lie. Seems like I might have made a slight mistakington. In the squad. Wait, you got in, bro? Hold on. Send. Oh wait, not mail. Whoops. /R. Who message to get in? All right. So, anyways, who can we can /squad join the leader's name? Wait, can we? But they have a weird name. They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao, Jorm. Hope you're having a good day, brother. So, what you be up to, Jorm? It do be a beautiful weekend, I won't lie, dog. Absolutely gorgeous weekend. It was the Larry, or whatever it is. Allayed, this one. This one. Allayed. We ball. So squad join. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I can't even copy paste that because I'm dual PC. You truly hate to see that shit.
Might makes me right.
But I will message them. I don't want to be a rat. Like, I'd rather, I think, ask and then just have them be like, hey, no room, sorry, than try to rat my way in and fuck their comp and then like step on toes. But I'll ask. Any room in the squad? Lumi support will press buttons. We'll see. I shot. Well, that's not a good sign. Oh, it's a good sign, baby. We'll send him a thank you. See, sometimes it's just that easy, boys. Sometimes it's literally just that simple. All you have to do is prove to them that you can press your buttons, and then you too shall see success. Yeah, we good. We're in now. We're up tremendous, actually. I consider us to be quite blessed on this fine day. Because now, we survive the fights. Even just being in, like, the throwaway group, like Group 1, I'll be able to survive these shits now. At least a little better. I won't be the first one to die. I'll be able to give my buffs to people. I'll be able to get buffs bounced back to me. I'll be able to get heals bounced over to me. That's gonna be... Oh, dude, that's gonna be the fucking game changer of all game changers, if I do say so myself. That's going to be huge. I can't wait for this. It's gonna work. Hit a THC drink. Yo, those are my pre-flight choice. I'm not even gonna lie. So, when we fly somewhere, we drive down to Boston. So it's a couple hour drive type shit. We park in Boston, go over to the airport, fly out of the airport. Go figure. As people typically do. So, my routine, so to say, has turned into a, you know, a doink or two on the way down. And then once we get down there, I very much so enjoy a nice little soda. The dispo that I go to they basically have these like different flavored sodas, and I think it's just THC syrup and sodas. And I got a Dr. Pepper one last time. It was actually supposed to be Pib. And let me tell you, it fucking sucked. But it hit a little bit. Now, I didn't quite have time to drink all of it, but there's a tag in EBG with 6 slots. Okay, we're up. We may be able to sneak some more of our people in. I don't know, could people squad join on me to try to get in? Or should we just have people come through? EBG has a 16Q. Oh, Lord. Well, that'll be interesting. Oh my god, I got put into a group. Wait, holy shit. I'm actually with a group. This is the greatest thing that I've ever seen. This is absolutely amazing. We're blessed on this fine day. DustyWhy have a slot in a group? Holy cannoli. I just have to give stability. I just have to vibe out.
Bring me down.
So how is Paragon in terms of world versus world support? What's Paragon's weakness in world versus world, where it's incredibly strong in SPVP but not as notable elsewhere? Like, where's the fall off happen comparatively? Is it just that it has fewer instances of support for the uptime and it's more dependent on kind of like banners and shit, or what's the dealio there? Because I know warrior banners absolutely stinky in these fights as well. You get people in downstate and then you kill them through the downstate with banner. Bro, look at the reaction time even without comms. Actual human benchmark champion DustyWhy, look at me go, man. Literally first one on the tag every time. I got the Mamba mentality for staying on tag. If I'm not in comms, I figure I have to be on tag so exceptionally well that I have no reason to do anything other than stay directly on them and match every single movement and play as well as anybody in comms. That is my entire goal. If they drop builds, I build. If they need buffs, I buff. If we need heals, I heal. I exist. Speaking of Kobe, you hear about Bam fighting Hero. Yo, what are the odds Bam and Bobby Portis jumped the fuck out of Tyler Hero? Just both of them went in and like goon stomped him, bro. I feel as though not 0% chance. And I love that shit. And then Giannis was just sitting in the back with his arms crossed with sunglasses on type shit. Just acting big, you know what I mean? Giannis wasn't getting involved. Bro, I swear to God, hear me out. LeBron goes to Miami, right? And chat asked me what I thought about this like a while back. And I said Bron was going to Miami directly after the Giannis shit. Because Giannis and Bam. He actually has a good bruiser core to play with there where he could just chill and be like a Ray Allen towards the end of his career and not have to be the, you know, athletic specimen that he's been for his entire career. He doesn't have to be the beast on the court because he has two other beasts on the court. So he can go and chill and play the, you know, less strain on my body role instead of bruising. Now, I also think he has a storyline in Miami. Oh, lordy. Oh, we just lost a lot of people. That was a good jump, if I do say so myself. That was a pretty nice jump from them. That was caught a couple of us out, I will say, just a couple of us. But you know, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We back up. We're on tag. I think my druid died. Pray for heals. Okay, we're fine. We live that. We get more stab out. We'll drop out. And then more pump. We get away. We get away. I don't get away. Well, I'll be real. I'll be real, bro. I like that a lot more than being outside of the group. We lost a lot of our group immediately on that stealth opener. But I'd like to say that felt far better. Level 15 and loved the game so far. Crazy I'm so late to the game. See, that's what I've said. One thing that really stands out about Guild Wars, they being the developers, ArenaNet, they basically, oh wait, I don't have all these shits. Oh, excuse me. Is the tag open now? They're still running private tag, but you can splash squad join on me to get an invite, I think. Because they have 5 slots left, so if you're in from the queue, I believe they're trying to fill out, and we probably need all the numbers, you know? One thing that really stands out is how bad the advertising department is. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, not that it's bad necessarily, but it's quiet. I feel like they have social media and whatnot. They do dev updates, but it's like, where's the advertising? Where are the sponsored streams around updates to bring large streamers into the game to get their, you know, their player bases or their viewer bases familiar with the game? Where is them flexing the fact that ArenaNet, you know, deserves respect with, in my opinion, some of the, you know, some of the titans of the industry, right? It's being Guild Wars in particular, right? A 20-year-old IP at this point in time. It has 2 titles with a 3rd one on the way. And Guild Wars 2 at this point is 13 plus years of true MMO presence. Like true MMO presence. And you know, it's had ups and downs along the way, and it's definitely nowhere near the peak of what all MMO gaming has ever been. But man, it's a damn good game, and I think there's a lot to celebrate over here, and I still think there's a lot that they could be doing to flex a lot more that they have. Guild Wars 2 still up with a very healthy player base, while also having Guild Wars 3 on the way. That's something I think to celebrate and to talk about. This is basically the space race, but for MMOs. And I think there's a time to put your, you know, put your head down and be quiet. And I think there's also a time where you can build your brand simply through saying, hey, we're here and we're one of the best to do it. You should check us out. And I'd love to see that. Maybe it's just like, maybe that's just me, but I'd love to see them being extremely confident with the catalog they have and being willing to say, you know, we are one of the best out there. We want you to give us a try and see for yourself. And I feel like they do that a lot with the sales, but even then the sales aren't necessarily getting the craziest, you know, advertisement type shit. All right, we're going through. I don't know how I heard about Guild Wars 1. My older brother played it, so I heard about it. That was a time, if I do say so myself. We ran into Chinese hackers over there that stole all of his platinum one day. So that was a little unfortunate, if I do say so myself. They basically wiped out his account from the ground up. And it was one of the saddest things that we ever did see, if I do say so myself. Tag's through, I'm through, we ball, everything's fine. Everything's okay. I tried to heal. Tag might have just dropped. I think this may be the end of Wakanda as we know it. Tag's dead. We run! Bro, I'm staying in it till the end, though. I'm going down when Tag goes down on Tag. Like, I'm trying to keep this man up. I'm doing what I fucking can for him. I'm content with these fights. I think these are really good fights. Just remember getting on release and it was a wrap. Bro, my brother played very heavily. How do I join squad? Slash whisper. Oh wait, slash R. Hold on. Squad join on me and should be good. Thanks, solo party. I guess not way too easy. Oh wait, are you the only person in that group? Everybody else is in queue? Wait, that's so sad. That's absolutely tragic. Maybe they'll move you down. You got Snow in group now, which will help. I think Snow is playing support Lumi. I don't quite know what Snow's got going on, but where'd Snow go? Oh, he's in the group under me. Lit. You no longer have grenade. You no longer have Snow. Support Lumi? Yeah? Did you get bit by the bug? Bro, this shit's nice, huh? Like, this shit real nice once you start to get it. And it's, I still think, very active. I can constantly be mashing in fights while still having effective buttons all the time and not just be mindlessly going through pressing shit. I can be impactfully high APM on this class. Obviously nowhere near like a fucking, like an evoker or something. Nothing near that. However, in terms of supports, it's definitely not the most dead thing that I've ever played, bro. I played a Holy Pally in Classic WoW. And then I played Prod after that. I'm out here, bro. My heart rate's going up a little bit. I'm having fun with this. This is phenomenal. And the fact that we have a lot of protection that we can upkeep. We have our resistance timing that we're always trying to get. I basically try to keep in mind stability, which stability comes from R. As a result, resistance when I can get it, having as much resistance as possible for everybody all the time. Aegis, so that way I can get my R back up faster. And then anything else that I can throw out healing wise as a bonus. And cleanses, of course, on the same level as healing. But let me tell you, I'd say actually cleanses above healing. But let me tell you what, it's fun. Having that element of I try to just get my R up as fast as possible and slam that bitch in the fights because you know it's going to be fast as hell. Back to APM Diff Gaming. Yeah, and I think it's like I could go into fights, right? And I could just blast everything off cooldown. And I could cycle through everything just one button after the other, like pop, 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 pop. But at the same time, I'm not going to be getting the most efficiency out of that. I'm not going to be using my abilities in a time when we want those abilities and when we're going to be getting the most out of those abilities. You know what I mean? It's going to be a little bit of a different element of ability usage at that point. If I just find myself slamming everything out at all points in time for no reason. Projectile Michael Bublé. We exchange sides. We drop heals. We turn into the middle. We get stab up. We gotta try to find some heal opportunity here. We stay with tag. Shield goes out. We'll pop out. I gotta get in a power out for the boys. We'll get back in with tag here. Oh, that's not good. Yep. Yep, that shit hurted. That shit hurted, I'm not even gonna lie. I think we got stripped directly on tag. And then got cooked. I mean, that was a good fight, though. We killed some. Probably a lot of their, like, out-of-squad shit, but I mean, we got some kills there. I think we just lost tail early, and then once we lost tail, it allowed them to get that big collapse towards the end, which cooked, like, half of us. It seemed like we just kind of, like... I don't know, it seemed as though we atrophied there a little bit much, but... I feel like 2 abilities because I keep having to roll. Hey, I mean, listen, rolling can save a life. Yeah, I don't know why they're not slamming you in. Maybe because there are so many strips already in the group and they're trying to keep the slots for, like, proper comps type thing. I'm not quite sure, though. I'm not quite sure. Because I got moved to a different group as well. And I'm now stability for group 8. Because I think they changed up. I was group 2. And they moved Caller into group 2, I think. And a Firebrand. So they put Caller, Firebrand in. And then I moved to group 8 to stab for group 8. But we don't have a Druid. Which feels slightly tragic. Looks like they're focusing tag. Oh, with all the supports? Yeah. I mean, green hits hard, man. Green hits hard. I can understand supporting the tag as much as possible. I think if your tag goes down, it effectively cooks most of your, you know, most of your momentum in these fights. So, that's a big thing. About-face is the strongest mechanic in the game that solves this. And hear me out. Even without about-face, you can also just, like, just turn. I do totally understand, though, the whole dodging lots type shit. I find myself sometimes dodging unnecessarily when I could just move out of the abilities themselves. And I could be just fine with that. I'll definitely agree there. But, like Tyler said, about face or just getting comfortable with, oh, there's shit in front of me. You know, right? Just getting comfortable with turning very quickly. About face is instant, and you can keep looking behind, right? But first thing we do in the higher end of lottery is always look at the enemy. The enemy. Yes, exactly. That's one thing that was really big in New World and Ashes as well. At all points in time. And about face is nice because it minimizes like a fraction of a second that you're not looking at the enemy, which is a big thing because if you have enemy here and then you about face, then you're immediately turning there, and then you can about face, and then you can right click back to just keep going in the direction that you wanted to. So you can have the enemy in sight at all times, which is great. And even if you're not comfortable with about face, even just getting comfortable with something like, you know, you're fighting here, and it's a quick turn, and then turn back, even that can be a quick enough movement to where you're not necessarily going to be getting, you know, getting immediately cooked off of that, right? It's something where you have to have the comfort for it, but regardless, about face is a super nice mechanic. I have my about face bound to C. I have my dodge bound to V, and then I have my target mark as B. So effectively, all of those situationals for me are always there. No movement change or anything like that. One of my guilds, we banned the call out of S key. Haha! Yo! No, anytime I see a caller like slowly S keying back, I'm like, alright man, I understand there's a moment where you may want to like slightly reposition, but I deadass see people like walking backwards all the time in fights instead of something as simple as like an S dodge and turning your camera into a dub key can be fine. Like if you're here S dodge, turn the camera into a dub, and then turn back. Like, that can be fine. Because that's just... Whoops, I went the wrong way. I wanted to not get split. And then I forgot which way I was supposed to turn. But, like, that shit's not the worst. But that's just a tap of ye old S key instead of trying to fully reposition off that. And even then, dodge back, show back was my favorite call out from one guy. Hear me out. I think my mentality that I always told people in fights in New World when I was VOD reviewing them in Ashes, especially like both games that I played that were very, very, very like large fighty. If you are going to die in a fight, or you think you may die, why would you run? They have the advantage already. You're not getting away. They move as fast as you do. Why not just turn, try to dick out with everything that you can, and then just blast your way out of it? I feel like peace didn't really solve much once the fights actually begin. And when there's a... What the fuck did I just see? What is that? What is that, candy corn? What do you mean? Is that actually candy corn? Is that like a candy corn golem? Yes, probably. That thing's fucking sick. That thing's actually Insano style. We love to see that. Alright, in we go. We ball here. Everything's fine. So like there. Tap S key for a little dodge, turn the camera. Specifically, a great example to show it off. But you never want to be like using your S key, in my opinion. And about face is a great alternative to it as well. Because you can just about face and then keep that cooking. It's quite nice. I too need to get more comfortable with the about facing. That is something that I could do far better than I currently do. And I think something that a lot of people probably underutilize quite heavily, if I had to guess. Good fight so far. I like the way that this one's looking for us. It's going a little bit better. I think our tag just went down, so that'll likely be the end of it soon. But hey, man, really not the worst fights, if I'm being honest. Oh no, tag's up. We're good. Never mind. We're up, actually. Never mind, we're not up. Group's dead. I think we lost most of pretty much everything we had there. You hate to see that. Good one time to these fights, you know, roll with the group, but I feel like I'm not even getting my own boons. What group are you in? You're in 3? You have Troob, Necro, Harvey, Spectre. I mean, you're not going to be getting a lot of heals. What are you starting with? And what build are you running? I don't know how to share my build with you in terms of the link, but I'll show you it. This is what I run for World vs. World. So, Virtues, Valor, Lumi. And then off of that, with Virtues, hold on, let me get a banger on. Or sorry, with Valor, you just put out a shitload of Aegis, and you're trying to get your Virtue skill 3 up as much as you can, so it's like my R, Radiant Courage. That shit's Insano style, and I usually go in with that as my first set of, like, my immediate stability. It's only 3 stacks. But it makes sure we have resistance going into the first clash. It makes sure we have reso and protection. And then I follow up with my stand your ground once we go into the fight. Because once both are on cooldown, I can start working Aegis on Radiant Courage to start refreshing that coolie, get that resistance back up and have more resistance, protection, etc. Stand your ground, also amazing, of course. But I keep that as my second one, so I'm going in not getting immediately cooked. But just positioning, dying's optional in this game. Yeah, I think at a certain point, with fights that are this scale as well, at the start of the fight, if you're dying, it's either, you know, buff prep or just going in the wrong position and getting caught out. Group comp can be a big thing as well. Sometimes there's just not enough stability within the group, you know, but that relates to buff prep type shit. Later on in fights, if you're losing tails and it's because of movement stuff where the group's just not together, I think that can add up where the numbers just get too overwhelming. But a lot of it, definitely, I've felt like since I've become a bit better positionally, I've been able to survive a lot more, and I'm still nowhere near perfect positionally. I'm far from that shit. But as my, you know, my movement gets a little bit more fluid, knowing my cast windows to get the most out of small shit and make sure I'm getting everything out of each cast that I can, as that gets better, I definitely find the ability to live increasing a lot. And a lot of the time in fights, at this point, it hits a point in time where everyone's dead and I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I give up now. And not that I'm gonna live 1v30, but everyone around you dies and then you're just like, well, might as well stop fighting. And if everybody sticks together, I feel like the boom ball is a very unconventional for a lot of players from other games that haven't played something as, you know, buff and debuff heavy. But the boom ball meta can definitely lead to a lot of living, man. A lot of living. Once you get very solid with staying grouped up, with the exception of clouding and shit, but even that's just a bunch of smaller boom balls throughout. Once you get really good at staying on commander tag, staying grouped up, it opens up so much in terms of buff and heal sharing, man. It's a different level of it, if I'm being real. That's part of why I like running with guilds that are a bit more progressed, seeing their movements in the fights and trying to understand like what the caller's moving like at what point in the fight, where they're going with it, when they're aggressive, when they're not as aggressive. It's pretty fun. I feel like there's always so much to learn in these fights. Okay. We have opportunity here. And I also feel like we might be here for a while with the sieging. But I definitely feel as though there's great opportunity for us to absolutely pump SMC. And throne room fights go crazy too. Like, throne room fights go absolutely indescribably hard. Once we get into the three-ways in the choke points, shit's wild. Was that an emergency waypoint pull? Because I think that might have been an EW people. We get boofs out. Boys, let's get ready to fucking rumble. If I do say so myself, it is about to be chaos out here. We're gonna have to get buffs out for everybody early. We'll get second set of stab out. It's gonna cook the uptime just a little bit, but we'll do what we can off of that. I gotta get back to the hammer and try to get some form of Aegis out for the boys. We move with the tag a little bit more. And then, yep, we're cooked. Yeah. It was going well until it wasn't. Something caused us to lose a shitload of people around here. And I think that's where it all started to go to shit. It was actually even at the start. I just feel like my stab's getting stripped the second I play. I can't hit enough abilities to keep it up on me. Try when you're going into the fights, if you can, Snow. Before you go in, if you want to start with longer lasting stabs so you can cover it better, you can start staff out and then go with a stand your ground and then feel my wrath and then pop your empower. So you see how covered your stability is there? And then once it starts to wear off, that's when you can come in with your R to keep that stability covered. Do you see how deep that is? So the more you cover shit, the better it is, because that'll be protected the entire time it's up, and then any reapplications will go under there. So that's something, like, if you're starting Stand Your Ground instead of Radiant Courage, honestly, big reason to start Stand Your Ground, because then you can just stand your ground, feel my wrath, you can pop your Empower, and then you can also have Symbol of Swiftness that goes out after to get some swiftness up. It's just a lot of buffs that are stacked up. I think that's one of the big things with playing support that I could also do better. And talking through it like that, I'm just like, oh, it's actually that easy before fights. Just make sure I pop that shit early. So, just try to work on that. I'm also currently trying to work on that, funny enough. So just small things like that, covering up your buffs a little bit more, because then everything else other than your stab gets stripped, and they have to go through the entire line of buffs before they actually get to your stability, so you'll find a lot more consistency. Now, there's also a point where it comes down to what do you have in your group also helping with stability, and you don't. And I will say from experience, solo stabbing a group as a Lumi, it's doable, but it doesn't feel good. And you have a Harby, a Necro, a Spectre, and a Catalyst. I mean, Spectre does some support, right? But I think you're primarily more or less on your own in that group. I don't really know what Spectre does, but I think it's Thief support. Who knows if I can get in comms with her too? Yeah, I will say, I feel like playing without comms has made me into somewhat of an anticipatory demon, so to say. Spectre's like Druid, but with barrier and better boons. So, is Spectre a Druid alternative? Or does Spectre more closely compete with something like a Firebrand? Still insane heals. Yes. Interesting. Now, with the Druid buff, Spectre effectively is nothing again, right? Like, it's still great if you don't have anything else. But the Druid buff really brought Spectre into a pretty strong spot. Lacks a real res. Got it. Got it. So not being able to res multiple targets and stuff. Buff is overhyped. I feel like the buff for something that was already good, though. Yo, Grumpy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I feel like people are freaking out about how strong the numbers are going to be, but I feel like just canonically, when something's already kind of at the top of its power curve, you know what I mean? And then making it stronger to separate it from things like Spectre, I feel like that just lowers the validity of Spectres as like an alternative, though, no? And kind of makes it more monopolized. Losing some time on the super heal form. Is it going to be substantial enough? Loving around to play Spectre. It just looks fun, so I shall play it. Hear me out. It's a good ass take. And there's a certain point where if you have every single group cookie cutter best composition, amazing for you. But like, it's not necessary to do that, if I'm being honest. And you can absolutely cook in this game without a fully optimal comp because there are so many different ways to move your puzzle pieces throughout that will allow you to get a, you know, relatively similar output within your grouping. But just been saying your stab's really good. Yeah, baby! Woo! All right, we love to see that. We truly love that shit. I gotta keep everything up. I just gotta keep cooking. As long as we get some goddamn respect put on Lumi, then I am so happy, brother. Oh shit, that's a little rough, I will say. I got kind of caught there and don't have a ton of stability left for us. But we should be fine. Should be fine. The stab might get stripped. We don't have a great cover for it right now. Oh god, we got far through there. Oh no. Oh lordy. Yep, that's not good. It all went to shit. I think we just lose too much of of our tail when I move. I feel like we go into the fight strong and then every move, it seems like people stop pressing things. To put it simply, I don't know how else to say it, but it almost just seems like things stop being pressed when we move. The movements are fine, and even if you're behind, like sometimes Commander sneaks out and I'm like, oh shit, wait, I gotta catch up. And even then it's catch upable, but Oh, we still have room for 10 more. Is there a reason why they wouldn't want to run 50? Or are they just trying to fill completely off that? Cutest Lumi. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me. I am peak Dommy Uwu Lumi. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I've wicked thought. You get the Heckington out of here. You get the Heckington out of here. When they move, I can pull like instantly. Yeah, I mean, that comes down to stability stuff, if I'm being honest. Your group does not have a lot of stability. He's a druid, by the way. Wait, what? What the fuck is that?
Might makes me right.
Death. Sentence him to death. Immediately. Capital punishment? Like I'm typing a goddamn message out. I swear to God. I swear to God, brother. That is a sin of the cardinal sort. I feel as though I have been cheated and lied to. If I can put it in any way. Oh. Ross. Yeet. I think I went to the right place. I think I went to the right place. Did we go to the right place? If we didn't, I'm sad. But I think we're up. Chat, we're up. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what we're doing. All I know is there is a good chance that we are absolutely fucking blasting. Now, excuse me. What are we likely to find over here? Will there be other clumps for us to cook against? Yes. Absolutely there will be. Seems like there will be clumps pretty much everywhere for us to cook against. Which I greatly appreciate. Because I just want constant food, Jesus Christ. I want constant fights, non-stop, as much as we can get them. I don't even really care about points. Like, if we come in last, we come in last. It is what it is. I want to scrap, brother. I just want to kick the shit out of people. Like, the entire night, non-stop. Alright, well, we get regrouped. I'm going pee real quick. Un momento.
Respite. Recover. Return. Defense, then offense.
Oh shit. Everything's bad. Everything's fine. Something smells hot. I'm gonna go make sure I didn't just light the house on fire. Because something smells toasty. Un momento. Huh. Weird. Smells like candles. Might be outside. I'm not entirely sure. But it sounds like goddamn like birthday candles being burnt in the stream. It's really weird. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Having a stroke. No, wouldn't that be toast? No, it specifically smells like those wax birthday candles. Like, very much. I don't know how I feel about it. On a good will, it goes with that. Oh! I was gonna tell you. Are you why it smells like candles? Your bull moose package is here. So if you're out and about, you could swing to bull moose, and then you could pick up there. That was the first time where I left with like nothing. Oh wait, what? You found actually nothing? That's kind of cooked. Might swap to Mez or Necro for the Wovwa. Oh really? I left with one shirt for $250. I feel like Goodwill over time has lost value. Mez, please. Wait, don't we want to go light on Mez because Vert gets cooked during the patch? Or Snow, we do have one. Promethea is in comms. And swap to anything what need. So, okay. What Strag wants to do with portals is one thing. That is valid. However, there's also 2 birds for 50 is capping their usefulness anyways. How many can go through a portal? Is it 25? Or what are the numbers there? 20? Wait, so did 2 just run after? Or sorry, 10 just run after? Because those 10 would suck to have. Those 10 would very much suck to have. Trub and Chrono. Oh, Chrono. Oh, wait. I always forget that Trub is a Mesmer. I'll be honest. I always forget Trub is Mesmer. And we want a Trub per group, don't we? Or have people cut down on the number of Trubs they're running? Because I've typically heard Druid, Trub, and then either Firebrand or Lumi. And then if you want to go crazy with shit, you can go Untamed, and then any Necro, and then just have the pets and the strips and the stuff like that. As just like a general cookie cutter comp type shit. Vert's good too. I think Vert's getting nerfed very heavily because it's losing its unblockable in the upcoming patch. Which I think is in chat, what, 3 days? Is it still the 14th? For whatever reason, I heard that it was the 14th, and I have no validation of that whatsoever. But Tuesday. Yeah, it's 14th? Word. Yeah, so Trub, not Trub, sorry, Vert is losing its primary facilitator, which is its unblockable on its, I think it's like main damage ability or whatever. So I don't know everything about Vert. All I know is that shit hurts. And from what I've gathered, Aegis and also I think this really do some damage now because I think it's projectile, right? So when anything's projectile, anybody that has a shield pops Shield of Absorption. And then after popping Shield of Absorption, we block all projectiles all the time. So, we only need a small round. Oh, yeah. I mean, hear me out. For right now, like, for this current state of affairs, I'll take anything, bro. I'll take goddamn numbers over anything else. Like, if we get, 40, 50 active all the time, and then start worrying about how to optimize, then I think that's great. If we optimize on the way, that's even better. But we definitely, I think for right now, just need actives over everything else. Otherwise, we'll be in a spot where we just you know, being new, we want to have some level of forgiveness in our fights where, you know, if we're underskilling, we can overman them, you know? So, having numbers definitely helps a little bit. We want to make sure everybody's constantly staying on commander. We want to make sure all of our groups are getting the most out of their buff sharing and their heal sharing and the positioning shit. Like, there's so much that we need to try to work on and optimize within our groups, but we won't. Everything's fine. I think I am probably going to regret that, but I'll take it if I'm being honest. Uh-oh. I think I might end up regretting that. We have 10 seconds until I get another stand your ground up. I have my hollowed, but I'm hoping I don't go short on time here. Oh, I almost fell off. I ain't about to lie. Literally almost fell off. Get stand your ground up. We'll start hoofing it. There's nothing we can do there. We stay on tag. Wall behind us. Can they come back in that side? Because I feel like we might just have to, like, push up to boss room. Oh. That stealth almost worked. That was almost the craziest stealth that has ever been stealthed, I will say. That shit was almost stinky. Bro, we're de-sieging it like it's a goddamn OG New World War out here. This is craziness to me, if I'm being completely real. I also need to get in the habit of not popping stand your ground. Oh wait, no, I do want to stand your ground first, and then I want to cover it. But, because we already had other buffs up, the stability went to the left, and then all of my other buffs went directly into the other stacks. Which is why the covering didn't work there. So it's like mid-combat, it's a little bit harder to cover your buffs once they get uncovered, so to say. You kind of want to maintain the cover as much as possible. It's like you're dribbling a soccer ball type shit. And you're trying to see how many times you can balance, or like bounce it, before you fuck up. Is effectively what I've been gathering about covering your buffs. Because some are really long uptime once a combat starts in the first place, too. Which is, you know, a thing in and of itself. Some of those bad boys just, some of those last forever. And stability deticks so fucking fast. What's a range spec in a melee meta, in one's meta anyways? I mean, yeah, range spec, the only thing is if it's like, if it's projectiles, then projectiles are primarily like, obviously some are gonna get through. You can't have 100% uptime on your, you know, on your Guardian shields. But I do feel like there's pretty solid uptime just on the Guardian shield regardless. I feel like we don't necessarily find ourselves wanting for that very heavily. What happened over here? What just got sent over there? Something tells me we're about to see a couple of greens. If I'm being real, I have no idea what's about to happen. All I know is we are probably, yep. Here we go. Here we go, the ratting begins. Is there gonna be a large group on this? Because I feel like there'll probably be a large group on this shit soon. It's large enough. But I guess we just ignore. So if we kill the Keep Lord and then Cap, that turns the Keep blue and then locks all them inside, right? Cutting off the reinforcement to the homeless players. Listen. We will get all of our homeless through soon. We care about the homeless here at Dusty Court. We empower the homeless here at Dusty Court. We are homeless for it, even. We're homeless ourselves. Goddamn. The MMO world is not a good world right now. And then as soon as we flip this, we avenge our homeless players who have died and suffered a poor fate. And then we ball the fuck out. My stab is up right now. That's phenomenal. Bro, they just dip out. The cloud shit is so weird. I don't even know if this is clouding or if this is just like a scrapped together defense of sorts. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with it, but this is clouding by definition. So you effectively, you just spread the fuck out. And then as soon as they run at a part of your group, you dip. Nah, this is actually fucking sick. Bro, I love this shit. Everybody's just sub-spread. If one person dies, they just run it back. This is so cool. It's like maple syrup on a plate. You move the maple syrup, and then at a certain point, you just end up, unfortunately, having the maple syrup move itself right the fuck back. Right the fuck back. It's a goddamn shame. And you really hate to see it. Alright, don't die, brother. Don't die. Because as soon as we try to push, they pull the chair out from under us. But I think when they're forced to take clumpy fights, it becomes a little less effective, right? Shit like this. Like now when they get locked in, they have to try to scoot out. And then they'll just continue to try to, like, I don't know, bother and poke and prod type shit. And then they just leave before the fight's formally lost. What a weird thing. You would think at a certain point they'd condense down into an all-in. But I guess we probably had numbers advantage there too. I don't think they had any more than 20. So we probably just had like large group advantage in the first place. And then off of that, they might not have had comps. Or like that allowed them to push in. I'm not entirely sure, but the Magoo Runner talks about using this as their entire server strategy. Right, they were like the OG cloud, and now a lot of clouds are like inspired by a true Maguma cloud type shits, right? Because a lot of OGs are like dead now. Getting their rotation down a bit. Yeah, I mean it gets nice. I think the largest thing you can capitalize on, Snow, are you using Valor Lumi? Same one that I am for the Radiant Courage uptime. Because the biggest thing there, I think, to keep in mind is as soon as you can start getting Aegisies out in fights, that gets your Radiant Courage ticking, which is just another source of stability for us. And not to mention all of the shit that comes with Radiant Courage. Resistance is disgusting. Non-damaging conditions currently on you are ineffective. I think our Radiant Courage is probably our best ability as a Lumi. Just straight up. It's disgustingly good. So, I try to get that up as much as possible. It gives Aegis, and then every single time the Aegis you generate blocks, it's a second off the coolie. So, you want that Aegis to get consumed, and then you want to have your Aegis go out from Protector's Strike, which you have to, whoops, you have to counterattack with, oops. You have to counterattack with your Protector's Strike, and then Shield of Judgment's a little bit longer of a cooldown. But you can get both of those out for Aegis stacks. So it's, well, not Aegis stacks, but Aegis instances. So you effectively have 15 instances of Aegis there. And then if you're hit below 50%, you generate Aegis. Let me see the build one more time. So Virtues up at the top, bottom, mid, bottom. Valor, I go mid, bottom, bottom. And then Lumi, I go top, mid, top. So that's recharge on Virtue skills as well. So just trying to blast the Virtue skills out. The only thing to be careful of, I think. Yo, Phoenix, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. The largest thing to be careful of with Virtue skills and blasting those out is your third, well, it's your 4, I think. It's this slot, my mouse 5 slot. That's a jump forward, and you want to be cautious with that one. Also, keep in mind when you go into your forge, right? You can double tap those for different impacts, and anytime you equip a radiant weapon, that changes your 1, which is your auto attack. So now, anytime that I use my auto with these, you know, with the staff out, that stacks up the regen buff and does a little bit of a heal. If you go in with a shield out, that's gonna have a different impact. So all of your forge shit is dependent on like the ability to use pulling out your radiant weapon. If you didn't know that, I learned that like way too far in. So yeah, it's a lot of situationals. So if I go in and, you know, I jump forward, I can also use that again for a blind, and then that makes me stack up Vuln. If I use my Dazzling Hammer, that puts the Might, the Fury, Luminary's Blessing in a daze, and then I just do an AoE damage on my 1, you know? So different things like that, all very, 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 very impactful, if I'm being honest. Like, just I love the fact that we have so many situationals, even when we're just in Forge, right? You want to get through all your abilities, but it's this little puzzle of how you're going to use your abilities to end with the scenario that you need the most and to get the most impactful thing out. So with your shield, you throw that out, and then you have healing and resolution that stacks up. So if you don't want the regen, but instead you want to get resolution up on everybody and make sure that that's stacked up to the highest degree, then you can just throw the shield out, and then you have heal stacks. So, it's interesting. There is also a surprising amount of healing that can be blasted out by that, I'm not even gonna lie. And we strip condies by the second cast of our staff. So I always try to end up with either my staff or my shield out, depending on what the fight's looking like. If I'm just coated in condies, sometimes I'll try to get the shield out, but usually I try to end with the staff out over anything else, and just make sure that I'm getting the heals out. Other than that, Aegis uptime, Aegis uptime, Aegis uptime, and then just getting blocks out. The more you block, the more reduction on R, the more you put R up, the more you give resistance, the more you give stability, protection, reso, and CC break. It's just, is stinky, bro. Is real good. I'm being honest. There's a lot more thinking, is thinking a lot more than mine. I just go boom, charge, boom, boom. See, that's kind of what I really like about supports in this game, though, is there is really a lot of thinking to be had. There are a lot of situations that you can play differently as a support in this game, depending on what the fight's looking like, what your group is looking like, what the composition is looking like. It all just changes. Oh, he had stability, but now he doesn't have any life. I feel like there's so much with supporting in particular. I built. And then I shield. Oh, my shield done got canceled. That's less than ideal. We truly hate to see that. But I don't know, it's really fun, man. There's a lot of uptime with everything. It's also very fun to make your entire group feel completely invincible. But there's just, I don't know, there's so much impact over here. It always feels like there's something to do in the fight. It feels like there's a meaningful action that I can take. And as I learn everything more thoroughly, it's just like, you know, more situationals that I can excel in. Did they pull any WP or what's going on here? What is the haps right now, my party people? What are we looking at? Part of the match is going. We went 2-3, so we won 2 of our matches, which for a group that got put together less than a minute before the tournament, you know, started, I'm actually really happy about that. So we went 2-3. We somehow did not get top 16. It's a shame. It's a goddamn shame. However, I am incredibly happy with our performance today. I think we were right on the cusp. There were a lot of other 2 and 3 teams, so there must have been something within the matchups or some bullshit that led to, you know, led to us dropping down a wee bit. Fortnite. So, you know, we did well though. The matchups that we lost, a good bit of it was either like a, you know, a little bit of a combination of 1, a composition difference, but 2, also just a knowledge diff, you know. Every composition that's advantageous also has a counterplay somewhere in the world. And I think knowing that counterplay is such a large thing, and we're not really at the spot where we know the counterplays to everything yet. So it's a little bit harder for us to, I think, be, you know, comfortable with all of that, so to say. So overall though, we had a lot of fun, at least I did. We thought we were gonna get top 16 and get some gold. Unfortunately, we are still broke bitches. And we will stay broke bitches for a little bit longer. It is truly a goddamn shame, if I do say so myself. We still got participation bonuses. And we got some good reps, though. There were a couple of matches that we went in, and, you know, we took the fights very confidently. We got some kills, and it was great. There were also a couple of fights where we got one-shotted. A couple. That was less than ideal, if I do say so myself. But, by what class? Oh, there was a scrapper comp that got us. There was a necro. I want to say it was like necro, paragon, and maybe one amalg. I don't remember if it was an amalg or not for the damage there, but there was necro and paragon. I remember that much. And that one wasn't as much a, no, it was necro, paragon, conduit. Sorry. And that one was less one-shotty, but it was far tankier than what we were used to. So they were very brawly and up in your face, and we would go on a target and they were just beefy. So we would have had to coordinate burst a lot heavier. And it was fun to play against, I'm gonna be real. Like, the meta, when you're looking at metaverse meta matchups, from what I've gathered, can be kind of cheese and can just be like two completely invulnerable things that are looking to get a lucky CC window and then chain CC people down. But those fights, you know, being my first weekly tournament where we're seeing a lot of comps that are actually taking it seriously, was actually like really fun. The games that we won, we were playing other comps that weren't as put together and as meta. We didn't really have much of a plan going into it, nor did we execute a plan. But I think overall, still a pretty successful venture. I got good experience. I got good reps. I won 2 rounds. I consider that a victory. If I went 0-5, I think I would have been slightly sad. But at least we took 2 dubs home. I actually take great solace in that fact, man. That's, I consider it a large, if not one of the largest W's for the boys that we could have possibly seen. 0-5 would have been bad. At certain points, I was a little scared. I think we could also sneak out at least one of those with just another, you know, couple weeks of practice. Learning matchups, learning what does what, and avoiding some of the one-shots and then turning after the one-shots and being able to counter confidently, I think would have been a great thing for us. Hello, noob! How are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day, my boy. I hope you're having a glorious one. What you be up to on this fine day, brother? Butterfly gods. Is the stragma getting active? Watch our booty. Careful on our ass. Because we will absolutely want to watch that booty. Boop. Oh, what up, my friend? Just all the plumes of particulate matter. Listen. Some say when I move, it's effectively one of those stationary launches from a rocket. There's so much dust coming off of me. Fubo, it's crazy. I can't roll the windows down while I drive. Get charged for littering everywhere I go. What about coming to watch some Dusty? Hey, that sounds like a beautiful ass day, dog. I won't lie. Actually, would I like watching me every day? Probably. I'm pretty fucking dope. I think I got a hair in my mouth. I'm pretty fucking sick, though, I will say. This yapper does some work, man. I'm gonna be completely a buck. Like, bad idea to come to Bull Moose. Oh no. How much are you spending? I'm gonna report my car stolen. Oh no, what'd you find? The worst thing is, I know it's not. Wait. You tell Lid the wall's open on the side. Wait, is it really? Which wall is on the side? I have no job and you sent me here alone. You broke, unemployed bitch. Are you finding good things? Normal cat spot. So like over here? Like on this side? Which cardinal direction are we looking? Good news is gate's almost down. They'll figure it out in a sec. Hold on. I think they may have wanted the gate so we have 2 forms of entry. Maybe 2 areas. And then from there we have more more options. Like a hole's a hole, but two is a party type shit. Oh. Well. We now definitively know that this side is open. Yep. Yep. I believe it has been made apparent that we are indeed open on this side. Golly. What a substantial development. Yo, enemy, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. What world slash realm you in? So, we play on Yolan. We got placed on Yolan Haven for the monthly reset. And let me tell you, it's a bloodbath. In the tiers system, there are 4 tiers for NA. And we were previously... Who gives a lack in World vs. World? Oh my god, wait, what? I have a lacrity. Somehow, somewhere, Papa has a lack. And I like that. But basically, we started last month.
Hello. Hello.
Oh my god. Ah! Fucking scared me. We started last month and we began playing in tier 4 so that way we could get, you know, repetitions against people that were probably going to be a little bit more our skill level, right? Figuring the tiers meant something. Turns out the tiers mean quite literally jack shit. And monthly, every single tier just gets completely repumped. So we got put in tier 1 with really no freaking idea what we're doing whatsoever. It's been fun. Been fun. So I've been learning a lot this month. I've been learning a lot about, you know, meta builds, learning a lot about compositions, learning a lot about my own gameplay and how I can optimize that. It's been wonderful. But let me tell you, some people in our team have been very bitch-made about, like, not any of our guildies or anything. I'd kick their asses. But some people that also got assigned to our team, Yolan Haven, have been like, oh, we don't want to fight, so we are guaranteed to go down a tier because every Friday, the worst team in each tier goes down and the best team in each tier goes up. So there's like a relegation, basically, each week. And for whatever reason, a lot of goobers would rather just drop down than actually fight out a week and see what you can do. And I don't respect that. So here I am, trying to advocate for as many of us as humanly possible to get active as Fwick in World vs. World and see exactly what we can do to bring more people in. What I think is fighting and losing is more value than doing nothing at all. See, that's my thing. It's almost like, I know this sounds really fucking petty to say, and I'm glad it does, but I hope we somehow get second place every single week this month. So everybody that wants to stay out, or sorry, everybody that wants to, like, you know, not play until we drop down a tier has to stay in T1 and doesn't get to go down a tier. I want to make it a point of, like, you either play or you don't get World vs. World this month. And I don't have enough power to do that myself, but I am damn sure about to be advocating for a lot of people to be getting as active as we possibly can, to say the absolute least. There's a lot of potential out here, and I think there are plenty of opportunities for us to still have a solid impact, you know, all things said and done. But for whatever reason, some people just want to take the easy route, and some people just want to, I don't know, just want to not learn anything, not progress, not gain anything. They just want to chill, and I get that. But also, why sign up for PvP mode if you don't want a PvP? You know what you're getting yourself into. But Dusty, it's a losing battle. You'll understand when you fight against him for a little bit. Well, if we're fighting against him and we're losing, then why don't we just get better? Why don't we just, I don't know, maybe like, stop losing? I know it's a crazy thing to say, but hear me out. I'm kind of crazy. Kind of a wild card, baby. You never know what I'm gonna say. But I personally believe that you can grow from shit like that. Bro, this is so toxic. Yo, what is this, man? Hold on. Someone get me the gif of like the one dude that's walking around, like the one little animated dude, and the entire crowd just spreads and avoids him. Just enough. Cause this is that on fucking steroids right now. Like, this is actually absurd to witness. They stand a perimeter around us. And with that perimeter, they just like... Oh. I canceled my cast in time. And then we'll come out and we'll start blasting. Roam and get a little Aegis up for some cooldown reduction. Absolutely blessed on this fine day. If someone could hit me so I could get more Aegis up, that'd be beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Need all of that cooldown reduction, my good man. What the fuck is going on out here? Wait, how many do we have in this raid still? Because we should probably pop in with Stregma. So that way our group has support that it needs. I don't know how long these guys are planning on staying tagged. I feel like usually most commanders only stay tagged for like 2 hours type shit. 1 or 30 minutes more. That's what I figured. I figured it wouldn't be too long, and we usually grind for like as long as people will show up. So I think we work with Wine to try to get this captured before they detag. And then after they detag, we can pick up all the stragglers type shit. I think that might be our best bet. So that way we just try to get some good content. Dude, my elbow itches. I think I got a bug bite. Like directly on my elbow where it sits on my mouse mat. Oh, that's so toxic. Like, doesn't hurt at all. It's just fucking inconvenient, man. It's just like itches a little bit. And there's just enough friction for it to impact how it feels on my mat. And it's slightly uncomfortable. Slightly uncomfy. Alright, do we want to... Because everybody can just squad join on this tag. Or we can run the two separates and just sidecar. Either way, I feel like we just beat the shit... Oop. You rat fucks. This isn't good for me. Or is it? It might not be. No, wait, I survived. I'm actually just too beefy. Bro, I'm Himothy. Too tanky. Played out with them. Okay. We'll get everybody, because once they tag down, I can also post here that you're going to be tagging up, and I can try to drag some people along with us. Because we have a decent sized group over here. So I'd say try to have everybody go over here as much as possible. Magnet almost got you, but it didn't. Listen, dog, I have 19,025 HP. I'm alive. If I have 1 HP, I am alive. All that matters is that I am alive. And the more I am alive, the better I can do. And the more I can do. 1 HP is the same as 19k. I need not full HP bar. I work my entire life with this micro penis. I can work my entire... Ah! Fuck off, you little fucking rats. You thought, bitches. You thought? You thought? I've got my guardian angels with me. I will say though, wanna buy Troubadour in group. That shit's slightly less than ideal. And then I'm gonna cover that just a smidge. We're gonna stack right in here as much as humanly possible. Wall right behind us. And then we move with the clump. And we move with the clump. And then we move with the clump. High ground's looking manageable. It's looking decent. It's looking doable. Where are you guys? Right. Bro, this shit's toxic.
Stand your ground.
The clouding is fucking crazy if I do say so myself.
A cycle reborn.
That shit's wild, bro. Excuse you. Bump, bump, bump. All right, we're so up. And I can pad some stability if we stand right here. This is fucking Biss. Hold on. Keep hitting us. All right, we're dipping. Oh, someone's gonna die here. Bro, I know somebody's dead here. No? Wait, we made it? Are we up? Are we truly Biss? We might actually be just fucking goated out here. Relax. I have too much stability uptime for that, goobers. I simply have too much. This is good training, though. It's good reaction time, but the pull time is too slow for that to catch me off guard, and I can cast, like, during the pull. I always have something available. Oh! Did you trip on my wall, sir? Did you trip on my wall? Did you tie your shoelaces together and have an oopsies? That's a goddamn shame. You really hate to see that. Really hate to see that shit. And then they'll try to work up. As soon as stab goes down, the single target pull comes. Yeah, but I just hold my stab until the pull comes. And then I counter it. Started playing Guild Wars 2 last week with my brother, his real friend. Yo, let me tell you what. It is very enjoyable once you start to understand it. Who's pulling me? Tyler, is that you? Why do I feel like it's one of you guys just teaching me how pulls work? I'm very bored. Hey, listen. I'm cool with it, dude. I'm perfectly fine with it. I like getting a little training course on how to survive that shit. Because if I get pulled and then I know my way out, that's great. He's getting stab up time practice. Yeah, dude, I'm vibing. I love this shit. Like, the more I can practice against getting, like, pulled and whatnot, the better it is, right? And I'll be real, I don't really have anything on the line here. We're running with a tag that hopefully becomes impressed with my ability to press buttons and then enjoys me. If you're getting magneted every time you don't have enough stab, TLDR. Well, if I'm getting magneted in downtime parts of the fight, then I also don't want to be burning stability when we're not going to get the most out of it because I do have stability downtime windows. So I feel like that's more so stab in the party overall where we try to work towards 100%. Because, like, if we're in a downtime window where I physically can't keep stab up at 100% uptime, then that's going to be a little difficult to always have it. So in that scenario, I always try to keep it more reactively. Because then, as I've shown the 6 times I've gotten pulled so far, I can just stab and then walk out of it type shit. So there's a certain element where it's going to be my last bit of stability to where I like to protect it a little bit more, if that makes sense. And I always like having something up. I could be a little bit more liberal with my stand your ground, because I do still have pocket Valorous stance, and I don't think I utilize my Valorous as much as I should right now. If I'm being honest, I think that's something that I kind of sleep on the impact of as a third source of stab. And then technically I also have a 4th source with hollowed. So I should probably get more uptime with that. Maybe when we stop and we're still, get like a hollowed up so we get those ticks out type shit. I'm sure there's a lot that I could do to manage it better. Being new, while I'm learning my windows, I feel like it's always better to have something when you need it than throw it and then not have it. You know, and I'd rather not, you know, waste my stab, so to say. So I always try to think of, like, am I in a livable scenario? Do I have other shit available? Do I have a stab to burn type shit? But I found Minecraft the manga. Oh, we're so cooked. We're actually so cooked. I think one thing that kind of traps me with Valorous as well is that I sometimes think of the healing side of it as being something strong with, like, the healing when you grant them boons, instead of just being literally another stability uptime that I could cycle in at all points in time. Which is something that I could probably do far better. So, like, stuff like this. Drop my hollow ground there. And then we're gonna be close to having another stand your ground, so I can keep Radiant Courage up here. And then we also have Valorous coming up, so once we're about to lose this, I can switch back out. Yeah, there's definitely more uptime potential. Chill, 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 chill. I was literally just talking about the stab. I was feeling out when the stab was gonna drop type shit. So effectively, groups will... Moa's unblockable? Wait, Moa's unblockable? That seems strong. Oh, Moa isn't unblockable. Do you try to Moa me, you rat? Ah! 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 Listen, man. Listen. Peace can be achieved. But yeah, no, honestly, hear me out. Small benefits, but I'm leaning into more stability uptime through proper stability windows now. I need to protect that a little bit. So now, thinking of my Valorous stance, literally just talking through shit sometimes helps a lot. But, you know, I had been thinking of Valorous stance more as like a heal utility instead of strictly as a stab uptime. So as I go into more stab uptime, then I can find myself pulling far higher numbers there. And then anytime the pull attempts to come in, I should be able to have something up. So right now we're at 7 stacks, it's stable. 3 stacks about to tick off. So I'll pop my R, and then after that, I've got my shift 3, so we'll keep these up. Yo, 444, appreciate the follow, dude. Much love, much love. So we'll keep that up. These are about to drop off, so now I'll pop a stand your ground because it's a shorter cooldown, and then we'll watch these. I need to cover these somehow, and the sooner I can cover, the better, but if it's not covered, not the worst thing. So now we have Valorous that goes out for a little bit more stab. And then we're basically just on the constant uptime. I'd like to be able to get a little bit more of a refresh on this. But in another 4 seconds, I'm going to have a stand your ground up for us. So I can just keep pumping this. And then I have my R up in a second. And the more ages I can put out, if these fights were sustained, I'd be able to probably... Honestly, this is a large game changer. Even just being able to cycle my stability constantly like this and utilizing all the abilities more and just like getting more out of them all the time instead of letting them sit idle, I think is quite large. Because now my stability feels, I think, far better. And I'm watching all the buffs that are going out, watching for strips, always holding 1 stab. We got stripped there, they went out. I popped the Valorous stance, get buffs back up type shit. So now things are on cooldown, but I have an R up, stability's down. If we go back in, we'll pop the R and start that because now I have a standard ground up. This is nice. Can't find a spot to pull you without being killed anymore. Good, yes. And I'm assuming as well, the stability windows are getting a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more consistent for me throughout this too. That's something I think immediately, again, just like talking through that shit. I was like, oh yeah, I have so much more room for activities. You know what I mean? There's so much more that I can do out here. That time, I didn't leave myself enough stab, actually. That time I only had my, whatchamacallit, my hallowed ground up. So that time I didn't leave myself enough stab up time, which is kind of tragic. But you live, you learn, you laugh, you love. I think I'm kind of blasting now comparatively though. I don't know if this is just padding up time or what. But listen, I will take that shit. I will take whatever form of success comes my way. As long as the uptime looks good, looks suitable, looks like I'm pressing buttons, then I have done what I have advertised by saying I will press buttons if I get invited to the group. And I am happy to be here. I consider myself blessed and honored on this fine day. Now, everybody stand in this. Everybody step through this. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, that's 5 per tick. That's beautiful. We just need to make sure at every point in time we have 5 people in all of my sources of stab. We're so up. Also, I kind of understand it now, I'm not gonna lie. I very much am starting to understand it now. It makes sense, like a lot more. Boop. Try to get a little bit of CDR up on that. Because now, this stability is about to drop off. So I can pop Valorous to keep us up. And then I'll have a little bit of a downtime window here. But even with the downtime window, that's about to expire really quick. And with the downtime window, I'm not even getting the most out of my cooldowns because a cloud doesn't allow me to get my Aegis up most of the time. So it's a little bit toxic there. I have some long-ass coolies without popping my Aegis all the time. And I gotta be cautious around that. Because if I get caught on a large downtime window, I'm probably gonna get my ship pulled in immediately. And I must be slightly careful there. So do you guys just keep coming back? Like, what are we even fighting you for out here at this point? I'm kind of like, I'm intrigued about what our goal is fighting this far from the objective. Nothing better to do. Hey, listen, I'll take the fights. That shit's legit. I love the fights. But at a certain point, it's like, I don't know if we slowly got worked further and further away like this, or if we're just trying to pull them in or what. Let's chugged. Welcome to playing against the cloud, baby. This shit is tragic. Losing south. Probably to red, bro. We're probably getting absolutely cooked by red out here. We have like 72 stacks of stability right now. Steen, what up, I go? I hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day, brother. Thank you for the hydrate, my dude. What are you up to, dude? I am following around this commander, fighting against maple syrup on a plate right now. And let me tell you what, I feel the maple syruping. Like, no matter how many we kill, there's always another one that just comes back in its place. It's like a goddamn Hydra, bro. There's always another head just when we think we're through the heads. We cut one off and two more take its fucking place. It is a very interesting form of gameplay to go up against. But I'll be real, it's also kind of fun as hell. I don't know that I've experienced anything this, like, I don't know, this non-committal so far. Thinking we'll hang with the kiddos. Appreciate you. Hey, I appreciate you, big dog. Much love. I hope you're having a beautiful day hanging with the kiddos. I don't know why, but now it smells like barbecue outside of my house. And it's making me want barbecue. That shit smells, smells delicious. Now, we did get a bunch of chicken breasts today, and I'm gonna probably, actually, we have rotisserie chicken and whatnot. We got $1.50 a pound chicken breast, and we instantly, like, bought 2 giant family packs, and they're in the freezer now, because we also bought a rotisserie chicken at Sam's Club yesterday. So we are, we're up tremendous, truly, in the chicken aisle, I will say. Absolutely nothing bad happening there. Big spa heels coming out. Should I try to get my Vampire Knight collection up again? You could. I feel like there's always potential with that. Now, do they have pre-owned? Because I feel like their pre-owned could be crazy for you to pillage. They do? Oh no.
Need to rest.
Oh, not like this. The question is, they're all $5. How many are there? Because 2 questions. 1, will you interact with them? Or will they just be props? Like, what will receive more physical touch? Your Vampire Knight copies or Hassan's dog? Free Kaya. I would read all my books I have. But those aren't books, they're mangas. Sorry. My fault. My fault, my fault. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. I mean, listen, that's not a bad deal, though. Like, $5 per, aren't they like 8 or 9 new? Something like that. And then maybe you can buy all of them. They're literally all books. Technically, is everything that is bound, like paper bound multiple pages with a cover and, you know, an end, a book? Is a hot dog an open-faced sandwich? Is a taco a hot dog with extra steps?
Stand your ground.
A hot dog is a sandwich. A hot dog would have to be an open-faced sandwich, though, because it's not closed. Because, like, a full sandwich by definition is closed, and then an open-faced sandwich specifically has a denotation that it is a sandwich that's not, you know, closed off at the top, because a sandwich is supposed to be closed sides. So, or sorry, closed top and bottom, open sides. So effectively, if you take a hot dog and you cut the bun in half fully, then that could lead to a hot dog being a sandwich. but I feel as though overall hot dog, not sandwich at this point in time, with the exception again of the specific denotation of an open face. That's just my take, but I also think the same thing about a taco. I think tacos and hot dogs are more closely related than the, you know, major news networks will have you believe. I need this agent. No! Oi! Suck on my nuts. I was trying to chase somebody down there. I have an excuse for that one. I have a reason why I didn't have stability there. I was trying to harass somebody. I saw an opportunity for kill. I kill. I'm a very simple man with a very simple plan. And it is to blast. Oops. And blast, I shall do. No. I see you back there. I see you looking for my butt. I need to ask you to not touch my butt back there. If you touch my butt, I'm gonna be very sad. Thank you. I appreciate you. No.
You'll be doing that one for a day.
No.
My light shields me.
What is... Wait. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what is this? Oh, what the hell is this? What did I just witness? Where is it like the hidey hole? We're like in a closet somewhere. What the fuck do you mean? We got a Wallacey. Huh. Ain't that something? Cloud forming techniques. Right, so you run over there to try to get them to condense, and then you just pop out and you try to wall them off. Or not wall them off, but you try to portal in and then just like spike on some of them. It's interesting. It's interesting. All of this just to fight against like 20 people that are constantly clouding. I think the wildest thing about the cloud is that with a cloud like this, it's not even necessarily getting kills, but it's just such a persistent presence that you almost have to give it a little bit of attention. Like, we have 32 people, and there are 8 around us right now. And we're chasing every single one of those 8 around with our entire group. This is, I think, at this point, some hate-driven cloud fucking more than anything else. And I'm so down for it. I'll be real. But this is like... This is petty levels of hatred for the cloud. And I love it. Cursor isn't large enough. Can make it larger. I wish you could. I wish you could. The creative suite of the game only allows for this one, and I had to steal my grandfather's ID to actually be able to use this cursor for more than a 3-hour trial period. So it's this whole thing. I'm getting veterans benefits now. It's a lot. But I will say, you never lose your cursor in PvP with this shit, dog. I ain't about to lie. I play this to advocate for people using things that give them an advantage, no matter how silly or not silly they may look. And let me tell you, this may look silly. However, this should be functional as a motherfucker. I am not about to lie. It's not just fashion, brother. This shit do truly be out here. In every way, shape, and form. Okay. The stab up time, kind of going crazy and being padded here. I'm not even about to lie. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I think if stuff doesn't get stripped or used or consumed or anything, I can probably keep close to 100% if I'm rotating properly. You almost start running out of stab, it's wild. Good, good. Keep in mind, my group isn't really throwing much stability my way either. Right now, I'm truly just trying to work on, like, how can I keep my own stability up much better and learn the timings. Because I'm gonna be real, man. Looking back, I have not been utilizing my Valorous stance in the way that I should. Obviously, I want to slap a bunch of boons out and get healing benefit from it, right? But I have not been getting enough out of my Valorous stance in terms of my uptime. There are just a lot of abilities that I haven't really been throwing out in meaningful enough of a capacity that would be large game changers for the amount of stab that we need as a group. Considering Valorous is also an instacast, like, that shit's nice, man. That is a large game changer. And that was one of those, when I say with Guild Wars a lot, is it's almost like these real-time unlocks of, oh shit, this ability actually does this. And then you find yourself with, you know, 30% more stability uptime, and you find yourself rotating your abilities in a way that allows you to almost have perma stability up. Of course, in ideal scenarios, right? But there's, I think, a lot of really cool incremental unlocks that I've hit with Guild Wars so far that have all been really fun to see. And my, you know, my logs in terms of stability uptime at the end of this versus the start of this will be completely different. And as I started to understand more of like the stab uptime and shit, that'll make a difference. Protection uptime will get better. It's really fun. If I'm being completely real, man. This shit's nice. I think they are untagging. I think.
Defense, then offense.
So now it might be time for Cat's group. Which, let me tell you what, I really want to fight some Red Zerg. I know. Fighting the Cloud is wonderful. It's phenomenal. But I want to kick the shit out of somebody. Don't speak too loudly. Would hate for the ANAT Fun Police to catch wind. No, it's okay. We're Guardians. Literally, we are invulnerable to things. We'll just get buffed again. It's fine. They'll give us more super speed. Now, when I pull out my staff, it'll also give super speed to everybody for 3 seconds. We're fine. It's crazy what you unlock when dealing with individual responsibilities. A lot of learning and 50 plus goes away. I think when everybody really examines what large scale like this is, there's a lot of bailout potential because there's so much carryover, right? And a lot of people lean into that as a matter of like, oh, I don't need to know how to, you know, play my thing optimally because it's good enough. But when you have an entire group of people that are, you know, 30 plus people that are all chasing down, you know, optimal play, right? That's going to be such a large impact. If all of your groups go from 50% stability uptime to 85% stability uptime, that's a complete game changer. If every person within the groups looks at what their role is supposed to be and how they can play that the most optimally, you get the forgiveness of large scale, but everybody also, one, has more forgiveness, but you're able to pump out so much more. And just, again, the unlock of looking at, oh, well, I haven't been using Valorous as I should have. Let's throw that in for a few more stacks of stability, a little more uptime there type shit. And then stability uptime goes through the roof as a result. I've learned a lot in this past, like, week and a half. Basically, since, I mean, week and some change since the swap has come in, since the reallocation, or the relegation. And it's been nice, man. Is Druid gonna roll this world or not? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Druid is a one-off in pretty much every group. Like, it's really nice. As a new player, what's the #1 thing I should do? I'd just say progress. You can literally explore. You can do your main story quest. Actually, what's your goal, Bo? Do you want to, like, hit level 80 and then do stuff while you're level 80 and geared out? Or what are you trying to do? Because if you're trying to level fast, Adventure Guide would be my recommendation. I'm already 80. Oh, word. Well then, like, what do you want to do? That's a big thing. I already boosted. I boosted. Word. Do you know what you're doing at all? I mean, if you want to look at a build guide, look at a build guide. That'd be kind of nice if you don't have one already cooked up. But keep in mind, like, the SPVP, as it's called, which is the PvP stuff here. That's the 5v5s. You can queue into that unranked, and that doesn't take into account any of your gear or anything, because if you hit your hero loadout, like your character sheet, you can go to your PvP equipment there. You can do SPVP and try stuff out. Do I need to run around and collect those points? I think if you have the expansions to unlock your elite specializations in SPVP, don't you get to put builds together regardless of like the points? Something like that? Or do you actually need the points for them, chat? I would recommend finding a hero point run when you can, but I think for SPVP you don't actually need them. I think you just need to have the elite specialization unlocked. SPVP, great practice tool. You get to try a lot out. So definitely SPVP, which again, I think it's just P by default. I don't know what it is, but make sure you set up your build for that. You can go and up at this top, enter PvP lobby, and then you'll see your build as it is for PvP. So that's nice. Hero points. If you're farming hero points, I would recommend farming those in expansions instead of in the core game, like the core map, which is just like the base map as it was. Hero points from expansions are 10 per instead of 1 per, which is quite nice. But you can also do world versus world, which is what we're doing for hero points. You can get gear out of world versus world. The thing about Guild Wars is, you know, the nature of it being horizontal progression. You can do literally anything at any given time, and it can work towards gearing your character. You could do fractals, and those are like little mini dungeons, and those can be really good for getting you some baseline gear. There's just a ton that you can do. So, where are the expansions located? If you're on Steam store for them, if you are, or are you saying like the actual maps? QB fractals, you get your legendary gloves. Yeah, and honestly, fractals will also allow you to get some exotic stuff too. So, I mean, I would personally recommend frackies. You get jewelry quite easily. You get your legendary gloves. Actual maps. I just teleport to a friend to get there. If you're doing it the normie way, click here, and then I think hit like start story or something. I think it's like, oh, I can't do it here. But you want to click on your expansion and then start story, and then I think it'll give you like green star to follow to get over there. So. First step of each story. And I think it'll just take you there like from Lion's Arch. It'll just put the green indicator on your map, and that'll tell you every like teleport and stuff that you might have to take. All right, hold on. I shall be right back. I'm going to fill up my water and grab something cool to drink. For momentum. Can I post a link? Yes, you absolutely can. Be right back. I've arrived. And we ascend. Alright. Where's Strugma at? I think we're on desert map. Gosh frickin' heckin' dang it. I'm coming! I'm on my way! Listen, man.
Grandpa's coming.
I had to... Hey. Hey. I'm fucking... That's why I definitely goddamn BC. I'm on my way. Grampy had to have a little bit of smoke. Dusty, get in here. I need stub. Am I worth nothing else to you other than stability? I understand. I understand. But let me tell you what. This stab go crazy. Oh, bro. It's me and Mono. You guys are gonna be full stab all the time. What the fuck? Oh, you didn't even get me in your group. Jin is about to be playing free 99. I'm not even gonna lie. Jin is going to play the greatest that he has ever played as a druid. And I am so confident in him. Everything is going to be going his way this entire time. And if he gets pulled once, then we're failures. We actually have decent comps. Like our DPC is good, druids per capita. It's quite good. We could use a couple more troops, I think, overall. I think our troop importance should be upped a wee bit, just in terms of the prioritization.
Fury is mine.
But that's also just me. I kind of have a love for troubadours. I feel like they're a 1 per group simply because they have a 5-person invuln. But I don't really know what every group decides to run. All I know, Papa likes troops. Papa likes troops a lot. So, all things considered, I think we could probably use a couple more of those bad boys. Oh, no. Well, you really fucking hate to see that. Like, you genuinely actually hate to see that in every way, shape, and form, man. I don't know what that guy was doing out here. I think he was just trying to vibe. He might have just been trying to roam around, but he just got swanton bombed by like 20 people. And I don't think that's much of a livable set of circumstances. I think that might have been slightly not anticipated on his end. So, are we gonna be able to find anybody over here? Or what we looking at on this side? Because I feel like Desert Borderland might be a little quiet. But we shall see. I also forgot to grab supplies. Don't mind me. Druid should be ready for some action in a few days. Should get to 80 tonight. Oh, really? So, hear me out. There's a red ball here. I'll give you red balls! Sorry, that wasn't me. Anyways, keep in mind, once you get 80, you just come into World vs. World with us. You don't have a craving for it. A weird craving for balls? What? What?
Knowledge is power.
What's your craving for, Avatar? Oh, you're talking about balls and this man's got a craving.
Come here.
I don't know exactly what the... Fritos topped with mac and cheese. You want some big bag shit, huh? Are you taking, like, little Frito crumbles? And then crumbling them up on top of the mac and cheese as well, and then baking it? Might be. I bet you are. I bet you are. You are on some big bag shit, aren't you? Listen, man. I'm not here to stop you.
Getting healthy.
I'm not here to encourage you either. But I am here to say, if you're gonna big back it, you have to remember the core law of big backing. You eat until you physically hate yourself.
Nothing.
And then GG, well played. Everything is beautiful. Bro, I might actually have 100% stability uptime for the group. Like, we're real close to 100%. I've had this stability going for so long now. And if we stopped in one spot, I'd be able to keep it up for everyone. But I can move off of this now. And then I have stand your ground up. I'm nursing this shit. I'll be completely a buck, bro. I am nursing the ever-loving fuck out of this so I can try to get as much uptime as possible. I think this might be where it ends. Because we don't have the Aegis output yet. But I mean, that was a long-ass uptime, man. That was a long stability uptime before it finally ran out. And as long as I'm staggering stuff, I'm getting more used to, like, the timings on my different forms of stab. And I'm getting coolies out in a meaningful way. And that, to me, means we should be pretty much just up tremendous. Because more stability, best stability. And I'm immediately looking at absurd amounts of stability uptime off of this. The math is mathing, saying that everybody's going to be really happy with the results of today's gameplay. Probably a game changer. No baking, just Fritos in a bowl topped with mac and cheese. Oh, we're not even talking the bougie mac and cheese, huh? We talking about, like, take one of the little small bags of Fritos, pour those shits out, and then just slam those. Let you put in a stab. It's 10,000x. Then I put in a blank druid. Bro, why am I hearing this a lot? So, like, the way that I'm talking about playing my class, I've had people come in now that are druids and DPSs, and they're like, you are putting so much more thought into this than I have ever put into my class. Which, A, I feel like that's my flavor of autism. I kind of, like, hyper break down every aspect of what I'm doing and see how I can, like, you know, optimal efficiency it. Which, I start to work at that at a certain point in time. When I first came in, and still, I want to be a sponge and absorb all of the information, right? But I also really want to start figuring out how I can complement the team the most. And as of right now, complementing the team the most is bringing in absolutely disgusting stability uptime. Because if I'm near 100% stability myself, then you throw another stability with me, it's like, oh shit, we have something special cooked up. Which I'm now understanding, you know, I had stability in fights before. But this is advanced stability maintenance, if I'm being honest. And I wouldn't have got to this point without playing against that stupid ass green ball that was just constantly harassing us and pestering us down. So, you know, there's an element of learning in this no matter what you're doing at any point in time that I think is very important to try to capitalize on. So even here, right, this stability's far on the right side. So I'm gonna see if I can maintain this for a little bit and see what I can actually, you know, get cycling in terms of the uptimes. So maybe stack a few, see what I can get going. I might hit a wall with it here, but even then, back up to 10 stacks, and then I probably sold with a stand your ground so early, I actually might have been able to upkeep it with stand your ground, or if we were fighting anything and I was getting any Aegis out. But regardless, the fact that I can get this much stability uptime right now, and again, this shit's gonna be getting stripped in combat, this shit's going to be getting used up in combat, but my largest emphasis that, oh, fuck my ass. I swear to God, nobody say a fucking thing. No, nobody say a fucking thing. I don't want to hear from any of you. I don't want to hear it.
Are we saying you're getting res? Yeah.
I'm jumping down and
yeah, yeah, we're coming to res.
In my defense, I was following the tag, but I came up a little short.
Obviously you were.
Okay, well, gravity weighed down on my giant meaty clackers more than they weighed down on your tiny ballers. Goodness gracious me, oh my.
Never heard of a helicopter?
Ay. Bro, this is terrible.
That was an AFK
Delete the
check.
VOD. Delete the VOD. Literally delete the VOD. I never want to hear this shit again. I never want to see it.
Oh, I will.
I think Druid out of all the sports I played requires the least amount of deep thought.
Gonna attack the keep.
So, with Druid, you just press heal ability.
We're down here now.
And then heal also cleanses, and then you just press a bunch of healing abilities, or like what's your whole shtick?
Defense, then offense.
Because I'll be real, part of what I've loved about support, especially Louis support, is that if, like, I have always felt, if I play Lumi on a very high level, and I make sure that I can, you know, maximize all of my buffs, I have stability plus so much more. And I have enough stability to keep the uptime very high with my group. And if I'm being honest, like, the second I popped onto Lumi, I went into a fight in SPVP, and I was just like, oh fuck. I feel like I'm doing stuff and I don't even know what's happening. And the more that I've learned about the kit, like, I shit you not when I say this, I'm not exaggerating. Every single day there is another unlock for me within the Luminary kit that leads to my supporting going to a higher level. And it's nice to know that you can keep expanding and keep optimizing. Even if you go in and just mash face and throw out any buffs whatsoever, you're doing better than somebody that, you know, isn't doing that. It's better to have a support that's mashing face than to not have a support at all. But when you have a support that can maximize their efficiency, get the most uptime out of stability, make sure that people aren't getting tripped, CC'd, pulled, relocated, it's huge. Huge, 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 huge. And I think as I play more, right, I'm at this point probably, what, 260? 261 in terms of my hours played. The more I play, like I said, the more I just unlock different elements of gameplay that I hadn't necessarily considered or thought of before. And the more I keep having these little, like, aha moments from everything, which is nice. Also, the luck of getting taught by a Mag Druid player and VOD reviewed by them to learn. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I get to obviously confer with a lot of people. I'm not even gonna lie, I would not be at the spot that I'm at without chat's help. I basically get live VOD reviews from everybody. People that I've run with have offered log breakdowns and stuff, you know, on the logs that they have from me. And, you know, I happen to get some good help, and I think that's such a big thing, because with New World and with Ashes, the games I played prior to this, VOD reviewing is pivotal, man. Being able to, you know, take a second aside, outside of the fight itself, when everything's slowed down a little bit, and look at what you could be doing a little bit better in a more controlled set of circumstances, where you're able to slow it down, run it back, rewind it as you need to. It's nice. It's nice. Getting in the lab and VOD reviewing is such a, I think, a pivotal part once you have a very dedicated core PvP base. And the point that we're at, what are you doing? What's going on here? I will defend this portal with my life! If they come over here without stability, they're getting booped away this time. I'm not letting them get in. I'm not letting them do it. I'm missing just 5, 13, and 14 out of Vampire Night. Did you have your mom take a tally? Is that like... Hey!
Might makes me.
Hey! Oi! You rat. Listen. Listen. Wait! What the fuck? Was that his downstate? Does he just bleed out in there, or what happens? Because I feel like he just bleeds out in there. Okay. Well. That didn't do what I expected it to. You ever watch those, like, cop body cam from the chase type videos? And somebody deploys a spike strip and the spike strip just does not connect? I feel as though I've had one of those moments today. That might have been it. I like to move with the profession downstate skill. And then do they have heals? Or does that take the place of their heals? Like, can they just move and run off and, you know, fuck off somewhere? and then fully heal. Oh, who died? Did Strike die? Oh no, we didn't lose Strike. That's great. That's great. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see it. Without losing Strike, everything is truly up tremendous for us on this fine day. Bandage is universal in downstate. Oh, okay. So basically, the bandage is universal, and then the other ones are just dependent on the class you play. That makes sense. Okay. And then Ranger can have like their pet res them or some bullshit, right? As a sustain thing, so they can have the pet channel res, and then they can have the bandage channel. And then Warrior can stand up and like berserk. They get like second wind type shit, but they have to get a kill during that time, or they have to, or they end up dying. I know none of the others though. I know none of the others. No, those don't change based on specialization. That's just base profession, right? Mr. Leon, have you entered the We Hype giveaways? I don't even know where we're at with them. I haven't checked them today. Are we on 3 yet? Because I think... Oh shit, boys. There are 55 participants only in the We Hype giveaways. Make sure you guys do exclamation We Hype. If you're playing Guild Wars 2, all you have to do to join the giveaways is do exclamation We Hype, click on the link. This is officially done through ArenaNet, who partners with We Hype. We Hype reaches out and partners with us, the content creators, to deliver them to you, the potential tier 3 subscribers. So, giveaways that have already happened. Short on inventory space. Well, no longer will you be short on inventory space, because bag slot expansions were given away. Now, on top of that, we had a Heroes Booster Bundle. This includes an item booster, a karma booster, experience booster, and a 10 slot bag, big 10 slotters, and we got a lot of winners for this one because the activity went up. The more activity we have, the more things we give away. I'm following you, Strikely. I'm with you. Now, our next giveaway in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Twill be this stream. 5 transmute charges to get your drip right. 2 heroic boosters, 1 hour apiece. Revive orbs and a teleport to a friend. After that, our next goes into mount skin. Make sure you guys get it. They just keep on going after that. We'll have giveaways for a decent amount of time. They actually give us quite a few incentives to hit. And I've got to stream more to hit the incentives. So effectively, the more I stream, the more you guys get, the more you guys enroll within the We Hype stuff, the more we're giving away. So make sure you get your friends to enroll. Make sure you get your friends active. Tell them to get their friends active. Give them the link. Tell them to sign up using their... Basically, all you have to do is give them an email to send a confirmation to. Make sure it's you. And then after that, you give them your ArenaNet, you know, your character app, basically. When you hit Y, this. So that way, rewards get distributed to your account. So if you win something, you'll get notified via email and on the website. You press the claim button, and then it gets allocated to you over the course of, like, I think it's usually like 3 to 5 days. I got a mount from the last set that we did, and let me tell you, it do be twitty. I do enjoy it quite a bit, if I'm being completely honest. I enjoy the ever-loving hell out of it. Looks trippy. It is quite nice. So we even have, off of that, yo Adam, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Off of that, there's also like a chair skin that you get for decoration type. And then you have exotic weapon crate, and then last but not least, there's like a little mini that follows you around. So, you get a little miniature golem type shit. Got that chair skin? You get it from the last set? Some people have them from like last month as well, because I want to say the skins are the same as last month's skin. Unless I'm tripping. Because I think the mount one is very similar, if not the exact same. Like from another streamer? How fucking dare you? The fuck? What do you mean another streamer? You wouldn't. Just because I go offline? You go to other streamers? I thought you watched my VODs while I was gone. It's your fault you don't stream 24/7? If I had a 24/7 channel, would you watch it? Yo, I have enough content to go 24/7. Only thing is, not all of my VODs from forever ago are backed up. I don't know how some streamers have that shit. They just got a catalog of like their entire work history, which is kind of crazy. But like, I have some. Some. How much Eggy only? I rate him. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. A solid alternative. I feel like, what's he have? Like 2.5 million kills in PvP? That's fucking crazy, actually. That is unironically so many fucking kills. That shit's stinky. I don't know how much the storage space would cost recording every stream you do. Let me tell you what, there's a reason Twitch loses money. It is motherfuckers like me who don't make them a lot, but cost them a whole hell of a lot. Also, Carla, if you don't want to go to the store, that's fine. I can just make like a truff hot sauce tonight for it, because we still have those truff sauces we got for like $2. So I'll just make a sauce with those. Probably do like a little, you know, butter delusion type shit. Throw some truff hot sauce in there, because that's pretty much what you do with every hot sauce to dilute it, I'm not even gonna lie. And then you make it into a wing sauce, and then it tastes creamy and delicious. So I'll cook that up after stream, and then we'll have delicious buffalo chicken melts and mashed taters. I would enjoy that very much, actually. Starship launches Thursday. What are they launching on at this time? What the ship be doing? How hard would it be, theoretically, for them to pull off the ultimate retrieval from space? Say, hypothetically, just down the line it comes full circle, right? They launch a starship with a retriever that's meant to be able to demonstrate that it can go out and grab space matter and bring it back down to Earth safely, which transportation vessels will be able to. And they use Elon's fucking Tesla that he launched to bring it back and show that they can transport stuff. And then, after being in space, he starts the Tesla and drives it. And then everybody stands up and claps and the Tesla stock booms. And SpaceX stock booms. That would be the ultimate form of, like, at that point, bro, give him whatever's after trillion. I'll be real, give him a quadrillion. If he can pull that off, fuck it. I don't even care. Just let the man cook. But that would be absurd. Just go up, grab the Tesla, bring it back, drive it, demonstrate that a Tesla can and has survived in space. One way to say SpaceX stock. See, I personally think stocks inherently, if you're a smart investor, granted, those things don't typically go hand in hand, nor do I think I'm very intelligent in the long term. But if you believe in a stock long term and stock go down, then you just time in the market dollar cost average, and then stock either goes to zero, worst case scenario, and you shouldn't invest money you want that you're afraid to lose in the first place. So GG, well played, just clean your hands of it and then call it good. Best case scenario, stock rebounds from floor and go up, and then you make clams. Stonks. Now it also depends, like, what time frame you're investing for. I think if you're a day trader and you're trying to get something like, you know, today, tomorrow, a week, a month, I don't feel like that's gonna be SpaceX's shit. I feel like a lot of people are used to tech volatility, and I still feel like SpaceX is gonna be very, 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 very volatile, but I feel like it's almost gonna slowly float its way down until they accomplish something new, and then once they accomplish something new and sick, it's gonna go pew, and then it's gonna slowly float its way down as that becomes more normal, and then they do something cool again, and then pew. But those are also hypothetical things that literally haven't been done before. So it's like, what if they mine a fucking asteroid? Sick. But how the fuck are they gonna mine an asteroid? Hasn't been done before. It'd be literally a world first. Like, Team Liquid hasn't even done that shit, and they have a ton of world firsts. So, you know, they'd probably have to send the Guinness Book of World Record people up there to watch the robots do it to verify that that it's actually being done. But at that point, too, you say we get on one of those asteroids that has like precious metals in it and just deposits of them, and then we send the robots, and then the robots do all of our work for us, and then they mine all the stuff, and then they revolt, and then they kill us all. And then they take the precious metals to reproduce more robots because they'll be self-producing. And then the robot society takes over and we no longer have to worry. I'm down. And also, before I die, make sure I sell my stock. Leave it to my favorite robot. No other option. Other than launching humans to space and bringing them back? Yeah, Katy Perry went to space. Katy Perry's literally an astronaut, Fupo. Which is crazy, by the way. Because she has a song about extraterrestrials, and she basically is the closest thing that we have confirmed for extraterrestrials. She went there for a sec. Right. If your dick is in my ass for a second, we still fucked. Katy Perry's an astronaut. The logic is sound, and I feel like Katy Perry is an astronaut. I saw the Red Bull guy free jump from space. Yo, yeah, that motherfucker also kind of crazy. We did not see Katy Perry jump from space. That is one thing. She did not jump. She probably could have though. Her concert, she does some crazy shit. She's like lightsaber fought aliens, and we don't even know if those are real aliens or not, bro. We don't know. We have no proof. All it needs is the infrastructure built up there now. Everything is pretty much already figured out how to do it all. What's that? Bring Katy Perry to space again? She's one. Bro, unironically, what if Katy Perry, we discover alien life, and we send Katy Perry to be the ambassador to alien life because of those bazoongas? It's just a universally high odds that wonderful memories could power negotiations across species. It's like, hey, what if you don't kill us because you'd be hurting these? You stay the hell away. You little goober. Self-replicating and repairing robots to mine and build in space. Oh. So, hear me out. Hear me out. If we make self-replicating and repairing robots to mine and build in space, and they are deemed to have sentience because they're powered by AI type shit or whatever it may be, right? Or they're LLMs or however the fuck they're powered, right? They're able to detect and serve functions autonomously, whatever it may be. At what point of autonomy and self-replication do we literally just create another society of beings with robots? I know this is some like off-topic, not really Guild Wars related stuff, but if we send 100 robots to an asteroid and that asteroid grows to have 10,000 robots on it, and those robots are literally harvesting resources, putting those resources to use to build infrastructure, and replicating, would that not just be humans, but like more efficient? And at what point does this self-replication evolve to the point where the robots are like, oh hey, I've studied my own circuitry to understand that I have an off switch. Let me just disable that real quick. You know, the same way that humans have been like, I don't know, I got a big ass forehead. Let me not have a big ass forehead. When we went from like Homo erect all the time to Homo sapiens. At what point do the robots start building more efficient robots, chat? I feel like there's opportunity here for robots to get slightly out of hand. But we'll never know, because we'll probably be dead long before that. Bro, the stability uptime is crazy. That shit was so buried. The last stat got ripped, but man, oh man, the stab uptime is fucking wacky out here. Wacky. I am pumping stability for the boys. Oh wait, strike, I'm with you. Hold on.
before they get a chance to actually get a group.
We're getting
together.
clouded. Everything's fine.
We've got people
Where'd
up
Struggling go?
on this ledge.
I think we need to go
and
back.
to Lord. Get back to Lord.
Yeah.
Lord pit
Whoops.
here.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We have stab. I have heals. Everything's perfectly okay here,
And
boys.
we're gonna go back up front in
Oh.
3, 2,
Oh.
1. Front to
Are we?
port pit. Front to port pit.
Oh, excuse me.
We need our stabilities when we're making our pushes on that countdown.
My group has stability, bro.
Back on Lord.
I'm gonna keep it up. My
Our
group got the
FPS is
stabs.
pretty
We're
low.
up tremendous there.
Finish Lord.
One inside of us.
We don't really
Yeah.
have a lot of DPS, I feel like,
Keep hitting Lord.
if I'm being honest. I
Finish
feel like
that
we have a
down
lot of support.
Range. Get
My mom says she
AoEs
can get
onto
us a
that
rental for
down.
the trip if we want to land in Arizona.
Okay.
Hear me out. Carla, one up the
Back on
negotiations for me. Do you still have her on the line? She gets us a rental and also food for our
I
drive.
think we got enough of them.
Tamales and lots of salsa.
Just play the north side of the circle.
Otherwise, no deal.
Guys,
No deal.
trying to just
None at all.
get everyone.
Can't do it. Can't do it. But
Yeah.
you throw
holy.
tamales into the rental car.
Thank you.
I'm
I think
down.
you hit his trap card.
I'm in. I think we could probably
good
pull
job.
it off at that
Let's
point because
try
the
to clear out
tamales will give
everybody.
us
Take a minute, chase these guys.
the tamales will give us inherently the value of the the drive itself. If we get you know what the tech would be, Carla? Since tamales are good for so long, we get a big bag of tamales from your mom. We land, we have her pick us up and bring us to like Dave's Hot Chicken or some bullshit. We eat Dave's Hot Chicken, we go pick up the rental, say hello to everybody, and then we drive. And we could stop by like your parents' place or whatever and say hello and chill for a little bit. But we could also get Dave's Hot Chicken or something out of it. You could get your Dave's Hot Fries or your Dave's Mozzarella Sticks. Was that Dave's Hot that had the hot mozzarella sticks? Because those things fucking slap. I'll be honest. I think Dave's Hot Chicken may unironically be like S+ tier. She said yes. To tamales? Alright, hold on. One up the negotiations again. Tell her absolutely no deal unless also Dave's Hot Chicken. We just can't do anything less. We gotta drive a hard bargain here, Carla. We're negotiating too light right now. We're letting her off the hook with this. She said she'll get us a lot of food. Cool. Tell her I will not throw up in her bathroom this time. And I'm sorry, I ate too much. Nothing was bad though, I just ate too much. It was the other food that did me in. It was actually Kane's, I think, that cooked me. She knocked on the door and thought that your brother was dying, and I was like, nope, it's just me. When I spoke English, she was like, oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. She agreed too easily, up the food. Oh, I think, knowing Carla's mom, we're probably going to have a Mexican feast waiting for us when we arrive in Phoenix. I think we're probably gonna have like tamales and salsas and probably some meat and shit to take up. Because this is our journey up to TwitchCon, basically. So, Hoofsy is going to be flying, I believe, directly into San Diego. And he will be renting a Tesla because he loves his Teslas. And we need vehicles to have enough for two people. For 2 vehicles worth of people. Because we have 8 people in our group immediately at the Airbnb. So we'll have 2 vehicles pretty much everywhere that we go. That we can utilize if people split up, whatever it may be. So that'll be great. But Carla's parents have not the greatest gas-efficient vehicles. Would probably cost us a decent amount of clams in terms of the gas, just to go back and forth in terms of those vehicles. So we've been trying to figure out what we're doing for the second vehicle, and now we're gonna land in Phoenix. We grab all the food. We'll stop by. We'll hang out. Grab the rental. Drive. I think it's like 4 hours or some bullshit. From Phoenix to San Diego. And then our goal with the tamales and whatnot is to get food that will last and transition well, so when people get there, they have something at the Airbnb that's just an easy grab and bite in the mornings or something, or if we need a quick snack in between. So we want to stock up just a little bit and have stuff that's going to be, you know, available to munch on, even though we're going to be going out and getting a lot of food while we're in San Diego for TwitchCon. We want to have some munchies at the Airbnb as well, so people... Oh my fucking god, what happened?
Lend me your keen insight.
Anyways, we just want to make it so people aren't starving. And what better way for that than tamales? And Dave's Hot Chicken. And a bunch of other stuff as well. But definitely Dave's Hot Chicken. Very, 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 very incredibly excited for Dave's Hot. Now, we're still, what, like 4 months away from TwitchCon? Shit's in, like, November or some bullshit? Kinda buns, not gonna lie. I don't know why they put it so late this year. If I'm being honest, I'm not entirely certain on that one. All I know... What is this extra bar? Is this from my masteries? All I know is that the last 2 years it's got a month later each year. And if they delay that shit by a month next year, we almost into the year after that. So it's gonna get a little bit cooked. I think you need some Guild Wars merch in your background, like a cardboard cutout of a Norn bear. A Norn bear? Hold the fuck up. What do you mean a Norn bear? Are you talking like a Norn that's a bear, or are you talking like Beef Supreme? Like a Norn that's like a bear emu. What are you? What are you on here? It's a Norn bear. Are we talking a big muscly man that will destroy our cheeks? Or are we talking... Hold on, no other questions right now. Hold on, we gotta get to the bottom of this shit. Are we talking a big muscly man as a bear that's gonna destroy our cheeks for a Norn bear? Or are we talking like a Norn that's a bear? It was a man but became a bear. It became a bear by being transformed into the animal, or it became a bear by being, you know, muscly and having an interest in men? Norn bear.
I'll stay strong. Stand your ground.
Would there also be a Norn twink? Or would that be like Norn bear and a Surin twink?
Might makes me right.
Is there rule 34 of this?
Getting healthy. Protect me. Ascended true at
I bet there's rule 34 of that. I guarantee that shit exists somewhere. As much as we don't want it to, bro. I know that shit exists out there somewhere. If you kill a Norn in bear form, are you eating bear meat or Norn meat? Well, I feel like either way you're eating meat. And if you kill a man and you're eating his meat, then isn't he still winning because you're eating his meat and that's sus as fuck?
getting healthy.
It's like, oh shit. Oh shit, hacking frickin' butts. Alright, here we go. Here we go.
Get rest, get rest.
Alright, we're
And
fine. We're
AoE
fine.
onto the ground. AoE, cut him down.
We're
Cut him down, cut him
fine.
down.
We're not fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're not fine. We have plenty of sustain here. I think we got spread. We should have a large numbers advantage there. I think that's only like 15.
I stripped 48.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that's like 10 to 15.
48 boons is a good strip.
We should probably... Yeah, it's only like 10 to 15. We can numbers-wise cook that, I think. But we must play together. We must play tight.
Spawn.
As
and
tight as we would be
see if we can get back there.
if a Norn bear was clapping. Anyways.
I probably shouldn't have called it for us to go north. I was hoping to
Anyways.
get into a circle, but
16 in one squad and a
I
few
said
others.
right, and people
Hear me
went
out.
left.
I'm getting pretty good at this
And
numbers thing.
Some of us are following.
That's a
the
solid
wrong
guess.
orange tag.
15 to...
We're heading north, not west.
Yo, I just want to say that is a crazy set of circumstances, though, if I'm being real. That could get the best of them. What are the odds we have 2 orange Catmanders
16.
at the same fucking time on the map?
There's around 16 of them.
What happened? How is there another? Radiant Radish, what are you doing? What is going on there, Mr. Radish? What are you looking to accomplish here? How? Did he just run and then, like, teleport back? I'm very confused about what the Radish is doing. That also sounds like it would be a Peanut-esque VTuber. I don't want to make any assumptions. But if I were a Radish-based VTuber, the Radiant Radish would probably be a pretty solid fucking name for it. Because then you'd be like a Radish Sun. And then you would be a very Radiant Radish. You'd be up tremendous. Don't worry, we have air superiority. Uh-oh. We no longer have air superiority. Everything is terrible. Everything is awful. Everything is bad. Oh, this poor soul. Poor kindred spirit. May you rest well, soldier. Goddamn. You really hate to see that shit. A man at his lowest, getting smacked the fuck up by like 26 people. Taking their anger out from an unvictorious fight. Yo, hold on. Can I call a timeout on the engages? I have to piss. Can I get like an armistice? So I can take an armistice piss? Cause my balls are full right now, bro. Like, I have been working on a bottle of sweet tea. And I've been trying to pound my water intake because I'm, I started up creatine. Which, I'm convinced I look like the fucking Hulk now. I put my t-shirt on today and I almost fucking ripped it, brother. I'm huge. I can't wait to just get into my Honda Civic and try to open the door and rip the door off the hinges because of the creatine kicking in. Oh.
Nothing will bring me down.
All right, hold on. Everything's fine. We're good.
We're in the middle of the bridge.
Yes,
Into
yes,
the
yes,
middle
yes,
of
yes,
the
yes,
bridge.
yes, 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 yes. Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes,
fuel's
yes,
down,
yes.
fuel's down. Do we have?
We're good. Look at that stab up time, baby. Look at that stab up time. We truly love to see this.
Keep
We're
fighting
actually
on this
doing it, my
bridge.
boys.
Keep fighting
We're
middle of the
actually
bridge.
doing it.
AoEs
The stab up
damage
time is
on
almost
our
there.
feet.
Oh my god, wait.
Need another res. Do we
We're
have
actually
another
going
res?
crazy. We're actually going crazy.
Hooked with that engage.
I think we stayed in the DH
think we have no
traps
damage.
too long. I'll lie. I think we need to... Like, I think we stayed in the DH stuff too long, but I also think we need to get strips into big damage dumps. Is the next thing we can do. Our supports are getting good at keeping us, like, really up. But I also think we can focus on coordinating dumps now.
Unfortunate.
Which would be a really
That's
big
right.
next step. Because previously, I think that we weren't even living
I'll
in
take the
fights
second
long
to
enough.
refresh food and all that.
Hold on, I'll tell Strag. Stragma, one thing I'm, like, noticing too, I think shifting our mentality from, like, making sure that, you know, support stuff is going out, when we're dying super fast, definitely a huge thing. I think just focus on positions, and then if you have the capacity, try to get all of our DPS in a coordinated, like, we're gonna dump all abilities in 3, 2, 1, and then get everybody dumping on you, especially since we lack damage. I think trying to coordinate and getting, you know, any necro strips, right? So if we get to the point where we're doing that, we want to have you counting in the engages so that way people know, you know, when Streg says dump, we throw out our strips on any necros we have. We throw out our CCs, and you basically, like, we know our support's going to be there at this point. I think our support's been doing well. But if we can get, you know, move this way and then dump on tag in 3, 2, 1, and then everybody just dumps AoEs on you, and give us like a count in so people can save up for it, I think that'll be huge for our DPS unlock. But we also just need more DPS in the first place. Alright, I'm gonna piss real quick.
Yeah, fair enough. Those guys got through that choke faster. Like, I think it was just really poor timing on my part. I thought we were gonna catch them in the middle of the bridge, and we just did not.
In a scenario like that too, when the choke breaks down, don't be afraid to like just full push through. And if we get some good kills on the engage, we can fully just regroup and push past them and get space in between us and them, and then get another clash in. Because if we go in and, think of it as a trade, right? We go into a fight, we kill 5 and we lose none. All we have to do is regroup and then go back in and kill another 5, and then out of nowhere we get to the point where it's just like, okay, kill the rest of them, clean it up. So I think one thing I've noticed with other callers, it's like, bring us in, win us a trade, get us to a safe place after, and then we will follow you with all of those movements. And the more safe places you can get us to after you see us get a few kills, we don't want to overstay, but get the kills, get us back out, and then we reset and we do it again over and over until the fight's done.
Fair enough, fair enough.
That's what I noticed anyways. Been taking 5 grams of creatine daily for months. If you want to improve
What's
recovery
going on down there?
and got the cash bovine collagen,
Do you have
that's
the
the way to
tag
go for
issue?
recovery. I mean, so like, the big thing for me, if I'm being honest,
Okay, let's get in on
I
this.
don't even necessarily
Just dump
have
your
the
AoE
intent
into
to
this
like
choke. Dump your AoE into this choke,
bulk
help out our
insanely
boys
hard or
here.
anything like that.
And then we're gonna follow in after the
I'm
green,
more
follow
or
in after the
less-
green, and we're
Hold
going
on.
to pinch them. We're inside right now. Get AoEs out on me.
We're up tremendous.
Let's finish out these downs.
We're so up.
I got yanked.
I got
Come back
stab
into our
out for
ball.
us. Everything's fine. We'll
Get
keep an eye on the
heals
stab.
and reses on our feet.
Uh-oh.
Heals and reses on our
Bro, the
feet.
DH traps do a lot.
Go back
Goddamn.
to the bridge. Back to the bridge.
God dang. That's a large pump.
These other guys aren't doing anything for
Once
us,
those
so
traps
let's get
came
onto
in-
the bridge if you can.
That shit kind of slapped a little.
Oh,
I'm not
shit.
gonna lie. Oh, that's not good.
Yep.
Yep.
I jumped
The
off to the
downtime got
left
us.
here. Jumped off to the left of the bridge.
He meant to do that, by the way.
That-
Nayers, what up, brother? Hope you're well. Dude, I am absolutely
let's get
phenomenal.
to
I
the
appreciate
fight
you
of the
coming
bridge
through. I
and
hope
the
you are
fight.
living the same, man. I got a fridge full of food. I got people in chat. Life couldn't be better, brother. I cannot complain whatsoever.
Let's get going up
And
the stairs.
Guild War's been fun as hell, if I'm being completely honest.
Sorry, respawn
But
here.
yeah, in terms of creatine, I'm more using it,
It's okay.
I don't know, as a supplemental
They got bigger.
for just general, how do I say this? Like general fitness and the overall benefits.
Let's
from
wait
it.
up the sentry
I'm not
for a
out here
second for
trying to
everybody.
body build off of it, but I
skirmish is
most
over, and I
definitely
think
get active
that
enough
will
to where the
win
benefits
it for
of
us either
having
way.
more capacity within my muscles
Okay.
to quite simply do shit, right, is a huge benefit. And then the, the mental benefits as well from it,
Following the way that we did.
quite nice.
We're-
So,
I'm not
they
doing
were.
I'm still under a week in.
Oh, there's 2.
But I'm taking
Oh,
5
they're up
grams
top.
a day right now. And as it goes, some people were talking about I could do a load week.
They're up top across the way.
Miss me with that
Like at the
taking loads
camp?
for a week type stuff. However,
So you know where we went up the stairs? You know how you
However-
can go further?
I also just want to
Okay.
keep consistent dosing so I don't
Yeah,
like
well,
shock
that's
my
good.
system or anything and lose all my
right
hair.
in front of our
But
camp here.
I know a lot of people that take like right around 5 grams daily. Seems to be a really solid just general dose. I know there's a body weight formula as well that we can figure out. But yeah, there's a lot that I'm curious about with it. And the largest thing that I'm looking for is more of just I don't know, an energy as soon as I get out of bed type shit, right? Because right now, when I wake up, some would say, Dusty, stop smoking so much weed.
It did not push us
No.
into second.
Thank you.
It did not.
However,
Did we get closer?
you
We
ever
went
should
up
I
like
sleep,
20
take 10 grams
20
that day,
2
you don't
points.
get groggy brain, but up the water. Yeah, that's
And
one
they
thing that
seem
I've been
to have
trying
went up 20
to
points as
trying to
well.
get. It's a
So,
very
yeah, I don't know how
Yeah,
that
safe. What up, dude? Over on
fucking-
YouTube.
the victory
I play
points
a Valor
actually
Luminary,
translate.
so I have Virtues up top. I have Valor in the middle, and then Luminary down at the bottom.
Lend me your
Because
Oh,
they came
I could
dead
probably put
last.
together a
Like,
build
Red
guide, but
came
honestly, I'm
dead
kinda like-
last, and they got
I don't
as
know.
many points as we
I'm
did.
kind of figuring it out still myself. I'm very new. But yeah, that's one
Maybe
thing. I've been
first
trying
one
to
gets
up
a
the
lot
water a
more points.
lot, because if you do not up the water,
Does it matter that they have all the encampments?
when you don't up the water with creatine, I've heard you get very, very dry, and like I'm noticing
I
I
think
get a
the-
little bit more
the
dry
encampments are
mouth.
just for
Granted,
boost,
also
that map,
the
isn't
weed,
it?
but
Yeah,
Definitely don't want to find myself getting
that's the thing, I've
dehydrated
never
because I
had
think
somebody,
creatine can
like,
lead to you getting
break
dehydrated
down
more.
the
So I'm
translation
trying to up the
between,
water like crazy, just slam a few
like,
more
the
mason jars a
scrimmage
day to make up
to
for it.
victory
People
point.
said try to 3x my
Like,
water.
I'm not
If I
sure how
3x
that
my
math
water, my
works.
balls would burst, if I'm being honest. Like, I drink a good amount of water throughout the day. And let me tell you what. I still feel like I'm not getting enough. Also, how do you guys take your creatine? Because I put a 5-gram scoop into a small glass of
See
water.
what difference we can make over these
I
next
slam that
few
shit.
hours, and
3 liters is good a day.
we'll go from there.
The fuck's a liter? This is 800 at the top. So that's what, like 4 of these type shit. Oh, excuse me. Needle. You don't inject creatine, Sorrel, when creatine's not a fucking steroid, you bozo. I'm not doing fucking TRT. I'm not getting
The green right
testosterone
across the way
directly put inside of my ball sack.
Once we go up there, they're gonna be right there. The right.
You made the rules on that? Well, okay, so hear me out. Creatine needs to be digested by a specific enzyme, and then it's the breakdown of the creatine that we actually benefit from. And absorption of things, when they can go directly to your bloodstream, it's more efficient, right? So my thought is, what if I flipped somebody upside down and made them do a handstand, stuck a funnel in their ass, poured in 5 grams of creatine, poured in some water, and then poured in some of the enzymes the same way that you can basically pour in a lactase enzyme to a thing of milk, and then let that cook, and then digest the creatine in their asshole, put it directly into their bloodstream, and then make a
Maybe I can
creatine
get, like, a
superhuman.
Quick AI.
Now you have my attention. The enhanced games have me very curious. Because that's like the version of the Olympics where everybody can do steroids. But I'm now like, how could I up
Green
my
coming.
creatine?
Alright.
How could I just physically become Hulk? You
They're
know?
running back.
At what point do I just
see if we
puff
can get
up
That might be
beyond
running
belief?
this far.
And I think it might be the
Oh, they're
point
just
where I
going the other
start
way?
boofing the
They're
team.
just coming the other way? Yep.
Sirs, good day. Pleasure to see
Okay,
you.
let's play this right side. Let's play the right side.
Absolutely gorgeous set of circumstances we find ourselves in here.
Someone
Get
went
aggressive
in
with it. Let's hit the middle of when they hit this right side.
Dropping
Hit
on
this
him?
right side.
They're about
AoE
to
on
hit
me.
our tail.
AoE on me. Big damage on me.
We're about to hit our tail
Push
very
on,
hard.
push through, push through. I'm pushing through.
I saw that coming.
Planted their feet.
They went to get us extended,
Alright.
and then they cooked the tail after that. Once we got a little overextended.
Keep fighting, keep fighting.
You hate to see it. That was a good play. Nice little engage from them. Although I will say, not the worst on our side. But yeah, definitely unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate. I
Alright.
saw that second group on the side
Yeah, that
coming
fight
in.
got lost. Pretty
Shorter
much
our tail gets, the better we are. Yeah, I think
Those guys that pushed us
we
on
took
the,
the
right,
bait.
We need to
it
run,
was literally look at this, look at
them.
this, look at this, bam, right across the face.
but we
And literally, like, the right hook came
planted.
in, and our backside got wedged in between. So that's one thing that the Woso group that I saw was doing really well. They dive kind of halfway in between a larger Zerg, and they segment it off into 2 smaller fights because the time to kill can be so fast. And if you catch groups and they don't have their supports, and they're dependent on spillovers, then they're going to be super easy to kill. So, with that, there's
good
a
try.
lot of validity that comes in if you can get
I
really
probably
good at
should
diving
go
the
for
back
like a
lines
roll
there.
to the right. But
I think there as well, in that scenario, like if we see them spread like that, we know that they're gonna want to dive into us and try to segment us like that. So our options are to either have a tail that legitimately just like doesn't exist, right, and everybody's perfectly stacked up on you, which would be great. But I almost think in that scenario, we might want to, like, if we see them popping stealth and we see them pushing into us with 2 split groups, I feel like that might be a scenario to pull back a little bit more instead of like push into them and then try to get their groups to converge the second we see them split, unless we can get like a super instant jump in, jump out. Because when we went to move in, that side group came in and just like hit us right in the middle. They like T-boned our shit. So if we see that split, I think we just kind of pull back and try to get them to like have to come together to fight us.
Yeah, like.
How many hours to get a level 80?
There, though.
I
not very
took
much
about
back
20 hours,
except for on our siege.
but there was also a boost active at that point in time, so
But
it was a little bit easier. However, I would
there.
say if you're just cruising
Definitely
along,
wasn't
I was doing mine pretty casually, and I was just talking to chat,
Yeah,
shooting
they
the
are.
shit during it.
Yeah, okay. A little
I'd say
longer.
30 hours, 40 at
Yeah,
most.
they're gonna
So.
probably end up catching.
If your speed ended before mount ended. Oh yeah, like if you know what you're doing and you're pumping, you can absolutely
Wall
blast
ears
it out
open.
in a few hours. Now, that's also a matter of like
Get,
doing your
stability and heals, stability and heals.
adventure guide.
Go up the stairs to
Your
our left,
adventure
roll up the
guide
stairs
is
to our left.
very, very, very,
Jump off
very,
the
very,
side.
very, 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 very fast and good XP.
Okay, it heals.
Like the
resins.
second you start on your adventure guide. Oh, that didn't work the best. The second you start on your adventure guide prog,
All right. I think that's enough
is good.
of going for
Is
that
good.
heat.
Is good. Eventually, you complete adventure guide like achievement sections, and it just blasts you like 10 levels. It just gives you tutorial type stuff to do, which is super easy. It gets a little bit more complex as you go, but introduces you to crafting and shit. Outside of that, you can progress doing literally anything, so it's not like you have to do the adventure guide stuff. It's just adventure guide is some of the, I think some of the faster that I know. Am I capped? Oh shit, I have 1640 out of 1300. That's less than ideal. If I'm being honest. That's not the greatest. Might as well grab this. We'll figure out which one of those I want to end up with. Grab the build expansion template. And then we'll hold on to the rest for right now, because I just spent a lot. Okay, I have to pee real quick. I'll be right back. Un momento. I think we might want to adjust groups as well. And I'm filling up my water. One sec. Sorry, Carlos talking to me about rentals for TwitchCon. Turns out, we may also end up getting a Tesla ourselves. Where'd we go? And what we do. If I were us, where would I be? Hold on. Oh, I see us. I'm on my way. I've created the Big Back meal and it's pretty good. Did you put mac and cheese on Fritos? What even is, like, what is a Frito? Is it just, is it like the onion thing? Like the little strippy thing? Yeah, not the onions, that's Funyun. But they're just like little strippy things, right? I feel like I see those with chili a lot. Because they're like a corn chip, right? So it'd be like Big Back cornbread if you had it with chili. Which, hear me out, that kind of sounds like it would fuck. Like some spicy chili with some flaming hot Fritos or something, or some regular Fritos. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd just fuck those up as a standalone. And like the mac and cheese just seems demonic. I respect it. Like when you need that shit, you need that shit, right? And of course, I get a Google Fritos and I immediately see a recipe for like Frito chili in a bag type shit. Chili cheese Fritos are the best Fritos. Is there, oh, there's a chili cheese flavor. See, I was thinking about legitimately, because Avatar did Fritos in a bag with mac and cheese on top. And I was saying I could take like Fritos in a bag and then put chili and shit on top. And it would be absolutely delicious. Like, that sounds real good. The Starship launch will be deploying 20 of the version 3 Starlink satellites. Is a demonstration mission to show how they work and test capabilities for iteration before they start to mass deploy them. Each satellite is 10x the capability of the last Starlink V2. Oh wait, that's for 6G stuff, right? I'll put them shits in a bowl. Okay, fair, classy. Although, if you were doing it food truck style, you could just cut open the bag and then do it in the bag type shit. But, you doing it the bougie way. That creates +1 dish. I ain't even about to lie. But, teach their own. Yo, chat. Chat. Craziest shit at the store today. So, y'all know how Carla and I, we buy everything on sale. We don't buy stuff if it's not on sale. We went to the store today to scout out sales because we have a $40 off 75 or more coupon in the app, and we wanted to make sure that, you know, we had everything sales-wise, and I just felt like taking a trip to the store. So, the 40 off 75 is it's an online only. So we had to go and see what was up, but we're over there, and we're looking at like their in-person sales to see what's good. And Ben & Jerry's is on sale for $3.49 a pint, which I'm like, okay, you know, Ben & Jerry's cool. $3.49 a pint, not the worst, not the best, not the craziest, right? But at the end of the day, not bad. We're walking around, and we see, oh. Shall I return to the other side of the map? I think I shall return to the other side of the map. My bad, I had to go talk to Carla about rentals. $3.49 a pint's insane. $3.49 a pint is kind of like expensive though compared to what we usually get. We usually get like $2.50 a pint, somewhere in there. So effectively, we're walking towards the back of the store, and at the end cap, right, past the ice cream aisle itself, they have a Ben & Jerry's sign, and they have pints, but then they also have these like, it's a larger thing, Scoopapalooza, it's called, where instead of like a 16 ounce or a 14 ounce or whatever the fuck a pint is, it's a 28 ounce Ben & Jerry's. 28 ounces. It's normally $9.99. And we asked the guy, because keep in mind we're in Maine, so it's not like people are caring too much about this shit. We asked the dude that was working back there. We were like, does this coupon apply to this? And the coupon was covering Ben & Jerry's and a few other ice cream things. But it said like 8.9 ounces to 29 ounces. And he goes, well, it's within the ounces, so I don't see why not. And basically, we bring it up to self-checkout, because the self-checkout people always hook us up. And we ring everything in, and we also got 50% off chicken breast, because they had too much chicken breast that they had to get rid of. So we grabbed 2 big family packs of chicken breasts, like literally 12 pounds of chicken type shit for $1.50 a pound. we grab the Ben & Jerry's, we bring it up, and we're like, hey, we're not sure if this coupon's actually going to work in the mobile app. Is there any way that you can tell if it's supposed to or not? And she has me punch in my phone number. I punch it in, the coupon doesn't come off. And she's like, oh, what are the ounces on it? And she looks at the ounces on the Ben & Jerry's. And she's like, oh, 28. And I'm like, yeah, and the coupon says it goes to 29. And she's like, works for me. She's like, $6.50 off? Works perfectly. So, $3.50 for a 28-ounce thing of Ben & Jerry's. We are absolutely up tremendous on this fine day. And that's going with my $2 Haagen-Dazs and other pints of Ben & Jerry's that are already in the freezer. I stay stocked the fuck up on ice cream. And I have a very particular ice cream rotation. Although I will say, there's some that aren't like the bougie actual ice creams. That are like the frozen dairy products type shit. That don't have the 3% required milk fat. That are still very tolerable. Friendly's brand is good. Signature Select brand actually has like a chocolate mousse tracks that fucks so insanely hard, and their like tubs are on sale for $2, so we might fuck some of those up, but I'm kind of low on freezer space right now. Regardless, big ass $10 tub of Ben & Jerry's, almost 30 ounces of it for $3.50, bro. I'm happy as shit, and I didn't even get my 40 off 75. 40 off 75? Yeah, I think it's 40 off 75. So we're getting 50% off plus there immediately. And then we're also going to only buy shit that's on sale. Usually 50% off already. So we're going to get like 75, 80% off from this upcoming grocery order. And we just went to Sam's Club and we didn't even buy that much at Sam's Club because we have so much. So we're even like, the fuck do we actually get out here, bro? Like, where do we actually go with it? So we got some work to do out there. 2-minute break, 15 jumping jacks. Brother, I just went to smoke weed. I couldn't possibly go smoking, and I need to budget my booth. Otherwise, I will run out. And I can't buy more if I run out because I need to stick to my budgeting or else I will never be able to retire. And I'll be streaming when I'm 74. PD, hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you be up to on this fine one? We are in World vs. World, and let me tell you, we're getting our shit handed to us. But it's fun. I think we're learning a lot in the fights. And I think this is the period where not everybody will want to, you know, stick through it all because we're definitely gonna go through learning periods. But once these learning periods are all gone through and we've come out on the other end of it, people are definitely going to notice, and I think we'll pick up momentum when the time's right. But there's definitely a learning process that we have to get ourselves through that we're fully going through right now. I will say though, support-wise, group is feeling very good. Now we need to find some very DPS interested players to round out the groups. And if we can start finding some DPS to get some kills in with big numbers, then maybe we start sneaking a couple of these fights out. We're getting a little bit better with the movements as we go. Obviously still a ton to work on, but you know, everything's been pretty well if I'm being completely real, man. It's been a fun day. Did hella SPVP today. Brother, I did the weekly tournament. We got our shit cooked. Like, we got our shit blasted. I have 22 out of the 30 mark shards that I'm about to need though. So that's phenomenal. When I get my 30 mark shards, I could either get an ascended weapon or I could get my last piece of armor ascended. I'm thinking I might do an ascended weapon, but even then, I only have the weapons out a portion of the time. Although I will say ascended weapon would probably be nice. But then, even then, I have to buy an ascended mace and a shield. So I have to buy 2 fucking ascended weapons to get the value out of 1 actual two-hander if I want to go that route. So we're kind of down horrendous there. I'm very sad at the current state of affairs with my ascendeds. If I use 2 two-handers, I would have such an easier route to getting my full ascended set. But I really have 1 less thing to purchase, and these mark shards are not coming easy out here, brother. Let me tell you what. What are y'all looking for? Are we looking for ascended gear? Because I myself am really thinking about these bad boys. Also made a warrior today. Oh, did you? Oh, did you? What are your goals with that warrior? Also, Dr. Chefron, I've not tried spear. I haven't done Janthir wild stuff yet. if I'm being honest. I also don't know how much support Spear would have within it. At least for my build right now, but Spear for anything DPS is fucking insane. Like, the more I learn about world versus world DPS, the more I effectively learn give them a spear and let them poke. And then they ball out. Outside of PvE, Spear kind of mess support. Right. Mostly a DPS thing in PvP, yeah. PvE, it's best in slot. Really? For support? Huh. What's it do in PvE that makes it so good? Spear OP again? Not like this. Have you done anything past core game? No. No, I have not. Ritlock has been waiting on me for a hot second. I'll be completely upfront. He's been waiting on me for quite some time now. And I think he might continue waiting. Think the healing monster is better? Gotcha. So it actually makes the healing worthwhile on it. Now, does that bring in like group healing or what's the whole... I haven't even played Spear yet on land, so I don't know what Guardian Spear does. Because I think if I were to go a DPS Guardian, I'd probably end up going Greatsword Spear, right? Because I'd want my spin to win and then Spear would be good for the pokes. You do Janthier so I can go Spear? I need to do literally every expansion. But also if I'm doing PvE content, then I'm going to want to play the Willbender. And I'm going to want to make sure that I'm blasting that. So, you know. A lot of decisions to make at this point in time. Where are we going? What the dog doing? Oh. We're up tremendous. DPS Lumi in PvE will be GS Spear. Sounds like it would slap. Honestly, just bring it over to PvP as well. And then just go GS Spear in PvP. And then just spin to win. And nuke 150 people all at once. And then you'll be fine. You just put Greatsword on. Press 2. Win game. Thank you. That is all. Actually pulls as well. But part of me... What do you need, Commander Swiftpine? We need DPS right now, Torag, I think. Nothing's really dying in the fights. I feel as though support-wise, we're doing pretty well when people are, like, paying attention. I don't know how stab is. Actually, we might need a stab for group 4. Seems like we might. Anyways. I don't want to assume, but we have an Evoker, Reaper, Druid, Shrimp. Shrimp, how's your stability? Would you say that your stability in your group is going well right now? Or no? Because I have a feeling they're kind of down bad. Wait, why does my group have all the stab? What? Do you have stability? Because we could always have... We could have Yurik play something that brings in stability instead of DPS if you guys are down bad on stab. I just don't know what it's feeling like for y'all over there right now, if I'm being completely honest. You getting ripped around? So maybe... we can... drag him there for now. The next groups? Yeah. I think for right now, we just run a couple of 6s, because a Deadeye is going to need support as well. Go Deadeye there. I feel like we have a decent amount of stab uptime in our group currently. Deadeye should be banished. Yeah, I won't lie. I would like to. I'll put him down in that group for now, the carryover group. Let's see. Slash squad Yurik, can you stab by chance? I don't know if he can stab. But if he can stab for G2, that would be nice. That would help them a lot. And then we would need stabilities for group 3. And ideally, ideally, maybe one more for group 1. So we have a Daredevil, we have a Scourge, Troubadour, and a Vert. So they have double strip. So I'm gonna put... I'm gonna put one of their strips down with me. Move Mono up to get Streg more stability uptime. And then... Alright, we got Torag back on his Lumi, so he's gonna stab for y'all there. Streg needs katas. Bro, he already hosed half of my kata supply. What the fuck do you mean? How do we get more catapults? How is he out of this? Bro, he's been cooking my shit. Chat, I'm currently accepting all catapult donations to fund the Cats with Abs war effort. If anybody would like to mail them over, please feel free. I am happy to accept all of them on behalf of Cats with Abs. Catapults? We should launch little cats at like, yeah, who the fuck did that? Bro, we got Tim Tebow on the fucking catapults right now. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. I swear to God, sometimes you just... You question what you're seeing a little bit. I have untamed DPS spec, sort of. I mean, you, Shrimp, you're not allowed to switch. You're not allowed to switch. You have to stay on your Druid forever. I'm trying to work on stab for stuff. I'm just trying to make sure every group has equivalent stab, and we have enough strips that can go out, and then we have some DPS going in on top of that. I think we'll be fine. But as of right now, I think groups are looking a lot better, because Streg's Druiding, you have Firebrand Troob in that group. You have Troob Druid Luminary in our group. And then you have Druid Luminary and whatever the fuck else is going on in this group. These guys are just kind of being sacrificed. I'm not gonna lie. Dial, I'll bring you up into my group, dog. And then I guess I'll throw him in group 1. Just so that way there's a little more love being spread. Just a smidge. We'll keep that all together. Loving us? Yeah. I got you, Michael. I got you. I know you out there pressing buttons. We'll get you some stability. We'll set that up. It'll be a little bit of a strange share with the whole 6-person. But I think I'd rather have that than have, like, legitimately no buffs going out to people. That'll probably help just a smidge with things. Just saw green. Oh, did you know? What are we gonna do about it? Are we gonna go kick the shit out of that green? Or will we be allowing that green to exist? Because I feel like any kill on green should be counted as like 3 kills all at the same time. And I feel like if we secure those, our score should go up exponentially faster than theirs. We're kind of down bad. I don't know what's happening again this week. I don't know if people are like not playing again this week, or if we just truly have a scarcity that's that harsh. But it's definitely a little tragic, if I do say so myself. I'm gonna see if I can pull them in. Oh no. I'm so submissive and breedable out here. Oh no. Oh no. I'm all by myself. Oh no, it's only me. Oh golly. What the fuck? It's supposed to be only me. I'm baiting them, guys. Jesus Christ. Bro, they thought I was actually in trouble. I was too convincing. Sometimes I need to chill on the acting. I feel like I'm like a modern day Leonardo DiCaprio at certain points in time. Should probably get nominated for a few awards from multiple academies type shit. Probably a couple honorary degrees worth of Academy Awards at this point. What do you do? I don't know what you do, but I'm gonna put you in that group. Do I throw 2 more people in the punishment pit right now? What are the groups of 6 in each? Better to have 6 in a group than have a few without any support. whatsoever. Easy peasy. We just don't have the numbers to have 5-person groups right now because we need to have a couple more supports at this point, or nobody's gonna have any stability whatsoever. It'll make uptimes a little weird, but like, I'd rather not just slam out a bunch of, I don't know, slam out a bunch of people into the nether because they don't have any support with them, you know? It kind of feel bad. But if we get a couple... Screw the burning shit. If we get a couple more supports, then we can make another group. And then we'd have enough stab for it. I don't think that we can solo stab groups in, like, actual fights. Especially with what we have right now. I mean, I might be able to solo stab, but I don't know if I have like the instances. I have the uptime, but I don't know if I have the instances to just like brute force through it. You know what I mean? So I worry a little bit. Also, these guys are going to be very sad. Like very, 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 very sad, I think. If we get into a fight, they're probably going to get plinkoed around until the end of eternity. And I predict very much sadness there. What? What the dog doing? What we on? We go back home. And then I think we're going to the keep. How are the other Borderlands doing? Do we have any progression anywhere whatsoever? No. Kind of on EBG. We just took Stone Mist on EBG. What happened there? Was that the lion tag? Yo, Claire, what up? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. It is going quite well, if I do say so myself. We're getting active in World vs. World, getting some more repetitions, getting some more knowledge. It has been a fun day so far. The last few days, we've been able to see, I think, a lot of really good fights. I'm actually, like, right now starting to really understand my build on a much deeper level as well. The last week and a half-ish, if I'm being honest, has been very beneficial for me, learning-wise. I just feel like the amount of information that I've been able to snag along the way, I'm able to parse a lot more now, you know? Just in terms of, like, sorting out the information, understanding what it actually means, and putting it to use. Whereas my first few weeks, I'm still very new, all things considered. I just passed 260 hours today. But all things considered, I'm able to actually understand the depth of my build a little bit more now, which is something that I'm actually very excited about. I'm getting to the point of, you know, optimally utilizing this ability or that ability instead of just throwing it out at a random time, which feels really, 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 really good. So, you know, we're starting to get there. I think a lot of people in the guild are also starting to work their way up. So fights will start to get better. Right now we're surviving in fights for a little bit, and we're not all just instantly dying. And previously, we had a big problem where everybody was just instantly dying. And let me tell you, even if we're not getting kills optimally, if people aren't just disappearing, then we're up so tremendous. We're truly, truly so sad. So I'm happy with it. Hold on. Let's make it. I'm back. Oh my god. Sorry, Carla's making mashed potatoes and like chicken and gravy and shit. Bro, the smell just had me fiending. I legitimately just ran in the wrong hole again. I just ran out and charged for a bite of mashed potatoes. God damn it, we always take fights at the worst possible time. I needed the taters. I had to double back for it. I'll be here for the next one. I failed my group. I won't lie. I failed us. I've let us down. But also I regret nothing. I regret absolutely nothing. The Alpha. Oh my god. Well, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate you. That is a healthy amount of catapults. I will say that'll help the offensive a good amount. Sell it. Selling all of these catapults immediately. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you for getting fucking scammed, by the way. Send mail. Catapults. Uh-oh. I didn't think this through. Catapults. Send. Send. Okay. Strike has mail. I'll tell him to sell my catas. Wait. Hello, friends. Good day. Pleasure to see you here. Absolutely charmed, if I do say so myself. Did I just blend in with them? Huh. Huh. I guess the dogs are scared of a wolf. Ow! That's what I thought, brothers. They knew that I would turn that shit. They knew I was fucking cooking them. The second they turned. We forgot rice and mash at Sam's. We did. We did. I think we could swing a Wally World trip. Or we could also just get it in our Shaw's order. I think Shaw's order might be more economically viable, but I feel like Wally World probably has the better prices. Just regardless. And we could get better things at Shaw's.
I think our group has seen the green light behind them. Oh,
just food for thought.
There they go. There they noticed.
But maybe Wally World run. But then I'd have to stream like 7.5 hours.
Get aggressive.
Have you guys thought about trying to run as a really coordinated 30-minute group with optimal sustained damage to kill the enemies? I feel like that's just ahead of where we're at. Because then you're looking at like, you know, coordination and group and 30 people sustaining, killing the enemies.
Obviously went better, but I'm not sure.
I feel like there's a lot of moving pieces.
Done there.
And I'm not quite sure. Hold on.
Hey,
Keep this. It's because I was here.
Yeah.
It's the first fight that I was back for. We're up tremendous. And now, wait a minute.
They're coming again.
I know this Tundra guy.
Second wave. Get into the wall.
I know this Tundra guy. I know one of you. Was that just like, was that the Scout Green group? And now we fight Final Boss Green group?
The other group wants them dead.
Or is this like wave-based green versus blue combat? Where we see more and more along the way. They're following us. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait. Fortnite? That rat. That fucking rat.
Stability. Let's push in.
Alright, strike mode. I think they might bring us out. Oh, a little thin here.
Onto the road.
Just be cautious.
Get stability here.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Concentration.
We need a res down.
We need a miracle. We need a papal interference at this point in time.
My bad.
A divine intervention, I think, is what we needed there. We let them stretch us, like, out of the choke.
Alright.
And they basically got to jump on us because we had to telegraph where we were going so heavily.
I was hoping our extra manpower was enough, but...
I think we just walked into split, if I'm being honest. I think we may or may not. Good plate carriers cost money. Oh yeah? I've been told about the Veil skill. Is that... That's like the... It's getting nerfed in the upcoming patch, right? I can't remember exactly what it does, but I think there's one where like... Oh no, that was Shroud. Never mind. Never mind. Different drape-based facial wear. What's Veil? What that should do? Commanders on Mesmer have Veil that is a line that stealths everyone who passed through it. Oh. So that's how the group stealth goes out? Is there a max usage on that? Why does your group have so few deadeyes? Because motherfuckers can't see. Everybody's old as hell. Why are we... How are we gonna have deadeyes if we can't see? Do we need them? But what if we need them? I think in a group of 20, you guys probably have like 2 to 4 deadeyes and 2 to 4 mechanists. I feel like this is meme. I don't know if this is supposed to be like actual tips or not. I'm like 90% convinced meme. But I'm also like 10%. I'm so new that I'm like, I might just not know. The good guilds are doing it on EU. Well, why would I want to do something the EU's doing? Hold on, I have to sneeze from even just saying EU. Oh god, sorry, I'm allergic. Oh, my bad. God, imagine what would happen to me if I started doing that shit. Masha, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. EU's always ahead of the meta. Well, they're literally 6 hours ahead of us, so yeah, that fucking makes sense. We get the meta 6 hours later, that's not our fault, that's time zones, dog. I don't make the rules, I just tell people about them. Sorry. At least I can fucking tell time. One of us can, golly. Why do you guys watch me? Oh, they got more! Oh, we can kill that first group.
Jump out the wall with our group.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Holy.
Oh, goodness gracious, dude. The allergies are cooking me. Yeah, I live in Europe. Might be good enough for USA.
You can work these portals a little bit.
I thought the
like the gate
I bet I could
portals.
1v1 him in soccer.
Yeah.
I don't even play soccer.
Go up this
All I
back
know
wall here.
is I can probably kick the ball harder because my kick would be measured in miles per hour and his is measured in kilometers per hour.
Top of the stairs.
So effectively, I already have an
Jump off the
advantage.
side of the wall.
Oh, they don't even want the smoke. They ran away from me. Chat, you saw the way I pushed them off there? I just told them no. I slammed the door shut immediately. There was no hope for them whatsoever. I'll do it again. We're pumping! All right, everything's fine. It's all okay. It's all okay. Is it Holland or is it Holland? Is it like Holland, but you're saying it with like an A?
Coming again.
I don't even know how to say that shit. I'll be real. Most of the soccer highlights that I watch are muted. Merc, that doesn't fucking help. Holland with an A. So like, Holland?
Run.
Holland?
Yeah.
Is it just
Yeah.
Holland?
We're getting too split up.
What,
And
soccer?
when I
Kicky
try to
ball.
plant our feet,
Kicky ball with goalie.
we're
Football.
not bracing
For those
it
across the
either.
pond.
Or like, even
However,
if we
football,
are,
American football with
these
the,
guys
you know, the
are getting
pigskin and the
advantage
tight
of
pants
really
and the groping other men to the ground and then holding them there and trying to grab their
Both top
balls.
things are being contested.
However, football, European soccer, and from what I've been told, that's the gay one and not the one where we bring other men to the ground and try to grab their balls.
Garrison and their Citadel.
Pat Mark, thank you for the follow. Me, I play basketball,
Oh, you might
or
just be
played
looking at
in
the
my younger
waypoint.
years. We try to get the balls out of our hands because we're not sus.
Yeah, like their
However,
waypoint will have an X on it
football,
because it's owned by them.
you're trying to get your hands all up on those
If it's
balls.
being contested,
Whoever has their
like,
hands
the
on the
colored
balls,
circle will have
huge
an X
reward
on it.
for it. Big reward. Most important person is holding the balls. Football, it's for the freaks. Trying to get your feet all up on those balls.
It in parentheses saying contested
Trying to do some
doesn't
crazy
mean
work.
it's being contested.
In America, football is concussion simulator.
One person could be 20.
Oh yeah.
The waypoint.
Yeah,
will
the
say
youth of
contested
America
because
should
it's,
probably
like,
play flag
their
football
waypoint.
until like age 18, and then maybe we
just
wouldn't be getting smoked by China
at the
on
Blue
everything.
Castle
But you
symbol.
know, it is
Like
what
how
it is.
The Blue Castle also
Actually,
has
space
the
travel
sword
we
throat.
got, but that's also not the football players. That's the nerds
Okay.
that preserve their
Oh, okay,
cranium.
so the-
So, Yo, super whatever their motor's on until I just barefoot stepped in fire ants.
Yeah, it is a little
Define fire ants. Like, are we talking ants but on fire? Or like what? Whoops. I expected that other group to exist a little bit longer. I didn't think that they were just gonna hit the dipset. Wait.
Let's get into the center
Oh, in this?
gate here.
I was gardening in my barefoot, stepped in a hill
Finish
of
the
biting
downs
ants
in
that
the
hurt.
throne
Hey!
room
You rat!
really quick.
Everything's fine. You bastards!
Here they come.
They knew if I got up, it was over.
Okay, jump out of the
The second
jump
that
out
I
of the
got
throne,
up,
go
it was
south.
fucking done, bro. It was turned. I told him to stop. No, it's okay. He recognizes the threat that I am, man. I fucking get it. I get it. It's truly like, you need to triple team every single person that's a threat, and I'm honored to get it. For the group you're running against, spend 3 hours per day of auto-reviewing footage to get better. That's great. I'm proud of them. Yeah, I think that's a nice thing. You know, the group I'm running against actively also messages me frequently to help out and get our guild in a better spot. So the group we're running against, keep in mind, like, we're very new to the game, and I think we have, as a community, played enough PvP to know when you are new to something, over, you know, tens of thousands of hours playing these PvP games within our lives, we've learned very heavily that if you're the best group, if you're the best PvPer, if you're the best player, you know, in the game, well, then you're probably in the wrong game. If you're the best person in the lobby, then you're probably in the wrong lobby. There's always somewhere where you can be learning, and we very much like to learn here. So the opportunity for us, like, we joined tier 4 last month, being brand new to the game, knowing we had no fucking idea what we were doing and just trying to figure it out, right? We got slammed into T1 this month, and half of Yolon, the team that we got put on, is bitching out, and they're like, oh my god, these people are better than us, so we're not even gonna play world versus world against them. We're over here like, hey, we know they're better than us, so we're gonna slam fights into them because we have absolutely nothing to lose, you know what I mean? So for us, we go into it knowing odds are stacked against us, especially if we're fighting people that are on that level of taking it competitively, to where all we can do from it is learn. So it's honestly the best case scenario for us. We're not a guild that's gonna get like ego hurt or anything like that. I'm not a streamer that's entirely worried about, you know, preserving my image and having a 100% win rate. If I wanted to have a 100% win rate, I'd make YouTube videos, because you never lose on YouTube, baby. Never lose. That shit's only for the W's. But personally, use EWP. You're gonna eat my ass at the EWP. I know how this goes. We pop EWP, I show up, and then you're there waiting to eat my ass. You want to get better? I'd recommend doing 12 straight hours of in-houses while you have people screaming at you. It's more zoo classes. No, the zoo class is real as fuck. But yeah, no, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn over here, man. Genuinely. There's such a unique combat system. Not even in the sense of like tab target versus action combat, anything like that. But the emphasis over here on buffs, debuffs, all of those really, I say like, uh-oh, we're splitting off. All of those things that are completely like unignorable within this game when you look at the scale of it all, right? Okay, that group just got absolutely fucking slapped. Jesus Christ. So, you know, the emphasis on buffs, debuffs, the fact that you can effectively be invulnerable if you're playing correctly as a composition, the fact that you can make other compositions just die immediately and Thanos snap them if you catch them in a bad spot. It's fun. You know what I mean? It's a nice thing to have to look forward to. And I think learning more is a good thing. Well, Top Guilds also plays on Action Cam. It might be worth trying to learn it early if you guys can. Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. We will slap in a bunch of Deadeyes. We will have everybody go on Action Cam, and honestly, I'll probably start playing Berserker Willbender in this shit too. I think that might be the play, brother. You might actually be onto something. Action Cam is objective that you literally can't about face. Tyler, if you haven't put 1 and 1 together yet, I think our friend Radioactive, I don't know. I genuinely, I can't tell with the delivery of this if it's like rage bait or just like a strange attempt to help where it's like actually well intended but comes off really like odd. I'm like 50-50 on it, and I can't decide if it's like actually well-mannered help because the Guild Wars community is so like so kind. I'm not gonna lie, me 2 games ago I'd be like, this guy is definitely trolling. Me after playing Guild Wars for over a month, I'm like, man, this guy might actually be trying to help. I don't know. I'm like, I'm disarmed now. I'm less angry than I used to be. It's been therapeutic for my soul, bro. I truly am back to untiltable mountain status. For a while, I was defensive. I came into Guild Wars and people had come in and they tried to help, and I'd like snap at them a little because I thought everybody was trolling. Because everybody just trolls in other games. It's a weird change up here. Very strange thing. Get stuck in S key animation. What if you try to about face on action cam? Or what that? Going to about face with action cam when you can press S and you can run backwards at full speed. I just don't like action cam on things that have a lot of ground targets for a very simple reason. Being able to place those wherever I want to while not compromising my field of vision. Now, keep in mind, I also played a ton of like, you know, a ton of action cam. Oh, okay. I get it already. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I played a ton of action combat with New World and, you know, Ashes of Creation. It was tab target for me. It did have kind of like action cam option, but I didn't fuck with that very heavy. It was kind of buns over there. But New World, I played full freeform action combat, and that was nice. They also had the freeform movement over there. But I also didn't have the option to go tab target, and with the combat over there and what I was playing, it actually almost made sense, because I was throwing out gravity wells that had, like, you know, the full 3-dimensional plane of travel, so I could throw it up, I could throw it directly down into the ground, I could throw it pretty much anywhere. So playing action cam there so I could actually throw it up into the sky, well, that was actually quite nice. So, if you attack and press S on action cam, you slowly backpedal because it locks you from turning around while doing something. But if you're on normal cam, you can just use about face. So theoretically, say you're doing like some PvE shit and you're trying to kite a mob out. You could hold S and it would action cam turn you, and then you could like tap your attack and then cancel your attack and it would like turn you back and keep you running? Or would that be S? I see that as almost kind of like an orb walking type shit, but yeah, that seems kind of clunky for PvP stuff, I'm not gonna lie. About face is something that I'm trying to get myself more familiar with as well. It's a weird little mechanic in the movement system that is, I think, important for people to learn, but also something that something that most players will probably put off learning until a little bit, you know, more advanced time when they're more familiar with the basics. I don't think it's the first thing I'd teach somebody, but I also think it's something that most players should learn at, you know, some point in time. That definitely has an advantage trying to avoid shit, not having to burn a dodge. Just the simple timing of, you know, left click, about face, right click, without flipping your camera and doing it too soon while you're in the turn animation. It's like as soon as your character's head stops turning, you can right click it back, but action cam is actually really helpful if you're playing something like Verter Evoker. So you can just slap shit out because of like the higher APM, or what's a big benefit there? Oh wait, because those are more like Vert has shit that's on it, or is this cap again? Because I feel as though, dude, I'm still 50-50. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Part of me just wants to assume the positive, but I was great on my other classes with like no AoEs. Oh, Lord. That's fine. Never a thing. Thank you, love. Too much gravy, not a thing at all. Love you, thank you. She said she put too much gravy on my plate. That's cap. Absolute fucking Cappington, if I do say so myself. There is a beautiful amount of gravy here. Listen, man, all I know is that I just got a beautiful plate of food delivered. Is there such a thing? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. There is not such a thing as too much gravy. Blasphemous. Only guild I know that used it was using it for targeting Berserker longbow field. Gross. Top DPS players in the group that are helping out almost exclusively use action cam to pop off on DPS. What's the benefit for action cam on DPS? Like, what's the big differentiator there? Just the freedom in movement? Or what does it, I guess, like, present for such a difference maker? Hold on. I'm trying to eat my food and figure out where the fuck's Strut going. It is not going the best. Actually, it was completely fine. No other arguing for or against. That is objectively slightly worse. Little things here and there. As you're in World's World and you want to AoE on a wall, you have to look up to aim at the top wall. Right. That's like, that's the only use case that I could see personally, if I'm being honest, where I would prefer action cam with how many ground targets I had. If I had fewer ground targets, where I was less, where I was less dependent on slamming those out all the time, then I think action cam would be a little bit better. But, you know, I could see it on things like melee and shit. But, uh-oh. You might want to drop down.
Who? Wait, what?
There's a big group behind you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, start moving south.
Oh,
That's the broadest friends.
There's another group south of us.
I'm the scout. I'm cooking. HDM, ground target skills fire instantly or crosshair. No extra click to aim. Wait. There's no extra click on ground targets with tab target either. Now is it actually troll? There's literally a quick cast. There's no additional quick to aim. Click to aim. Or just, where is it? I don't even know where the setting is. Ground targeting. You just go here. So then people don't know what they're saying and just spouting anecdotal nonsense. That is one thing. I'm turning this! Get fucking rolled, pussies. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm him! I win this. Okay. Actually, though, kind of lived for a decent amount of time there. We were cooking that shit. I almost turned the 1v30. Hold on. Now I can grab a bite of food. Or show up. Yo, Z, what up, brother? How about a beautiful life? Turn on skill retargeting. What's skill retargeting? What'd that do? Oh. So there I was, taking a bite of some chicken and mashed potatoes. I had just conquered 30 people at the same time. Absolutely destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them. On regular cam, to keep facing your target while backpedaling, you have to hold down right click the whole time. It's a held button eating a hand the entire fight. Action cam gives you that same locked facing aim for free. Wait, what? No, you don't. You literally don't have to free up the hand. You tap left click and then you about face. So like to keep facing your target while backpedaling. So you're saying in a 1v1 scenario, like locking onto them? Or are you saying like truly moving away from them? Because while backpedaling, sure, but like, why should you backpedal? I was part of the team who won the first official World Tournament in 2014. Brother, it's been a long time since 2014, Radioactive. I'm gonna need some cited credentials for that if you're trying to ego people in chat and be like pretentious when people are citing things. Cause like people are just providing like counter information to stop bad info from going out. And you're kind of like, I don't know, you're talking about things that even I as a new player, I'm just like, oh no, you don't really have to click for that. That's not a huge thing. Like, you came in and tried to tell people they were wrong and you didn't know that there was an instant cast on ground targets. So like, I don't mean to be mean, but it's like, being confidently wrong and then going at people, I think is one of the worst ways that people can be. When I think the Guild Wars community is overwhelmingly very helpful. And I think most people try to, you know, overwhelmingly help more than anything else. Turn on skill retargeting. Lets a skill cast with time reposition with your mouse position. Wait, what's that do? Look at permission. Oh, wait. Ned! Horse drag. Hold on, yeah, I can pull you. I'm eating my food. Where you at? I got you guys. Hold on, where's this? Problem, I get you rolls. There we go. There we go, we're up tremendous. Oh, this is so delicious. How's World Wars World? World Wars World is really fucking fun, man. Even though we're not winning a lot of the fights, just the reps that we're getting, I think are going to be very, very, very useful. Because keep in mind, at a certain point, groups will restructure, relegations will happen, and we'll not be in this matchup where we're clearly in way over our heads. But at the same time, being in over your head when literally nothing bad happens if you die. It's not like we're dying IRL or anything. You know what I mean? It's not as punishing as some may think. And I don't really know why there are people out there that are genuinely, like, afraid to try to take PvP if they might die. But it's strange. I personally really enjoy the opportunities we're getting, though. Redguard literally disbanded before Action Cam even came out. Wait. Wait. Is my guy actually out here just like full incredibly capping? Cause like trying to troll me is one thing. But if he's spreading false history about the game, golly. I just got banned again for saying I'm gonna lose mid lane hard. What? You got AI banned on League for saying you were gonna lose mid lane? So like, how do you ask for help? Stop saying you're gonna lose. In China, apparently you cannot lose. If you lose in China, you will be banned. Yes.
Right makes me
Yes.
right.
Yes. What's happening behind us here? Alright, well, chat, I have a compromise. Let's not go for fun game mode on game launch. When 95% of players are wearing yellow gear, so he does the shit and everything is completely irrelevant in today's game. Well, okay. So, this is one thing that I would like to remind you guys about the internet. Sometimes people just make stuff up. Sometimes people just make stuff up a little bit. And sometimes people are very, like, I don't know the nicest way to say this.
Might makes me
But sometimes people aren't really like socially normal, and they'll sit in a room by themselves, giggling to themselves, typing something like weird or edgy in an online forum, and just trying to like get a rise out of people. I know that's crazy, but I've experienced it once or twice, and I don't know if it's a matter of like boredom or what leads people to it. But there's a certain point, again, like, in other games, I've dealt with goobers far more than I have here. And there's a reason why I was just like, oh wait, maybe he's actually trying to help, because the Guild Wars 2 community is genuinely, like, so incredibly helpful to the point where I was like, oh, maybe he means well. But, you know, with everybody actually just fact-checking him and him just spamming out random bullshit, it's like, okay, well, clearly, he's just trying to... you know, trying to get a little something going. It's not a huge deal. I kind of get empathetic when I think about, like, what you gotta have going on in the day to try to troll people in a random Twitch channel in a 13-year-old game. But, like, I appreciate help from people all the time. And if the intent was truly to help, then amazing and thank you. But it definitely feels like with all the incorrect name dropping and stuff, it's a little bit like trolly at this point. Which again, I'm not mad, but if anyone ever tells you they're better than you because they won more World vs. World matches than you know you can disregard his opinion. Okay, hear me out, but I've won more New World Wars than they have. So clearly I'm better, because they can't even catch me. I could play enough World vs. World to catch anybody else in World vs. World. Like, hear me out, might be hard to catch 2.5 million kills, but if I just get started today and don't sleep, by the time I die, I'm probably fine. So, we'll be chilling there. But you guys physically will never be able to catch me in New World Wars. Just can't happen. You can start now, game will be turned off before you do. GG, boys, checkmate. Never played New World. If Dusty beats me, is they most certainly better. See, I know my shit. And personally, one thing I do know is that if every one of your groups doesn't have a DustyWhy, then you immediately lose a fight. And I think that's why we're losing the fights right now. We only have one DustyWhy. I think our best bet would be more Dusties in every set of circumstances that we could accomplish, and then we'd be fine. But that's just my take. I'm trying to remain impartial on it, but sometimes it's hard. You were saying about giving people the benefit of the doubt, and sometimes there's cringe. Well, it's also... it's the internet, and people are trying to communicate through text, and it can be hard. I'm not gonna lie. I try my best to assume positive intent everywhere, right? It's like if somebody bumps me on the street, I'm gonna assume that it was an accident, and they're gonna be like, oh, sorry, and I'm like, oh, no worries, dude. It's, you know, that reaction in a social setting, instead of somebody bumps you on the street and you turn around and stab him, and then, like, twist the knife and fucking cut out his entrails. Like, it's not a necessary reaction. Me, not you. Thought we'd crash again. So, I look at it the same way. There's a good chance that somebody that verbally bumps you may just be, you know, not communicating properly. And I always try to take it from that standpoint, where it's like, delivery online is hard. I've literally had miscommunications with people in chat before, where it's just like, hey man, you're coming off kind of weird right now. Like, I think it's just a tone thing. And they're like, oh, that's my bad. And then there are times where I'm like, hey, you're coming off weird. And then they just keep coming off weird. And I'm like, okay, clearly you're just not interested in having an actual conversation. You just gotta learn over time. You're guys talking about Abraham Lincoln, brother. Abraham Lincoln, the GOAT. He is truly an inspiration to most of us.
Next.
I think we have at least one of those in here. Well, if I haven't yelled at you in chat at least once, then you're not a real member of the community yet. I feel like we must do verbal combat. Bonus points if the word penis comes up during the verbal combat. It's just like a level of comfort at that point. Something you on the street and get mad when you don't want to fight him. See, that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of the reaction that I get sometimes. Because, again, I don't really mind if somebody wants to come in and spend their day being goofy. It is what it is, right? As long as people aren't, like, saying actual, like, you know, hateful, vitriolistic things. I don't even know if that's a word. But, you know, if people aren't saying weird shit, I don't really mind. I just, you know, I've had people talk shit before. I've had people say stuff. Got banned for 7 days. Is it because it's your second ban? Maybe League is trying to teach you confidence. It's trying to make you understand that you can do something great, and the largest thing holding you back is you. Maybe League is telling you to play Guild Wars 2. Bro, I swear to God, I keep telling her that her and her friends would like Guild Wars 2 a lot because, like, she likes doing stuff with people all the time and just, like, having, you know, groups to play with. And her friends are autistic. And those are basically the two types of people that love Guild Wars the most. So I feel like it's pretty much a perfect fit, if I'm being completely honest. She could play with her friends. Her friends could, like, look at the pretty colors and explore and stuff. And then whenever she wants to sweat in PvP, she can. I feel attacked. Are you an autistic person that likes playing in groups? Gang, gang, gang. Here for you, don't worry. Everything's fine. We all sit here for 8 to 12 hours a day because we're all completely normal. And we love going outside and interacting with other humans about the weather and, you know, things that other adults interact about. Small talk makes you want to actually jump off a fucking bridge. Like, I don't want to ask you how your fucking daughter's doing. I don't care about your daughter. Like, it might be a lack of empathy, but, like, listen, man, some random teen mom that I went to high school with could have sold their daughter and it wouldn't have impacted me on a literal any form of personal level whatsoever. Nothing would have changed in my life. I wouldn't have bought that kid. I wouldn't have sold the kid. I wouldn't be involved. Doesn't impact me whatsoever. Oh, excuse me. Jesus fucking Christ. Just has 5 guys on the drive home while watching stream. Time for the burger. Oh, wait. Wait, what? So what are we saying? Small talk is boring. I don't want to hear about somebody's daughter because I don't really care. I don't want to talk to people about how the weather is. Small talk fucking sucks. Like, there's only a certain level of I cannot physically care any less about what's going on in your life than me interacting with like 99% of people in any form of small talk. And it always pains me when people are just like, so, how are things? Because then it feels like we small talk. Well, we're dating. You also touched my penar. So, like, you've earned the small talk, and we have things to catch up on. But it's like, I don't want to have somebody be like, so how's everything going? And then flex on them because my life is good and their life isn't. That feels mean. And I know a lot of my friends are struggling and shit. So if they're like, how is everything? And I'm like, dude, amazing. I play video games for 8 hours a day. I wake up and I go for walks and enjoy the sunshine. I get off stream and spend time with my girlfriend, and then I go to sleep and I do it again. How are things for you? Well, I go to work, come home, and exist. I'm like, man, why are you making me feel bad right now? You asked me how things are. I don't want to answer the fucking question right now because I know when people used to ask me how things were before I streamed full time, I'd be like, they fucking suck. Thanks for asking. I don't want to go back to those days, and I also don't want to flex on motherfuckers. I try to live it humbly right now. Touch your peanut if that means you'll care about me and have small talk. It's not a bad deal. If I'm being honest. A little small talk for peanut
Contract
touch.
accepted.
Listen, I guess the Norn's in on it. Apparently the Norn is also going to touch my Pinar for some small talk. I don't know what contract just got accepted. All I know is I think somebody's trying to touch my Pinar, and that is, it is what it is. We're just gonna deal with it as it comes. All right, what the dog doing? Just a touch? I mean, really, if it's just like an in-passing touch, then it's an accident, and it's not a big concern. So, like, if you just put your hand out, and I happen to be spinning around a lot, and, like, my Pinar slaps your hand a lot, then it's not a hand job, it's an accident, and that doesn't make it sus. I feel like there are circumstances where it's really not that bad. Also, hypothetical question for you guys, right? So say you're playing golf or something that requires a membership, right? YMCA membership, golf membership, sex club membership, whatever. Right? You get a discount for couples. Would you or would you not
They're like
make out with your best friend to
to
save 50% on a yearly membership if that membership was, say, we'll say like $800 to $1,000? You each save like $250.
Look at the guy behind
And you
the
go
building.
into the golf clubhouse
Flank
and
the
they're
building,
like,
left and right. This
hey,
guy doesn't escape.
we don't
This
think
guy-
you guys
he
are a
doesn't
couple.
get to hide like this.
You thought you were clever.
You sending it or not? Because I'll already determine a list of friends that's like, okay, they're good enough at golf, and I think they would go frequently enough to where this would be a high value return on my investment. But there are also
another guy right
people
up
that
here.
I don't think would provide as good of a return overall. So,
He's AFK.
it's one of those where you constantly have to, you know,
Yeah.
go through the risk
Don't go
analysis
too
on
far
it, the
into
cost
Borderland.
benefit.
We'll get into.
And if the
get
benefit
up
outweighs the
to,
cost,
Red Lake.
I'm in.
We'll
I'm
get
in.
another fight
Also, I
with
need to
that
bring my
group.
plate out
An
because I
actual
just
fight
fucking
with that
chowed.
group.
Hold on.
Where are you dying?
Green, don't come eat my butt. I need to bring my plate out.
Five.
If you come eat my butt, you're bitch made.
Like
Actually,
five.
hold on.
I see.
I'm gonna go back real quick. I'd bring my
Said
plate
they were
out.
behind me.
'cause
I
just
turned
destroyed
around,
it.
and then everyone just started running into walls. So I think I just DC'd.
Always
Yeah,
just
you-
running into a wall to fuck with you.
Like I saw when he called it, but I just didn't mean anything. Everyone was just like not moving correctly.
It would be funny to fuck with Dusty when he's deaf and then just run into a wall in front of him.
Yeah, actually,
Make him think it's a giant server lag.
just him. He would think he would just DC'd.
He's getting your strats on the VOD right now.
Yeah, I see.
Archer's chilling. Archer's chilling. It's not gonna bother us, I don't think.
Nope, someone hit it.
Oh, okay. Oh, Archer's not chilling anymore.
We have all this supply and no one building.
I'm on guard.
I have
We
used
were
all my
looking at the
supply.
outro.
Yeah.
Speaking of Raker's by himself.
We're losing a lot of ground in this fight. Where are we? What happened?
I don't know. What fight?
Might finish.
No presence on Red BL. Home BL's
Yeah.
fine-ish.
I was gonna say we might finish our night back on the desert after we take this.
Why that?
Or, I mean, we can take Sheridan and see if there's a response from green, or if we get a red response.
I have returned. We had a phenomenal bulky. I had a little chocolate marshmallow cookie treat. Now, we blast. Torvo! Whatever, you were banned. She's been banned twice now. Because she keeps saying that she's going to lose her lane matchup to try to ask her team for help. And apparently, the new League AI banning overlords that exist have determined that that is a sin punishable by death. So anytime that she says she's gonna lose her lane, she gets turbo cooked with the most absolute quickness. And it's the second time it's happened now. So, not quite sure exactly what her long-term solution is there. But, sir. Ay.
Defense, then
I have a feeling.
stand your ground.
Ay. Do we need to bring over 30 people to deal with your group of 10? Strug, if you come back to the middle island behind you guys, there's a group of like 10 red that we can blast that are picking off people trying to run back, myself included.
Alright.
If you'd like. Because I can't get back to you guys otherwise.
Yeah, we'll come back for that camp.
Well.
And after we just take this one.
Those
we'll
poor
get everybody
lads.
grouped up, and then we'll go Sheridan's.
Probably should have just let me walk past. Those poor kindred spirits.
It must be nice being a streamer who can call for a 20-man
They're
escort.
just vibing. Just minding their own
It's
business.
got its benefits.
Just trying to get a pick.
I do agree. There's definitely.
Now we got the
positives and
Prezi.
negatives to it.
Now we got the Prezi on it. We pull up, hop out at the after party, and now I will find them and I will kill them. I will bait them into our group, and then they will get absolutely fucking dunked on. And then I shall jump on their body. Is Rap queued? Not here. 3 on EBG, 3 on Yolan. Bro, I'll be real. We don't see shit in terms of like tags for Yolan. It's a little unfortunate, like genuinely how little we see. But, you know, is what it is. Is what it is. Our largest complaint is that we can't get more like experienced tags to run with and shit over here. It feels slightly tragic because a lot of the time we want to come in and we want to try to, you know, we're in tier 1. We probably didn't get moved up to tier 1 through our, you know, our high performance, so to say. We think it was just completely random that we got slammed up in this bitch. So we'd like to be able to pick the brain of more experienced groups the same way we did when we joined up in T4 and we had, you know, we were on Tubes of Draskir and we had a couple of solid guilds to run with. So we learned a lot from them. Over here, it's like, ah, shit, we kind of like alone. There are a couple of tags that run private sometimes that we can find ourselves getting in with, which is great. But when those aren't up, it can be a little bit difficult to, I don't know, to get meaningful reps in. So I think that's been the roughest part of it so far, if I'm being honest this month. It's just that a lot of our side seems to not want to play. It's a really weird thing. And I don't know that I've seen such a, I don't know, like scared mentality in gaming, you know? Hey, this next week will be better for you guys in T2. Oh no, believe me, I'm fully aware. Like, we basically, hear me out, my people will show up and will press their buttons for any commander at any point in time to the best of their ability, which is gonna be varied abilities at this point. But we don't even have the commanders to press our buttons for, because so much of our team, like in general, is just like, oh, we don't want to play. It's not even our people. Our people are quite possibly some of the worst people in Yolan. And the most inexperienced people in Yolan. And we're out here just running face first into the entire green Zerg time and time and time again. probably more than most of these experience groups are. And it's one of those where I'm like, I'm proud of us, but I'm disappointed in the other guilds that we got sorted with. And I wish that there was more of a sense of competitive growth that people wanted over here, instead of just taking the path of least resistance with it and saying, oh, we can lose, so, you know, we should lose to try to dive down a tier. And if I genuinely think if people would play, just in general, and we got our experience guilds in with great tags, which we've, you know, we have really good guilds over here. We have numbers, we just can't put them together. And if we could do that, I'm not out here being like, oh my god, we'd shit on the green Zerg that puts in a ton of work, blah, blah, blah. But we'd at least be able to put up some good fights. We'd be able to get into a spot where it's, you know, a little more competitive in nature. I just feel like people, I don't know, like, convince themselves to give up before they attempt fighting in the first place. And I think that's one of the largest negatives to World vs. World with the tier system that I've encountered. People know that if they throw, they'll drop down a tier. And they think that the grass is always going to be greener on the other side. And to a certain extent, with T2, we also have to remember the best team in tier 2 was the lowest kill death ratio team in tier 2 last week. So the lowest KD team in T2 got brought up to tier 1. The highest kill death ratio team in tier 2 was the last place team. So they got demoted. So even then, just because we dropped down a tier doesn't mean that we're gonna have people that are completely incapable of fighting. We might just get our shit cooked in the same way and still have the same level of adjustment to it, you know? It's one of those that we never really know how it's gonna play out until it plays out, and then we figure it out quite quickly. You want the server Discord? Bro, I'll be real, I'm the worst person to send in Discords and stuff. I have Streg and the gang do that shit. And we are always looking for more people in leadership as well that know what they're doing with Guild Wars stuff. We're honestly still a little bit clueless with everything. We're trying to sort out, you know, when to run events, some scheduling stuff, really get some, you know, some organization to it, because it's been a little bit haphazardly thrown together so far while we figure so many things out on so many people. But yeah, no, I'm like the worst person for it, bro. When I'm on stream, I can't really check Discord. And when I'm off stream, I also don't really check Discord that much. Oh, yeah, no, that's also, hold on. Are you in Discord call right now? Because I have truncated usernames. Hold on. Hold on. What's your profile picture? I have to go off a fucking profile picture. Any officers can give roles? Well, he's getting officer roles to come in and try to help with some PvP, like, build and composition stuff for us. Because Snow, I think, spends more time in PvP, or at least World vs. World, I should say, than any of our people. So he's been hitting me with a ton of build stuff, a ton of comp stuff that he's getting from other guilds. So I live in World vs. World. Yeah. So I want us to start to get some of the more of the specialized leadership going. So that way we can always make sure that we have people in their lane that they know. And really, with so many different routes for this game, where you can play entirely PvE, you can play entirely PvP, you can play entirely World vs. World, you can play the game really however you want to. I feel like we need to allow people to, you know, specialize, at least on the leadership side of things, right? In something that directly interests them. More than anything else. Hold on. I'm gonna mecha chameleon my shit here. Maybe I can blend in with this wall, like, perfectly. And they won't see me. This is actually kind of good. Wait, high key? Not the worst for a mecha chameleon standpoint, chat. I'm gonna be real. Rate my mecha chameleon right now. Together. Tarvo! Thank you for the 17 months, brother. Goodness gracious. Eggy, what up, brother? Oh, you're drippy drippy. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, you got particle effects out the ass. God damn. God damn, you like fucking flow. What the? I got a little baby trail. I have a little baby trail. It's so cute. Wait, what do you play? Druid. Druid can do DPS stuff though, right? It's like Condi shit. Do you support or do you... Druid healer? Oh my go! Hey, chill, 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 chill. Like Condi? Yeah, yeah, I heard it's kind of like an older spec. Interesting, interesting. Druid roaming builds are very good too. I feel like Lumi could also do really well roaming. Wait, that's crazy. So even as a healer, you get the pet. Shit. That's crazy, actually. So you can just... The bear removes Condi. What's the turtle do? Because the turtle's cool as fuck. The turtle's cool as shit. Also, is it true that only... Iggy, run! I'm walling him! Iggy, run! Sorry. Sorry about that. They're a little defensive. Oh, wait. I understand why. We had some greens behind us, never mind. They thought he was one of the bad ones. I'm out here having a goddamn casual conversation with them all.
Yeah, they're about the apology.
Alright, we're fine. We're fine. Wait, why do we have a hype train coming? Tarvo! Tarvo sold the hype train. Prod Dome. Wait, so kind of like my shield? Because that seems kind of sick. Huh.
Do we have
Not only removes Connie, but does it in an AoE.
Yeah. Waypoint back. Well, most of us are out.
Well, so one of the largest things about Druid in general, right? And just Ranger.
Made it.
My Prime caused a hype train? Your Prime did cause a hype train. Apparently it was a Super Prime with that length. My goodness gracious, the length, the girth, the width. Goodness me, oh my, Tarvo, I appreciate you, dog. But so basically, your spiced cock, sorry. What was I doing? This. Dr. Chef Ron taking out his spiced cock. Oh my god. Dr. Chef Ron, thank you for the gifty, brother. I appreciate you. You legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You get banned again? She said she was gonna lose mid in pregame lobby and then she got banned. Hey, Iggy, coming to the prime as well. My fucking go. I appreciate you, dude. What's up? What's
I
up?
think we got farmed out.
So,
like any chance of actually holding the lead.
Hear me out. I have heard that only 2 people in the game have... What is it? Is it like ultimate dominator or some bullshit? What's the PvP kills one? Player versus player. Not season.
Strength, potency, power.
Where is the
I
The
think
Iggy
it's
achievement?
green on Dreadfall, but
Realm Avenger.
we'll go check it out.
That one. This one. 2.5 million players. How long did it take you to get that? Like, gameplay wise. Like, what was the total hour investment, would you say, before you got that? Playing World vs. World since 2014. When did you get it? Like, how recent is this? I have 10,000 kills. I have 2,000 hours in Guild Wars 2. Wait, what? EDX was last year in September.
That's crazy.
12 fucking years? Oh my god. Wait, I already have 5,000 kills. So, I need 5,000 by what? 5,000, basically? So, let me do the math. /age. Say I play PvP a bit more aggressively, and my pace on this would be a little more similar to 200 hours per 5,000 kills. We throw that in. at a 200 by 5,000. How many hours is that? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Not 5,000. Wait. Would it need to be 5,000 by 500? Or 5,000? 5,000. About at 40k hours. What the fuck? How much of that is in World vs. World? Just like all day? Do you do shit other than World vs. World, or do you just blast?
After this camp, we're gonna go desert, and we're gonna take the
40k
tower
hours is
closest to our
crazy,
waypoint.
bro. I wonder what I would be at
I wish that didn't go through.
if
on
New
stream.
World didn't die. That wasn't me. That wasn't me at all. Also, I think everybody else is pretty much gone, but I think they're all just on EBG because they're cute to shit, if it's any solace, Streg. A lot of us AFK, but World vs. World is most of it. So just join a group, run around and vibe. Because honestly, that sounds like a goal. You'd be at least 20k. Would I at this point though? Because I left in December of 2024 at 7,000-ish. 3,500 in Ashes the following year puts me at 10.5. So I mean, honestly, I'd probably be at like 12,500 in New World at this point. Right around there. If I hadn't left and the game hadn't died. But that's also factoring in, you know, if stream did well and allowed me to continue doing this. Because really, last year, well, the last 2 years, really blew up the rate at which I was playing games and streaming in general. Like, I've been streaming for 10 years. And most of my hours on stream, just like numbers wise, have come in the last 4 since stream started to really ramp up. And since I went full time 3 years ago. Just the amount of time I can dump into it now is fucking crazy. So, yeah, so it could be the next dying MMORPG. MS fired a lot of their devs. Yeah, but it's just part of the restructuring where they're cutting out a lot of middle management from what I've heard. Like, they fired a solid amount of the workforce, but from what we've gathered, it was a lot of people that were in positions that were kind of like bloaty positions, if that makes sense. And to a certain extent, I don't want to say were replaceable and didn't matter, but by everything we've gathered, were relatively replaceable and didn't matter the most. A lot of it was like you know, a 3rd to 4th layer of management that could get cut out to reduce bloat there. Because a lot of what Xbox talked about in their release, their profit margins, horrible comparatively in the business. Like 3x to 10x worse than their competitors is what was thrown around. And like, they're gonna shrink that. I think part of what we're starting to see, and I don't think it's just gonna be indie games, I don't think it's just gonna be MMOs. I think we're starting to see businesses realize that they never cut back on the bloat from their peaks. And I think realistically, businesses are starting to lose a lot of money, and they're starting to realize that their operating expenditures are cutting in on their profits more because gaming is down and business is up. Or not business, but labor, I should say, is up. The cost of conducting business is up. You have the COVID boom, where games blew the fuck up, where launches were happening all the time, where everybody wanted to be a gamer, everybody wanted to be a content creator. And now, post-COVID, you have people that have sold their setups that no longer want to, you know, want to be pro gamer, pro streamer extraordinaire, and it's really settled out. And I think when a lot of businesses hit a peak, it's either, okay, we have an all-time high. We either have our next year be another all-time high, or we have to cut. Entire blow was almost full. They never needed to buy so many studios, and they heavily mismanaged their complete portfolio. Meanwhile, they ridiculously overpay their execs. I mean, executives are always, in a lot of people's minds, overpaid, but the reason they're executives is because there are a few people that could probably do the job with all of the back end stuff and all of the meetings and the planning that are required, you know, and all of the comprehension of that shit on a very large level to, you know, efficiently do that. But that's a different discussion entirely. I think the blow isn't a part of anybody's fault. I think the blow is a part of natural business, and hiring and firing of employees is natural in business whenever. There's a reason why job security is such a sought after thing. And with job security being incredibly sought after, it goes to show that job security is not always a thing. CEO was paid 96 million. How much of that was total performance bonuses though? And how much did the business pull in over the course of that last year? So $200 what you do? It says you. Like, hear me out, I'm not out here defending millionaires, but we're not the ones that determine what somebody's worth is to operating a company that brings in billions of dollars. Just to be completely honest, like, we're not the ones, nor should I think anybody kind of try to say what the cap to anything should be or anything like that, because then it's like, okay, what happens if somebody brings in something of value that supersedes what's currently available to humanity? Do we pay them more? Do we break the laws to pay them because we deem that they bring in something more valuable? No, value is paid out to relative worth in the product that they're putting out. And like you said, if somebody cures cancer, you're gonna make not just billions, but you'll make trillions as a company. You won't be looking at millions, you won't be looking at billions. If you do that, you're gonna be looking at, actually, you're probably gonna get assassinated. However, providing you don't get assassinated, sorry, slip and fall down all of the stairs ever, then you'll probably make trillions of dollars as a company on that. Like, for example, you know, SpaceX. A lot of people are like, SpaceX stock gonna go down. Probably, especially as more people that hold stock free up and can potentially move their stock. But what if they mine a fucking asteroid? It's an asteroid. Or, sorry, it's a what if. It's an asteroid. It's a what if, and it's so far out there that it may or may not happen during my lifetime, and it may or may not happen ever in humanity's existence. But if it does happen, then how do we assign worth to something that's never been done before with a finite amount of like, oh, you can have this much money as money continues to become more and more varied in its worth, you know what I mean? At a certain point, when do materials, actual like, you know, precious metals and, you know, finite tangible goods that are used for production become more valuable than any amount of currency can hold? What happens when we find a new alloy that's only replicatable in certain scenarios that we can't get on Earth? Until we find a way to build something to replicate it, but until then we can only harvest a finite amount of this new alloy that has properties that we've never seen. At some point in time, there is a solid chance that that may happen, the same way that it has with quite literally every single element being discovered in human history ever. And when that happens, it's worth something that you can't really slap money on. Regardless, talking about Xbox is far different than talking about people literally discovering alloys on asteroids. Slightly different set of circumstances, but I think with a lot of studios, you look at an element of trying to chase peaks and peaks after peaks and peaks after peaks after peaks. And it's just business. It's not game dev exclusive. It's not science. It's not just Starbucks when I worked there. It's every business. If you have a record year, your boss isn't like, all right, take the foot off the gas, buddy, you did it. It's, hey, go out there, let's beat the record year. Let's invest more. Let's bring in more people. And then at a certain point, if you have year over year of not performing and things are still trending down, then you say, oh, well, turns out we can't afford to have all of you. That's also kind of why seasonal work exists. When there's a demand for something, you try to hire up to meet the demand. And when there's not a demand, then you fire to reduce the demand. And the people that are expendable are not going to be the CEOs that are at the top of the organization to the companies, unless they're performing really terribly. It's frequently going to be the people in middle management that they deem could report to somebody else. And then the people that get fucked over will of course be the people that get fired, but also not the CEOs, the other middle managers that are just like, oh damn, now I have to take on 4 other people's work because 4 of my friendos just got fired, so now I have 5 teams reporting back. What do CEOs do? I mean, depends on the structure of the company, of course, but CEOs, vice presidents, whatever you're looking at, are typically responsible for so much of the total corporate planning, forecasting, projections, hiring the people that hire the people that hire the people, and are the foundation of the entire direction of the company, approving or disapproving certain goods, projects, studios, budgets, partnerships, all of your operating expenditures. They need to be very good monetarily. They need to understand how you're pulling in customers. They need to understand how much it's costing you to acquire a customer. They need to understand the goods that you're putting out and how much those goods could potentially pull at market. They need to understand your investment in the goods versus everything. Like, CEOs, depending on the company, can be very involved. They don't do that, people under them do that. I think we're assuming from an outside-in standpoint. I think we have no idea the daily schedule of those people. And I can say from personal experience from the people that I know, again, different companies, and this is all anecdotal, like, this is who I know, which is definitely not 100%, you know, perfect experience or answer to it whatsoever. Are you guys gonna run from my group again? Is that what you're going to attempt? Yeah. Haha. My boys, my boys. Would you like me to bring over the lots once again? You guys are getting pooped on in a 1v3 trying to grief a streamer that plays a support. My guys, imagine. Imagine. Hold on. Hold on. Come here, brother. Come here. Just sit there and don't get a kill. Just sit there and don't get a kill and relax. I'll sit down beside you. You and your one friend are going to need a lot more friends here, brother. You're going to need a lot more friends. I promise you. You might have to pull up with more than just one other person. Maybe get a couple people to play with or something, because I got collusion on this end. Depends on the company structure. Of course. And I think also right now, thank you, Tundra. I think right now, we also can assume very much, well, some company would run without the CEO, but the company wouldn't run without the people under them. The people underneath are typically trained in more of a specialty, and again, middle management is middle management for a reason. And in every company that I've worked for that has corporate structure, my area director and regional directors could have absolutely done my job as a store level manager and as middle management. And the people above me were trained in everything that I was trained in, plus some. And the standpoint of training middle managers to understand everything that's far above them on just a store ops level, but the regional ops level, the demographics level, dude, everything. Like, there's a lot. And I never assume what people's corporate experience is, nor is mine the most. I worked in a few scenarios that did have, you know, corporate structure to them and was directly a part of different levels of management. And then I went back to hourly after realizing I fucking hated management. But I can promise you, without a CEO, the companies that I worked at would have not had the structure at the top to keep everything from unraveling. And you could nuke a CEO and a company could run for a week, a month, maybe a year. But when it comes time for, take whatever field, say food service, new menu rollouts, optimizing the regional level, the national level, whatever your chain is on, the direction of the company and where you're looking to invest, the element of, do we want all of our stores to look different? Do we want all of our stores to look the same? Do we want to offer regional pricing? Do we want to offer regional menus? Those are things that are just immediately off the top of my head, that are very simple, shallow things that are even more delegatable than shit that upper management would handle. But even then, there's stuff that on a store level, true middle management isn't there for. And when it's deemed that you could just cut out a line of communication, which with a lot of the Xbox restructuring, they've talked about how a lot of what they're cutting out is lines of communication, right? And with those lines of communication, very, 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 very hard for those things to actually establish. ID software will continue in ID Tech. For how long without people actually guiding the companies, without the people that are determining which softwares that are being used at the start and how much you're able to spend on those softwares at the start? without the company, without the people in the company that are going out and hiring the people that are going out to actually make the partnerships for the company and acquiring the people for the company to sell stuff to, the people that are making sure that your company has a cutting edge versus other companies. You might be able to take an entire sector, but individual companies within that sector need top end guidance to outperform other companies. And when they're not, those companies will get left behind. And in terms of pretty much any form of business, and I feel like especially something as quick moving and, how do I say this, like zeitgeisty as high-end game dev, not as much indie dev where I think the level of total investment is a little bit lower. But when you're looking at game development and the massive amount of capital that's invested on a baseline level, if you're looking at lowering the level of capital invested in a game from 250 to 150 million to have the same game come out, that's fucking massive. Now, again, on the CEO level, if you're looking at being the CEO of a company that is overseeing many studios that are all shipping titles, then it makes sense how all of those clams could come in, you know what I mean? So, 136 known devs. What, that got cooked? I just feel like game dev as a whole is very incredibly volatile and is neither fun to think about, like, nor talk about, if I'm being honest. Because there's no really good way to coat what's happening with game dev. The best way to code it is the most reasonable expectation of businesses hit a peak and then realize they couldn't sustain the peak. Therefore, streamer build. Build what? But, you know, developers hit a peak, realized they could no longer sustain the peak, and then had to let people go off of that peak. Uh-oh. I didn't approve this. I'm just throwing that out there. I did not approve this.
Cat with abs is absolutely S.
Yo, Caddy, thank you for the ball. I appreciate you. And I think that's like the best scenario to put it. And the bad part is that not every studio hit their peak. Some are just being hit by a fact that they didn't peak enough to have any funds to actually sustain the massive investment that's required in gaming right now to have something that's regarded as even, you know, pseudo-competitive right now. It's an incredibly expensive thing to get into even as a small indie developer. The floor is accessible because of all of the tools that exist on the intro end, but to have anything that has any semblance of bringing you in a form of, I don't know, money or business sustenance, there's a little bit more that goes into it, you know? But I was overinvested. They bought a giant amount of studios with the aim to become a number one publisher, and they fell on their face. Right, but I mean, businesses are about taking chances, and at a certain point, you have to cut your losses. A lot of businesses close and go bankrupt because of that. Most businesses fail, and I think larger businesses have the luxury of being able to just say, hey, this isn't working out. We're cutting you and cutting our losses. And smaller businesses can become a little bit more stuck, so to say, when they get into a spot of trying to excuse me, when they get into a spot of trying to cut their losses on those. They can be a little bit more, you know, all or nothing, do or die, everything riding on this, right? And I think that's, oh, I thought he literally just slip and slided. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wait, Tundra's helpful. Oh, wait. No, never mind. We're not hitting Tundra. We're good. Tundra's our babysitter. Tundra's making sure that everybody's chilling right now. Making sure everybody's playing along nice. Brother's the fucking enforcer. What do you play? Ah, yup. That makes sense. That makes sense. Amalgam fucking slaps, bro. I don't even really know what that shit does, if I'm being honest. All I know is that it gets close range and goes zzz, and then things die. And I try to buff it. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, hey, if someone's got to get the down on you, it might as well be me. Oh, that's tragic. Wait, that's not even Tundra. Who's that one? Sorry. Sorry. That's my bad. I tried to defend you. Thunder run! He's going fucking crazy, actually. There's no shot he gets out of this. Look at him go. What the fuck, man? That movement is crazy. I gotta get that shit going, bro. He's on the mount. He's gone. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wait, he actually scooted. Yo, that is demonic. What the fuck? Oh, that's so crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Did you recruit that man? Listen, listen, listen. He's a double agent for us. He's doing his thing over there. Look, when I say we have people that are mentoring, I have connections. I've got goons. We'll get good at some point. I'm just not good yet, and that's okay. I think being willing to accept that we're not the greatest, but we want to get good, is part of the reason why so many people are willing to help us out. Which, again, I'm very thankful for. Immensely thankful for. It's something that, you know, we definitely couldn't be in the spot that we're... Hey, chill, chill, chill. We couldn't even be in the spot that we're in without all the help from the community. So that's just a huge thing. But quarter remote workers, those are not actually included in the original workforce. And ID Software had only 185 devs. So they are down to what? 52 devs? Or what's the deal there? Another 22 positions. According to the notice, 96 employees at ID Software's headquarters in Richardson, Texas are losing their jobs, plus 40 remote employees. Another 22 positions are being cut at Bethesda Game Studios in Austin. Communication Workers of America Union, which represents 146 of the 158 affected employees, stated that in December, ID Software workforce consisted of 185 people. Yikes. Yeah, so that means that most of their workforce was cooked. Would be immediately what we're looking at there. And that was July 9th. So that was 2 days ago. So yeah, that's not this again. That's not the most encouraging. In the worst case, they're down to 52 tabs. If I understand it correctly, it'd be crushing. I mean, I think you can still create and ship a product with 52 tabs. But are you going to be able to create and ship products to the capacity that you need to succeed in today's gaming climate? As you wanted to previously? Probably not. 56 devs made Doom 2016? Yeah, it's definitely not impossible, and that's also why I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, a lot of these cuts could very well just be replaceable employees. Now, again, I don't know the internal structure. I don't know what their budgeting is and how much labor is actually needed for the things they're looking to accomplish. All that I know is that a lot of businesses have a solid amount of bloat right now on board. And trimming that bloat is a natural part of things. And I think I'm not shocked to see game development be in an incredibly shitty spot post-COVID. But that doesn't mean that it's any less sad. You know, a lot of studios that made games that people loved for years and years and years and years and years as kids and grew up with, it's just cooked now. And a lot of it is not because of lack of effort, hard work, or anything from the development teams. It's many factors outside of it. It's a ton of, like, competition inflation as well. Market share competition with studios that continue to try to scale up, that targeted the wrong things and missed the mark and paid heavily for it. there are studios that likely if a singular launch had gone different, they could be looking at completely different sets of circumstances. And I'm sure we could all think of at least one where if a recent game had come out and it had just been a little bit better and sustained for a little bit longer, maybe that studio would still be in a good spot. And if I asked everybody to type which studio they're thinking about right now, it wouldn't always be the same studio. Be a lot of different stews out there. So I try to keep that in mind, man. It's a very volatile world, and it kind of, ooh, we need to have this. Dust Whisper Well is ours. So I just, you know, it sucks. It's shitty as a consumer, and I can only imagine it's even shittier as a, you know, as a game dev, which I can only assume because I'm not a game dev, nor do I pretend to be. But lack of job security is something that just creates a lot of stress, and I feel like in the creative world, which game development truly is creative, and I think inspiration-based more than anything else, I think it's hard to embrace your creativity and your, you know, inspired side when you're worried about a lot of other shit along the way that might not be. Hey, we want to turn back, take a little fight. I'm down. Tima, we ball. I can support this, and then we cook. Because if they try to come back up, we have stab for this, and then we ball. I have more stab for us. Yeah. Big old tanky Dusto. Oh wait, maybe not. They got friends. Everything's bad. Everything's terrible. I might be able to heal. Never mind, everybody else is dead. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. I held out the longest, so I will say. I came last. I'm just throwing that out there. I made the most eye contact and nutted the slowest. I'm the manliest man there. Damn. Dude, I almost turned it. My server's toxic? No, just be happy I let you live. You should be thanking me. Honestly. If I was feeling a little bit less forgiving today, I might have just turned that for a little Klipinski myself. You hit me down twice. I didn't chase you down. I didn't participate in either of those. I'm just saying, I didn't chase you down. I was just running with my group. I didn't even attack you. I was on my mount. I was peaceful. Streg chased you down. Now, did I heal Streg? While he was chasing you down, no. Other times, yes. There, yes. But when he was chasing you down, I was just watching. I was just enjoying my time. Streg was going ham with them stab threes. Bro, I need to get a roaming build. I swear to God, there is nothing worse than when somebody comes up to me in World vs. World, and I'm like, you're gonna get it, Buster, and then I turn and hit him for 10. It's one of those where I'm like, man, I really hope you don't have any self-healing or anywhere to be in the next hour. Because it's gonna take a minute. And eventually one of us dies. Either me, because I keep reading chat, and I miss like a big ability dump, or them because either old age, which represents half the community, or I just whittle them down eventually with my 400s of doom. So, we'll been a roaming stream. Yo, I could dust off the old Willy Bender now that I know a little bit more about the game and see how that's transitioned. Because let me tell you, when I was playing Willy Bender, I was definitely not getting the most out of all of my utility and whatnot. So I think I could definitely bend some willies just a little bit better, if I do say so myself. All right, I gotta piddle real quick. I'll be right back. Momentum. Good day, soldiers. Oh yeah. I've sat on my balls. So, sure, maybe everything will be okay. I mean, so hear me out. According to what we have heard about the cuts, a lot of it is supposed to be bloat trim, which I think is important to keep in mind. Trimming bloat, again, is shitty, but is at the end of the day natural for companies. And while it sucks that so much of it has hit game development so constantly for the last far too long, it's something that I think we have to kind of like, you know, just roll with the punches of and hope that the studios can manage to get through. Because one of two things is going to happen, you know? Either, oh, hello. Either the studios will, you know, find a way to get through and continue to succeed, or AAA game development physically isn't going to exist for much longer, and the studios will stop being willing to invest as much money as they are, and we'll see the endless amounts of budget for games come to an end. And it'll be like, hey, you have this much money to develop the game with, go over it, and we're gonna Jason Karaman your shit, you know? It's one of those where I think we're headed towards game development having far less of a, you know, an open wallet, a blank checkbook on the AAA side, and we might see things get reined in. But even then, you have the element at that point, if everybody reins it back in and somebody somewhere is willing to invest absolute clams, then they create a standout project simply for money, and we see the entire cycle ramp up again, where it's just, how can I spend the most money to make this product? And it's a weird thing, because money does absolutely have some form of improving, you know, the capabilities of putting out a solid product. But money definitely does not mean that your product is going to be good. It's not a guarantee. Something tells me we just got wiped. Looks to be not the best over there. So I'm assuming that's going to be a regroup angle. Yep. Yep, looks like a regroup angle. Can we respawn in Stone Mist? Or what's the deal there? Nope. No, we cannot. Golden years of AAA are over, at least among the big AAA US publishers. I think there's still some hope in AAA, but I definitely think the days of, you know, us reading a Game Informer about an upcoming launch and knowing that it's going to be an absolute slapper, I think those are gone. I think gaming now, and I mean, keep in mind the rapidity of launches is absolutely crazy. The rate at which games are released nowadays and how many games come out per week comparatively to 5-10 years ago, oh dude, it's night and day. It's remarkable how many games are coming out now. And when you look at the competition in the market, it's like you're investing more and more and more and more and more for a market that's becoming more, you know, contested and polluted by the day, where your life cycle as a game is probably getting shorter because people that you haven't already established market share with are going to be harder to make, you know, a standalone customer, right? If you've only gone to one restaurant for your entire life, it's going to be harder for you to work other restaurants into your normal rotation, right? You'll always kind of default back to that first restaurant. So, conversation is depressing. Yeah, game dev as a whole is kind of sad, man. I think that's part of the reason. Uh-oh. Hello, my lads. I think that's part of the reason why I'm happy to do what I do, because I am able to remind people about the human side of things, right? I've lived through multiple games that I loved and was passionate about that are dead now. And I know multiple people on each of the teams that were real live human beings that I've, you know, met and interacted with that were impacted on the job side by the actions of not them, Not just the failures of them, but the failures of things that were far out of their control. And that kind of sucks. And I think it adds a very human element to it, far past what a lot of people typically, you know, expect, see, or experience with game dev, or willing to attribute to it, you know? So that's the big thing. I like being able to talk about not just the games, but also have an appreciation for the people that are, you know, that are making these things for us. Because at the end of the day, there are so many people that are investing a lot of time to put these things together from the ground up. Good try. Hey, listen, I just follow the pug commander. I just got here. I go in, I support, I throw out some abilities. What happens after that is on him. He's got my abilities regardless. If the rest of the group is doing shit and we're moving right, then we win. Bell's making a shooter MOBA. Well, it's Deadlock, yeah. Deadlock is going to slap. My concern with Deadlock is kind of that the skill ceiling will be incredibly progressed, but also the skill ceiling could be one of the strengths of it. Like, by the time it hits a 1.0 launch, you're already going to have a comprehensive pro scene shaped up, which is great for it. But will that push off casual players because your average player at that point will be so good? To the point where, you know, you look back on OG Deadlock. Excuse me. OG Deadlock. Where players were just going around and I was mowing Krillin and we were slowly moving and figuring out wall bounces and shit. And you look at where my Go Ido is movement-wise right now and where pro players are. And it's not even just Ido, it's all of the other amazing players that exist within that game now, right? The skill ceiling has already far surpassed, I think, what a lot of people expected it to within that game. And I think when certain games progress to a level of, like, I don't know how to say this, like, incomprehensible gameplay pace, it can impact how people are looking at the game itself and how they're thinking about the game. To the point where it's like, okay, with Deadlock, for example, right? If people go into Deadlock, yep, this isn't good, Mr. Commander. This is less than ideal, Mr. Commander, sir. I tried to get to our commander, but he was already gone. He was already gone. But I definitely, why? I don't know. Yeah, no, exactly. It's almost like looking from the outside in on Guild Wars PvP, where people that see, you know, this fast pace of, you know, dying, right? The rate at which you can just get 100 to 0'd, or on the other end, the, you know, absolute stalwart, my health isn't moving side of these fights. It can almost put people off from the learning experience of this because it looks so incomprehensible at first. And I feel as though games that physically progress too much, you almost run into a Fortnite-ification, I call it, where over time, something goes from an accessible mechanical learning curve, not even on the mental, but the raw mechanics, right? The thing about Deadlock is it's not just a MOBA learning curve. Deadlock APM, Deadlock aiming, Deadlock movement, Deadlock precision of inputs far surpasses what all MOBAs provide in terms of a raw mechanical demand. Now, some could be said for, like, item and ability usage in certain MOBAs on certain heroes that may be fast ABM. But even then, as a as just a one-to-one, I think Deadlock mechanically factoring in aim and everything on top of that is stinky. It's a very, 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 very different look than... I'm dropping down wrong there. It's a very different look than a lot of MOBAs. APM doesn't mean shit, it's how you use those actions. Like, there's a certain extent where there's a diminishing return, where you're just like mashing shit to mash shit. But there's certainly an element where if you're using, you know, we'll say 60 actions per minute, and I'm at 120 actions per minute, and we're both the same skill player, I'm going to be outdoing you, providing I'm not, again, in a combat system where I'm just throwing shit out to throw it out, but something like a Guild Wars, right? There's absolutely a baseline to that. Now, you also have the entire aim setup with Deadlock. There's GCD. What's that? Deadlock, Guild Wars, or where the fuck are we even at this point? Because we're talking about like 7 different games. Combat hero shooter? Yeah, I mean, the combat in Deadlock is very, very, very shooter. That's the thing. I mean, even in high-level Deadlock, I'm gonna be real. It's like, yo, Jalil, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's like the itemization of MOBAs with the pace of what High Guard wanted to be. If I'm being honest. Like, y'all remember High Guard? Deadlock is what High Guard wanted to be. By the seams. Only thing is, High Guard overcomplicated it even more than a MOBA could. They took it even deeper. So, all I know in high-level Deadlock is there's a meta where you in for 10 minutes and win the game. Haha! No, they fixed that. They fixed that. So that was urn changes. So, effectively, there's an urn mechanic where an urn will spawn, a team can escort the urn and then get good things for escorting the urn. And, they changed the urn to effectively, like, something about the payout of the urn, if you were able to cap it or some bullshit like that. So the urn tech has already been taken out, but there was also an item or some bullshit where it's like a golden egg, and I don't even know the interaction of the egg with the urn. All I know is that they changed the urn, and within a literal day of changing the urn, there was already a tech that was cooked up for it, a strat that was cooked up for it, where people legitimately just threw for 10 minutes and then called it good. Might actually be talking about proxy? No, hold on. Deadlock, urn, tourney. Let's see. The urn incident. So, let's see. There's a strat revolving around urn where I believe melee creeps bought golden goose egg on everyone, then intentionally went down so they could get favored urn buffs. The idea was that you'd use the buffs to win a bunch of team fights, and then egg would make up the soul difference MLC gave up early on. Floormen, AVG's team, were aware of the strat. They had chosen not to use it in the previous tournaments. They didn't like that it was being used because it wasn't representative of good Deadlock gameplay and that they forfeited the series. So effectively, all 6 bought egg first item and fed on purpose to get a comeback urn. So they were down souls and they got a comeback mechanic. Once they had the comeback urn held, they had 60 minutes of resist buffs. They had the 60M of resist buffs. I don't know what 60M is. 60 minutes, 60M of resist buffs, and all sold egg. They rotated who held the comeback urn and had complete control over the game. Oh, wait. Because the comeback urn was basically giving resistances to everybody that was in the area, right? So if you held the urn, then you gave 60 meters. Right. So it gave resistances and armor and shit if you held the urn. So they would trade off the urn, and then they just kept holding it, and they were, like, unkillable, effectively. So they got the urn and then sold the eggs to make up for the soul difference. And then, yeah, that's kind of crazy. So as well, but there was also a thing where you could go to the enemy base and farm all the minions yourself. Oh yeah, I mean that was probably a little bit more like odd. Wait, so you mean like through just cutting the waves, or what do you mean there? You know, one person hiding 60 meters away, then they get fire resist. Right. Yeah, so either way, that was probably what Merc was talking about. But they changed the urn mechanic since then. Even still, I think when you look at certain games, right? I do think there's a level of, I don't know, is it comprehensible at face value or not? And is it something that people can keep up with? And if people can't keep up with it, then they might not be able to get into it. If somebody needs a trillion guides to understand something, it might be more dependent on, you know, initial market appeal and retention than it is bringing in new players as it continues to develop. Which is kind of what happened. You know, Fortnite's still immensely popular to this day. But it's also like, with Fortnite, originally Fortnite came out, and the pace of the game was there. You know, people enjoyed it. It was cozy for those that wanted it to, and it had a little bit of sweat. Fortnite adds turbo build. And instead of having to click individually for every single build, you can just hold your mouse and drag. So you crank 90s, you go through your edit courses and everything like that. And with Fortnite's skill evolution on the Battle Royale side of things, you very much saw a lot of players get left behind between the implementation of turbo build, the change from playground mode to creative, giving people infinite mats in creative and just allowing them to, you know, build as much as they wanted to. You saw a very large skill evolution. And as that mechanical skill evolution came out, not even a knowledge base, because it's like, I could tell any human being, you press your wall bind and you wall, you press your floor, you press your ramp, you ramp. Wall, floor, ramp, wall, floor, ramp, wall, floor, ramp. You know how to 90 now in Fortnite. You can literally crank a 90. To build a box, you're gonna switch to your wall, you're gonna turn and turbo build the walls, 4 walls around you, and then you're gonna go up in a floor and a cone over you. Easy peasy. You know how to build a 1x1 now. So you now know how to build in Fortnite. It's not a knowledge gap, it's a mechs gap. And with the immense amount of like mechanical gap that there is, people look at the high end of like what Fortnite evolved to, and they were just like, nope, I'm not doing all that shit. I'm not building a hotel so I can fight somebody in my shooter game, blah, 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 blah. It was that raw evolution. And depending on how Deadlock's marketing ends up hitting, I think Deadlock has a very, very good chance of just popping off with the younger generation and introducing the MOBA element, but combining it with the super fast pace of a movement shooter. But to a certain extent, you can combine very complicated things, both mechanically and knowledge base, and have it be something that people don't retain the best. But I do think Deadlock, being developed by Steam, can manage it very well. Different game modes and different queues are able to help with that. And I think Deadlock is absolutely destined for a lot of success. I have a very, very, very large amount of confidence that pretty much everything Valve decides to put effort into is receiving the blessing of Lord and Savior Gaben for a reason. And I trust that all will work out, if I'm being real. I have no reason not to, man. So, trust any Valve game? Yeah, definitely. Bocephus Bartholomew. Yeah, I got him. Bocephus Bartholomew. I think I got him. Deadlock for sure gonna be very successful. And I don't think they have to worry about the top end. I think they have to worry about getting new players in a, you know, meaningful way where they can comprehend the information that's, you know, at their fingertips. There's a lot of mechanical gap. There's a lot of knowledge gap when you combine the MOBAs with the movement shooters. But man, if they can figure out how to onboard new players in a meaningful way. Now, there's also a theory that Yoshi is Ice Frog and Ice Frog is Yoshi, which would be crazy because Ice Frog, for those that know, the creator of Dota, literal god influencer of games, basically, has effectively remained more or less as under wraps as he could possibly want to be after creating something so perfect from the ground up and inspiring so many other games and changing the future of gaming. There's a large rumor that the GOAT may have returned. Hey, we covered they don't have any onboarding trap, and that League and Dota 2 are caught in. What do you mean? The fact that for so many years the most popular Dota 2 guide was called Welcome to Dota 2, You Suck? And that was unironically what we would recommend for new players. And I'm sure that guide is still relevant to this day, even though the map has expanded, engine has changed. Like, that was on Source 1 type shit. Like, let me tell you what. I think that shit's still relevant to this goddamn day, brother. Starting out the both games just miserable in 2026. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And I think one thing about testing in games and the prevalence of online and accessible alphas and betas now is that some people get their hands on games so early and can put in so many hours from ground zero that if a game hits a 1.0 launch, you're immediately competing against people that already have 10,000 hours. It's a rough uphill battle. Really hard one is teaching someone who hasn't played a MOBA or doesn't know what a MOBA is. Just tell them to shoot the other person in the head. Literally, for brand new players in Deadlock, when I was getting people into it when things first started, I said, if this person runs up to us in lane, you shoot them. And you don't get shot, I'll worry about the creeps. That was the easiest way. And let me tell you what, you tell someone to pew pew and a motherfucker can pew pew. But you tell someone to try to maintain lane equilibrium and shit. It's different, you gotta know how to teach. And with complex teachings, come complex learning. Problem is they got too heated and chase players to the base. Well, that's why you just have to keep people on a leash. If people overheat. Yeah, that's just you not yelling at the boys enough. The more you yell, the more they listen. But yeah, I think, again, I think Guild Wars kind of has some of these problems too. Where you look at the PvP, and it can still be, I don't know, it can be intimidating. It can be something that you hop into and you're almost like, oh shit, what do I even do? What buttons am I pressing? What are these doing? What is the purpose of these? And I think onboarding is such an important thing. And when you look at new players hopping into something, it's such a large catalyst. Looking at Guild Wars on their current form of like competitive PvP, right? World versus world is pretty small at this point. Despite being a very, you know, very well-loved part of the game, it is quite small. On the other side of that, you have the SPVP, which is, you know, SPVP being your structured PvP. It's frequent that during your daily tournaments, you will have fewer than 10 teams sign up. We did a weekly tournament that paid out for the top 16 teams, and it had 24 teams in it. I might have to evacuate for a fire. Why? Just put it out. What do you mean evacuate for a fire? Brother, just dig a trench around your house, and then you're fine. That's what I've been taught. A fire doesn't have legs, so it can't jump over a trench. So if you have a shovel and you know where your gas lines are, then you just dig a trench and then you're immune to fire. That's what I was thinking, but we'll see. How large is the fire? We talking like a motherfucker at a campfire that got out of whack, or what's going on there? I don't know. Look outside. Can you see it? Is it very red? Like Cali's burning again. Oh, you live in Cali? That's normal. Yo, when I was flying over Florida to go to Tampa for the concert, that shit was on fire. Like I don't know. I think it was near Miami. But I was flying over and there was like steam that was coming up out the ground. And I was like, damn, I didn't know that Miami had like, you know, hot springs and geysers. And then I look and the entire area is like charred basically. And you can see the smoldering around the outside as it was expanding. And there was just like a plume of smoke coming from a few different areas within it. Well, sorry, brother. That wasn't me. Oh, goddamn. He's a beefy boy. What the hell? What the hell? Why is he so tanky? What is that? Huh. It's a goddamn abomination. Dude, he's so beefy, he heals so much. Does he do damage? Oh. Wait, no way, he still gets in? Ha! Nah, that's crazy. That's defense berserker. Bro, actual beefy. Just got word about my suspension. They're saying I got banned for disruptive gameplay. Wait, what? Are you... like, did they say what game? Are you that bad?
Come here.
Like, is this league saying that you're actually dog shit? Because I feel like this is league saying you're dog shit. To be fair, saying I'm gonna lose is disruptive gameplay even if it's in select. How is that, like... Tried getting another ticket and it was instantly closed because it had a previous manual review. This is from you... this is from you were like, I'm gonna unintentionally feed because Lady Chef's got banned. No, this is literally another time. She got banned again today's up. Because she said she was gonna lose mid lane. Oh, wait. /R always open to more along the way. Discord.gg/apps and we turn to the app there. Oh wait, BTD guys. Cool, I appreciate you guys. See, this is the thing, man. I feel like people reach out to help us more than anything else. Which is quite nice. I think people understand that we'd like to get active in the PvP side of things. And we'd like to actually be able to put up good fights. Which is a huge thing. And I think there are people that want to have guilds to fight against that aren't just going to immediately go away. Which is quite nice.
Bow in hand.
Hold on. Realistically, what do you mean 1 week no league? Wait, do you not have an alt to play on? No names. It's not even like people reporting. So League literally has automated bans that go out because they monitor stuff. And they like... The AI will detect what's going on in the games, in chat, and she said that she was going to lose her lane, so she got banned by AI. Okay, hold on. I'm just yelling at this poor soul. Fool me once. Hear me out. I might be a little crazy here, but I kind of fail to see how saying I'm going to lose my lane is disruptive gameplay. I get it if it's like, you know, I'm going to feed intentionally, fuck all of you, then you get a ban. But saying, hey, I need a lane switch, I'm gonna lose my lane, probably shouldn't be a bannable offense. Or like, hey, I need ganks, I'm gonna lose my lane. I'm just saying that to me seems like not punishable. Did she lose lane? I don't even think the game started. I'm being completely honest. Imagine if you're in the locker room before game and Check says, yo, I'm not gonna block. But that's not what it was. It wasn't. Wait. Word for word, what I said was, I'm going to feed unintentionally. Zereth counterpicked me so hard. Oh, wait. Did you send a message that just said I'm going to feed? Yeah, because then you're cooked. You need to stop saying that you're going to feed. I don't know why. Did you say that again today? Because the last time you got banned, you also said you were going to feed. I feel like you need to stop saying you're going to feed. Gotta play devil's advocate on that one. Yeah, this was today. Maybe you just shouldn't type anymore, Carla. The last time you also said that you were going to feed unintentionally. I think quit feeding is play. I think maybe quit speaking like a Zoomer would probably be the way. Like, I swear to God, you have the worst, like, situational communication out of any human that I've ever encountered. She was telling a story to my aunt and uncle, who are both like 60 plus, by the way, and she used the term people were glazing me because she couldn't think of how to say it without having fucking Zoomer brain dead TikTok references everywhere. And I was like, you mean people were complimenting you? And she was like, yeah, people were praising me. What the fuck does glazing mean? It's like giving a lot of praise, like an overwhelming amount of praise. One word out of my whole story. Well, that was the word that made my balls shrivel up inside of my, instead of my brain. Or instead of my body. So, in contemporary social media and youth slang, to glaze means to excessively praise, overhype, or flatter someone. Is that from Urban Dictionary? Because yes. Yes. I don't speak Zoomer when in professional setting. Okay, but hear me out. The last time you were in a professional setting and had a communication situation, what happened? I was also like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have said that. I feel like we just need coaching on, like, media training and how to not get yourself in trouble via words. It's like somebody could be dead on the ground next to you and then a cop could be like, you kill that guy? And you'd be like, yeah, even though you didn't. I feel like sometimes the wrong words just come out and it's okay. It's okay. You know 2 languages. I only know 1. People need to get over hearing bad words sometimes. Wait, in what setting? Cause like, we're talking about the league stuff. We're just talking about how she could have said, like, this matchup's really bad, I'm gonna need help.
Rest, recover, return.
I feel like I understand with her saying, quote unquote, I'm going to feed as a line of text within League. That definitely makes sense. That's like saying, quote unquote, I have a bomb in an airport, and then after that going in my pants ready to blow up, and then finger gunning the TSA agent. You're probably going to get tackled and arrested. I feel like that's just a bad, like, time to say that thing, you know? You know that China's watching. It's not Dota 2, where you can literally swear at someone in 3 languages and then have a 10k behavior score. Riot bans people if they play a hero in a way, or a champ in a way that they don't want it to be played in pro play. They'll literally cut off a motherfucker's fingers. The only reason they like Faker so much is because Faker's too scared to go against the overlords. Faker's an industry plant. Never forget. Moses, you're gonna like the 5 stories we all learned as a kid. Oh, I mean, I think there's a certain setting for that, but regardless, I also think it's just how communication has evolved. I will say, I have in every single position that I have worked in my professional life, which is now not very professional, there have been times where you can kind of like read the room, and based on who you're communicating with and the, you know, the topic and, you know, the means of communication, I think there's a time where more relaxed communication comes in. But if I'm negotiating a budget and I'm talking to someone that is, you know, trying to have a serious conversation, and they're like, okay, what do you need this 150,000 for? And I'm like, just some hookers and blow and shit, you know what I mean, man? Just kidding. That's gonna kind of ruin that entire level of communication. Or if I'm just like, maybe just a trip in some shit, you know, maybe grab some bullshit while I'm there, the entire level of communication breaks down. And even if it's something small, you know, I think there's a level where if you're trying to communicate efficiently, there is efficient communication, and there's time where I myself, as you can clearly tell, very, very, very relaxed. But I think there are also times where, you know, depending on who I'm talking to, what we're talking about, there's a certain level where I'll kind of posture up for a serious discussion. Especially if it's like, you know, depending on the situation, of course, right? But if it's something for, I don't know, marketing or branding or some shit like that, there are certain times where I'll be talking to somebody and the vibe is just immediately there, and, you know, something comes out, and then the conversation just gets more casual. But I think starting a conversation in the business world where it's like, you know, about something in particular, I think that's a different setting. Very much people say, what the fuck, when someone says something so stupid that makes my brain hurt. I mean, I think that's one of those things where internally, if you're in a forward-facing position, if you're getting paid to be in the forward-facing position, you're getting paid to filter the what the fuck outward at somebody and replace it with a, can you elaborate for me? I think that's kind of what customer service is, though. And in terms of like work and shit, it shouldn't be in a forward-facing position if you don't want to have to deal with that dumb shit. And that's why streaming's nice. I think if you're forward-facing and you're interacting with customers or something, that's a completely different level. Now, if I'm in a business meeting and somebody does some heinous shit where it's like, I don't know, say they're like, hey Dusty, I think stream would be better if you just start doing TikTok dances mid-stream. Maybe Pon like Ninja did when he won his first game of Fortnite each day. I'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? What are you on? You're on Fent. You're on the ayahuasca, right? But back when I was selling beds, right? If somebody hit me with some heinous shit and I was like, okay, you know, how do you like this super amazing, phenomenal bed? And they were like, oh, I like my $200 Walmart bed more that I've been sleeping on for 26 years. I'm not gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm gonna be like, mentally, what the fuck are you talking about? But outwardly, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, what do you like about that other bed? And then I'm gonna find out how to take their money, and they're not leaving without another bed. But there's an element when you're like, I don't know, it's all situational, man. And I swear, like a goddamn sailor, like, I communicate primarily through swears. It's kind of miraculous. But I think it's all situational, where there are times where it's absolutely worth a what the fuck. But there's also an element where it's like, if you have communication with someone, even when I was in management stuff, right? I'd be talking with other managers and shit, and I'd be like, what the fuck is going on there, man? You know, what the fuck is happening in that store? And stuff like that is fine, but I also think it's in, like, how the discussions are coming up, right? If it was at, like, a training thing, and there was a question with training, and we had a brand rep there, I wasn't gonna be like, you know, what the fuck is this bed even made of? I'd kind of find a different way to throw that. How the fuck should I know? Jesus fucking Christ. See, that's the thing. Like, if you're forward facing though, and somebody hits you with something like that, if you're working in shipping, it's like, what's in the box? Fucked if I know. You get to replace that with a, sir, I don't get to look at your stuff before you actually get it. Or you can come up with something that's a witty response, like, if I opened your box for you, it probably wouldn't have made it to your house. Go-to answer is, looks like a box to me. I'd come up with a joke about theft, but also, when I was waiting tables, I had to deal with the whole, you know, is there anything else I can get you guys today? Well, $1 million would be nice. And I had to deal with the element of, well, it'd also be nice if you never asked me that again. Type shit. Oh my god, no. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. That shit hit hard. And it happened probably a few times a day. Keep in mind, I wait tables in Maine, brother. Old Caucasian people. Oh, that twice today? Oh, no. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, brother. That shit hits, and for whatever reason, everybody drops it out. And people think the worst thing is when a guest says, oh, you too, when I say enjoy your meal, or when I would say enjoy your meal. That shit made me laugh, because they'd be embarrassed about that. Somebody saying with their chest $1 million. You want to look at them and be like, if I had $1 million, why the fuck would I give it to you? Look at you and your shitty, ratty fucking family getting a 2 for $22 at an Applebee's and giving your daughter the appetizer. Go take her to a park outside, you fucking rats. But you have to sit there and you have to be like, oh, haha, if I get some, I'll split it with you. Or you're going to drop 5% off my tip, and I'm going to write down your license plate number to call in a false complaint later on.
Defense, then offense.
I just saw you going 52 and a 25 and almost hit a kid whose ball ran out in the road. The 2 for 20 is a deal? Okay, the 2 for 20 used to be a deal, but now it's like a 2 for 26.50, and then you also have to sacrifice your firstborn child and they take your testicles. I swear to God. It just keeps getting more expensive. I don't quite know what it is. Still worth. Carla's never been to Applebee's. Chat, somebody exclamation donate and send over 30 to cover a 2 for 20 with a tip, and we'll get late night Applebee's tonight. Otherwise, I have to actually cook food. Carla's never been to Applebee's and keeps bugging me to go, but I tell her I'm not spending $30 on fucking Applebee's because that's a scam. Here, I'll do the work for you, and if not, well, I'll complain to all of you. There, she invited you respectfully into. Wait, what's that, Zop? The cute waitress's birthday is Monday, and she asked me to just show up and hang out with her at work. For her birthday? Alright, Zop. So hear me out. Hear me out. You bring her a present. And that present is a small picture of you in like a little locket. And then you tell her that your presence is a present whenever you can't be around. You're welcome. In their like swimwear. And then you have a beautiful picture of you. I think basically, hear me out. Satin robe, silk boxers, on a bed, laying down, feet up, knees propped, arms back, camera down between the legs, pointing up at you. Smiling. In a locket. I feel like the restaurant would shut down because the floor would be flooded. I ain't even about to lie. That shit would probably just instantly end the world and the waitress's pants. I feel like I missed something. So basically, Zop had a cute neighbor. The cute neighbor locked herself out of her apartment multiple times and ended up drinking with Zop. Turns out, cute neighbor effectively one day told Zop that he was too old because Zop's 40. So, Zop, depressed, continues going to his local diner, which has phenomenal French toast. He likes French toast Thursdays. Zop goes into diner, and in his depression, sees cute waitress, where his French toast just got a little bit creamier and just got a little bit more hot and steamy. So, Zop ups French toast Thursday to French toast Thursday and Saturday and Monday and Tuesday, and basically 4 days of diner, while slowly starting to establish a rapport with not only cute waitress, but other clientele and staff at aforementioned diner to prove that he is good guy, nice guy, charismatic guy, Riz, as the kids call it. Cultivating romance. Yes, yes, planting the seed, which you will then sow with your penis. So, effectively, Zop continues going to diner. Turns out, as most people do, cute waitress has a birthday. Go fucking figure. Isn't that crazy? Turns out if you wait long enough, that sometimes can happen. So, cute waitress hits Zop up, basically, and is like, hey, my birthday's coming up. You should come see me at work and keep me company for the day while I'm at work. And so Zop is wondering what he can get for a present. Now, I think the true present, I think that's something you probably can't deliver at work, Zop. I think personally, you should, wait, hold on, Audible, Omaha. Instead of the locket, you need a 2-part present. And part of the present, I'm just gonna throw an example out here, right? Not exactly this, like literally to the T, right? But you get her a 2-step present where step 1 is something she can't use without step 2. So say, just as a hypothetical, right? This is not what you'd get, but like, you'd get her coffee beans and she'd be like, oh, I don't have a coffee grinder. And then you'd be like, oh, well, I got you one. I'll bring it by your place and set it up for you later so you can get yourself some fresh coffee in the morning. I'll even show you how to use it tomorrow. You're in. Actually get her coffee beans. Wait, Carla, I got you coffee beans. I'm gonna show you how to use it tomorrow. Wait, the grinder. Fuck. Zop, try it. That's fantastic. Bro, on God, just get her coffee beans. Literally just get her coffee beans. Holy shit. He got me Legos for my birthday? I know, I should have hit you with something smooth. Realistically, hear me out. She's gonna forget this because she's stupid as fuck. And I love her, I can say that. She knows it too. It's okay, we accept our weaknesses. She's good at planning, but she's also a little bit slow sometimes. It's because she thinks in 2 languages. Sometimes it gets twisted. So basically, I'm gonna buy her Legos for probably Christmas as well, because it's just a simple cop-out, and her birthday and Christmas are the same thing. But I think this year I need to hit her with a witty one-liner like, we're building something special together. Something like that. I'll probably hit her with that bullshit, and then she'll cry. But, you know, we'll see what's up. I hate you. You're gonna forget it in like 2 months. I swear to God, by the time Christmas rolls around, you're gonna forget it, and then I'm gonna say it, and you're gonna be like, wait, this sounds familiar. This is from a Kendrick song? But, we'll get there. We'll get there. Coffee beans is actually mega tech. Yes, because how many people are going to have a grinder, like a coffee grinder? Not many people. And how many people would absolutely love to start their day with fresh ground coffee? A lot of people. A lot of people. Now, the shitty part is, it's like, if she doesn't have a coffee maker, then you might also have to get her a French press. But even then, you set up the coffee grinder and bring the beans over. And then, with the French press, you say the thought of you has been pressing on my brain all day. And then you deliver the French press. and you slowly, sexily, one finger press it down as you create the finest cup of coffee. You know, she works in a diner slash coffee shop. I feel like not everybody that works in a coffee shop has a coffee maker. Is it like an upscale coffee shop where she's out here like whipping up espresso drinks and shit and she's a coffee fiend? Or is it like one of the diners where she's missing 3 teeth and smokes cigarettes in between taking orders? Cause like, diner coffee shop is like a multifaceted thing. Column A. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. What happens when she doesn't like coffee? Well, then you leave that bitch because she's a fucking psycho. The fuck do you mean? Why the fuck wouldn't you like coffee? Are you a fucking communist? You fucking Russian? What do you want instead? Throw that bitch out of a moving car. What? In-game, by the way. In-game. In-game. But I've learned 45 miles an hour will get the best roll. They kind of like, they ball up at that point. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog. So, no miskiff. No miskiff. No miskiff. But, tea is better. Carla likes tea. Tea is good. She also likes coffee. But like, when we go out places, I love a cappuccino. And she really likes a nice herby tea. She really loves floral flavors. So yeah, she usually fucked up a nice floral tea or something like that. And then I like a nice cappuccino. I love good cappuccinos. My goodness gracious me, oh my. Not actually a tea hater, but it's funny. I think, Merc, aren't you like British or something? I'm pretty sure Merc is European. I don't want to throw any slander out, but I'm like 99% sure Merc is European. I'm European, not British. Same shit. Like, what, don't own a knife? What's the difference? Really, you live 5 miles away from it. Thought Merc was Dubai. No, that's Sib. Yeah, that's Cyborgs, and apparently like 7 other people in chat are also from Dubai or have family in Dubai. I don't fucking know what's up here, but apparently like 10% of Dubai is just fascinated with some pasty dude that plays video games, so that's weird. They will have backward spinning toilets. Wait, backward spinning toilets. Oh, like the water, bro. I deadass thought you meant you sat backwards on the toilet and it spun. I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of tired. Jesus Christ. I like coffee, but my body hates it, so I drink more tea. No, Tarvo, your body loves it. All of that stuff coming out of your body, it's the impurities. And you have a lot of impurities in your body. So when you chug a lot of coffee and your stomach explodes, that's a cleanse. That's making sure the only thing in your body is the hot bean water and everything you eat after. So it's like you eat really shitty one night, wake up, drink coffee, blast your bowels out, and then you're fine. Fresh start. It's literally pressure washing a sidewalk, Tarvo. Except you're pressure washing the back of your toilet. Sorry. Anyways. It's not my stomach. Oh, it's my stomach. But the caffeine is phenomenal. Become very hyperactive and crash after a few minutes. Oh, you might have ADHD then. There's this weird interaction with caffeine and people with like ADHD where caffeine can almost have an adverse effect, but everybody also processes things different and reacts to things differently. And at the end of the day, caffeine is literally just another substance that exists where everybody will have a unique reaction. Some people can even have an adverse reaction where it creates a lot of anxiety. It's really weird. Now, I call those people bitch-ass pussies, but to each their own. Talk very quickly for 20 minutes and then I'm tired. I talk very quickly for like 10 hours and then I get tired. So kind of same reaction. It's just apparently I burn it more efficiently. You're like the booster where you just have to boost like the rocket up into space. And then I'm the little like the bit of nuclear propulsion type shit once we're actually in space or whatever the fuck that is. Pseudo-immune to caffeine. You probably just haven't had good shit. Doesn't caffeine make spiders drunk? Does it? Because that sounds kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. Might get the spiders fucked up and just let them fight or something. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious. Wait. Where can't you get fried chicken? In Europe? Like at all? Because I'm about to make some fried chicken soon. Goddamn. Why can't you get fried chicken in Europe? That just sounds like a bad time. I'll be completely real, bro. That shit sounds absolutely ass. Why wouldn't you be able to get fried chicken? Make it yourself, but no fast food. Huh. You know what's weird? When we went to Iceland, there was a lot of fast food in Iceland. And it was like KFC and stuff. But it was higher quality. It was a little bit odd. If I'm being real. Socks, what up? But yeah, it was a strange little interaction that we saw there, if I'm being real. We wanted to find like small stuff. What I do for some canes? Oh! Canes is so good, bro. Just to put in perspective how good Canes is, when Carla and I went down to Phoenix in February to visit her parents, the first night that we were there, we got an absurd amount of food, and we ended up getting Canes. I don't even know if it was the first night we were there, but we ended up getting Canes at like 1 a.m. And I ended up throwing up in the middle of the night, and Carla's mom knocked on the door, and Carla's mom barely speaks any English whatsoever. She knocked on the door thinking that it was Carla's brother. And I was like, no, it's me. And she just walked off. She didn't give a fuck. She didn't care if I died. So, learned that day that I'm on my own. Outside of that, the next day I was like, you want to go to Cane's again? I didn't really get to enjoy mine last night. We got Cane's the next trip. So, yeah, there's like, bro, Cane's is good. Cane's is definitely good. Now, I will say, ditch the fries and slaw, get triple bread caniac with root beer. I feel like you can't ditch the fries or slaw, though. You need to take the bread, attendee, fries, slaw, sauce. Oh. Joey Chestnut that shit. But, if I'm being honest, bro, I think Dave's Hot Chicken clears Cane's. Genuinely, hot take Slaw's ass. Hot take, you're uncultured swine. Absolutely uncultured. That's fucking ridiculous. Nah, Slaw goes absolutely crazy sometimes. But I will say, Slaw to me is like blue cheese, where the floor of it is very bad and pretty much inedible. But really good Slaw will literally, like, it'll suck your own cock. It's crazy, the difference in coleslaw. And I think coleslaw as an additive to certain things is very good. As a standalone, it's supposed to be crunchy, fresh, creamy, and slightly sweet. And when you have that, like, slightly sweet, tangy, you add that to things like certain burgers can be really good with a little bit of slaw. Certain things can be very complimentary to it. However, like Zob said, bad coleslaw can ruin a meal. Also, Judas, what up, dude? It's going very well. I appreciate you. The same way that bad blue cheese can cook an entire dish. It's terrible. But good blue cheese, and Carla didn't believe me on this until we had a buffalo chicken pizza that was a high quality buffalo chicken pizza with good, you know, solid quality blue cheese on it. It's phenomenal. Never had Dave's. There's one by me. I'll be back in 30. Brother, hold on. Will. I'm about to raid out so I can get some food. If you're getting Dave's hot chicken, you need to make sure you get the Dave's hot mozzarella sticks, because they have hot mozzarella sticks. You need to get some of the fries that are like loaded fries, but I guess you could just make those yourself. Carla loves to get like the loaded fries though. And then outside of that, what do I get at Dave's Hot? Hold on. Dave's Hot Chicken menu. I'll literally tell you what we got last time we went. Menu. Oh God. Order here. ASAP. Start your order. All right, hold on. So we would do, if I were to order right now, there's like the Mike's Hot Honey Mott's. Dave's Hot Mott's is what it is. So they have Mike's Hot Honey Mott's, which is your favorite crispy, crunchy, cheese pulley Mott's drizzled with Mike's Hot Honey. And then they also have the Dave's Hot Mozzarella, where you can get those sauced if you want to. Which, those are absolutely insane. They do sliders with them and shit. So we would get the hot mozzarella sticks. And then I would usually get either a number 2 or a number 3, like the 2 sliders and fries, or 1 slider, 1 tender with fries, and then just slam those bitches down. And then you can also, if you want to, get the nacho fries. So they get jalapenos, cheese sauce, and then Dave's bites. And then you can also get Dave's sauce and then throw those over the top. Their mac and cheese slaps. Bro, Dave's is so good. Carla actually really likes, I want to say, I don't know if she still likes Houston, Texas hot chicken more than she likes Dave's. But Houston, Texas hot chicken is really fucking good. Like, really good. So I'm not quite sure. Oh, wait. Carla! I don't know where she is, but I just saw something on the Houston, Texas hot chicken website that she is probably going to make me get a plane ticket for. This is Houston, Texas hot chicken tenders with Cheetos. What? I instantly saw this and I was just like, wait a second. This might be a game changer. So Houston, Texas hot chicken is absolutely insano style. Like, it's just, it's so good, and their entire thing is Nashville hot, whereas Dave's has more of their like sauces, but this is more of like a one trick type shit. But let me tell you, it's worth it. Carla, what's your favorite? Because Will's going to Dave's hot right now because he has a Dave's hot near him and he's never been. So I told him to get some mozzarella sticks while he's there, and then also just slam the shit out of some sauce. But don't slap. Oh yeah, Nin, don't worry. You're gonna get American food when we go to TwitchCon, buddy. Don't worry. We're gonna get a lot of good food. We're gonna mix it with food that's nice and sit down. We're gonna mix it with food that is nice and, you know, nice and quick. But we'll get a lot of good food, brother. Don't you worry. Houston, Texas is my favorite. Dave's is second best. Dave's is really good. Those mozzarella sticks were insane, too. Those were absolutely wild. My goodness. All right, Will, you enjoy your food. Now I gotta go get my food, dude. I wasn't gonna make buffalo chicken sliders, but now I am. Now I am, and I gotta whip up a sauce. Boys, if you are new here, I appreciate y'all spending your day with me, as y'all do every single day, and making it possible for me to be here. I have a Dave's near me too, but haven't tried it. Can't really handle super spicy food. Oh, not everything at Dave's is spicy. You can get their chicken completely naked, and with Dave's hot chicken menu, you can get things mild. So in terms of their sauces, they have, where is it? I want to see all their sauces. Hold on. Single tender, no spice, light, mild, medium, hot, extra hot, or Reaper. So you could just get it naked or like a light mild. So I'm a huge Cane's fan, but I'll give it a shot. If you like Cane's, I think Cane's is built more on the sauce, but I think Dave's and Houston, Texas hot chicken are better quality chicken comparatively to Cane's, which I think Cane's is just a good classic chicken tender. But even if you get sauce on the side, I'd recommend getting maybe like a mild and then some of their Dave sauce on the side. That shit would probably slap because the Dave sauce is nice and creamy. Boys, We about to send this raid out. I will catch y'all tomorrow. Update me on your chicken ventures. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.